All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here of the U.S. Regional Championship in beautiful Hartford, Connecticut. My name is Corey Baumeister. That's the one and only Jim Davis. Jim, how are you, and what are you looking forward to for day two?
I'm feeling great. Yesterday was awesome.
It was a great day.
A lot of great matches, a lot of variety also, and we got a really exciting King of the Hill match coming up. I'm not going to shy away from it. I love blue-white control.
So do I.
I've played a lot of blue-white control in my life, so seeing blue-white control at 9-0 is very, very exciting. We got a spicy match to start the day.
But before we get into that, let's slow things down and show you all the casters you're going to be seeing, not just our beautiful faces. We're going to be starting off the morning here, Jim and I, and then we're going to have the very talented duo of Ailey Loney and Reed Duke coming in a little bit later. We'll be swapping back and forth to bring you a champion today. Now let's take a look at the actual schedule that we're going to have throughout this event. Jim, walk us through this.
All right, so we saw yesterday 9 rounds of Swiss. All players with 6 or more wins, or some possible more creative records, make day 2. Day 2 is where the action happens, all right? We got 6 rounds of Swiss. Players are vying for, of course, top 8, where they can win the tournament, win 2 invites to Worlds. But there are also 32 Pro Tour slots here, too. So for some players, you might slip a little bit out of top 8 contention. There's still a ton to play for, a ton of stakes, and we're going to approach those later rounds to see players, high-fiving their friends or commiserating that they made the Pro Tour or made the top 8.
Wait a minute. So you can win 2 Worlds invites this weekend? Is it for back-to-back World tournaments, or do you just get qualified twice as one person?
2 players will win 1 invite.
Okay.
It's too early for semantics, Corey.
And
all right, come on.
Are the players winning steaks? Like, are they prime ribs or are they sirloin? Oh, okay. I guess we are going to prizes here. The director has pushed our hand here. All right. This is what we're going to be playing for. No stakes hanging around, but there is those World Championship invites here to first and second place, starting at $20,000 for our winner here. We saw Casey Miller do it a couple weeks ago here in Minneapolis, taking this down, heading to Worlds. Top 32 is also a very big prize, Jim, as all those players will not only get themselves a 4-figure payday for playing the game they love, they'll also be heading to the Pro Tour here in Atlanta a little bit later, as well as cash all the way down to 128th place, where you will get an invitation to the next regional championship, a little consolation prize. So, all right, let's take a look at the format we're going to be playing. It is standard. Jim, your favorite format?
It is my favorite format. Extremely dynamic. You know, one of the things I was so excited about for this event was 2 weeks ago in Minneapolis.
Yeah.
Getting to watch the format evolve is incredible. It is constantly changing. New sets are coming in. We have big rotation coming up. It's actually the biggest I think it's ever been right now.
It has to be, right?
Which is kind of a fun thing to watch, the evolution of seeing all these sets. There was some fear that it would be too much. It's actually been kind of awesome.
Yeah.
So, going to be really, really great. 6-card decks, 15-card sideboards, and kind of the usual standard fare, and I'm pumped.
So one thing about Standard, while we're talking about it, do you think this is the most powerful Standard that we have had, or is this pretty manageable even with this many sets?
I would say it is very powerful in the sense that the average card is very good.
Okay.
We've had standards where, like, there were actual broken things happening.
Yeah.
You know, where, you know, the bannings might be needed. There's actually a combo deck that's like way too much, you know. This is a format where that is not really happening, you know, but there are a ton of powerful cards to the point where there are so many awesome cards, you can't really play them all, which is going to make rotation really, really exciting, as well as some cards go out. And we get to see some of the cards that maybe didn't quite get there have a chance to shine.
Yeah, we'll have Final Fantasy, and we'll be heading to space here to add those sets in before we start taking away some sets. That's going to be a lot of fun. Yep. I can't wait for both of those sets. It's going to be a blast. So let's start shifting gears, and we'll start getting ready to dive back into the regional championship. Like you said, Jim, we had 9 rounds yesterday. We have 6 more rounds today, so these players, every single round matters, even for the players that are 9-0, even for the player that is 9-0. I should say, playing for those Pro Tour invites. Even if you're falling out of top 8 contention, well, you're still playing for that Pro Tour invite. So let's take a look at the standings and see who's doing well. Jim, we have a bunch of killers on this thing. 8th place in a top 8, you know, Sam Pardee, that's a known sight we've seen on a lot of Pro Tours, let alone regional championships. Yeah,
Sam, I've had the pleasure of working with Sam for the last few years on Pro Tours, and he's like quietly one of the best players in the world.
He really is.
He is so consistent. He is so good. You know, all players are often judged by their big, huge trophy finishes, you know, but consistency is arguably much more difficult in Magic. And Sam is just like, he just never misses, you know, and he's, you know, having played with him and practiced with him, he's just so good, so smart, not surprised at all to see him in the top 8 right now.
And he does one thing that I admire, and it is whenever he does an interview at the Pro Tour or whatever, they're like, okay, are you nervous going in? And he says, no, I'm never nervous playing a match of Magic. He's like, I guess that's a gift I have, which I totally agree. And it's just something that I know he means. You know, like he does not get nervous when he plays Magic because he's just been there before. So really impressive stuff. Let's take a look at the second slide and see what we got here. These are our players all the way down to 32nd place. Now it goes a little deeper as far as the 7 and 2s, but I see a Pro Tour finalist to one of our coworkers, Benton Madsen, who made the finals of that Pro Tour, what was that, in Philly, right?
Philadelphia, all be one, yep.
And he was playing Boggles up against your team's, is it Creativity List, right?
Yep, that was Reed.
That was an awesome one. Really fun to see Reed take down his first Pro Tour. Got Jarvis Yu in 22nd place, doing pretty well as well. Isaac Sears is a name I recognize. Anybody else you want to call out on this sheet?
Yeah, Rob Cedar. I was making fun of Rob in Minneapolis.
That's right,
Of course, has a draw, but doing great right now at 7-1-1. Kind of a control master, you know, longtime SCG player, and happy to see him on the board as well. Of course, with a draw. Could not have a draw there.
Hey,
but yeah.
It's better than X and 2, right?
That is true.
Yeah, the draw actually carries over. Once you make to day 2, the draws are not as bad. So we're going to shift back gears to the booth here and get ready for our next feature match. There are 2 players with a undefeated record. 1 player does have a draw. So we're going to pull those deck lists up on screen and start getting ready. This is the king of the tournament so far. We got Alex playing Is It Prowess. His play really impressed me last night in the finals in the Is It Prowess mirror last night. Walk us through this deck list, Jim.
Yeah, so we're seeing the evolution here of the Is It Prowess deck. You know, originally, you know, Force of Spear, Force Select Shot, Show Off, kind of a more aggressive prowess deck. And these decks are evolving as the format goes on, looking for edges in the mirror. Drake Catcher being a big one there. Also, Torch the Tower over Burst Lightning. You can't go face Torch the Tower, but it can kill a Drake Catcher. So they're evolving to beat each other and then try and beat everyone else as well.
Yep, and pretty impressive stuff. They're at that arms race against each other, but they're still doing well enough and not, you know, suffering against other decks. So let's take a look at The opponent's tech list, it's Chris Patello playing Azorius Control at X0-1. Honestly, impressive to be undefeated with blue-white control. I think a deck that's pretty solidly in that tier 1.5 or tier 2 category, but also impressive with only one draw because, you know what, this deck can take a while. Jim, walk us through this one.
Yeah, just classic control here. This is an actual control deck.
Yeah.
We have Jeskai Control, won the last RC, almost a little more of a mid-range deck with a control slant. This is just control. Wraths, counter spells. This is a classic blue-white. You know, with Planeswalkers here with Jace. Decking is a very viable win condition with this deck. Main deck authorities obviously showing care to what the format is, but this looks great, and Chris is an excellent control player, so very excited for this match.
Yeah, I used to watch Chris a lot when Chris was doing a lot of streaming. Very good at talking out his plays and just a really smart human being. So going to be really fun to watch this match in action. Sounds like our players are ready to go for round number 10 in our feature match. Let's dive on in here in Hartford, Connecticut. All right, down to the feature match area. We have Alex up top and Chris down below getting ready to start it off. Players can begin, and let's see who the leader of the tournament is going to be.
Love a good King of the Hill match.
I love it. Nothing better. Here comes the Otter coming in from the Storm Chasers talent. And going to be a lot less exciting turns from Chris. It's going to be the case of, oh, Chris is losing, Chris is losing, Chris is losing, Chris is losing. Okay, he won.
Yes,
you know?
Yeah, definitely very, very clear. You know, a lot of standard is not so polarized. Where you have decks, kind of more in the mid-range scope, trying to figure out who's the beatdown, who's the control deck.
Yep.
Very, very obvious here.
Yes.
Alex wants to end the game. Chris wants the game to continue.
Yep, absolutely. And Alex is doing a great job at getting a good start of ending the game as here comes the Otter's second friend, and it looks like it's getting smited. Is there no land 2? Whoa!
That is frisky now.
That is frisky. We don't know if that was a lot of mulligans leading up. Maybe we can get some confirmation, because if you start your morning on the play, one lander, Storm Chasers talent, and you're just going on vibes, I mean, hey, I'm here for it. But
the thing is, it's also an island.
Yeah.
And the mana base of this is a deck is one of its faults for sure.
Yeah.
Where sometimes you just have opt, sleight of hand, flood maw, and you have 2 mountains or whatever it might be. So,
hear me out, okay, Jim? Let me know if you think this is accurate. Alex actually didn't play a second land drop on turn 2 to bait out a negate on an opt. Otherwise, if you're making land drops, you're not countering your cantrips. Now, next turn, Alex is going to stock up, no negate in sight. Boom.
Love it. Yeah. Very, very heads-up play. A control player would almost never counter a cantrip.
Yeah.
Even card draw spells, but a cantrip in particular is just a 1-for-1. But very juicy. Your opponent's Manosphere, they missed a land drop.
Yep.
So it's almost like a duress. I would actually love it if Alex skipped a land drop to do that play.
Yeah.
That would be unbelievable.
There is no shot that could have been true, but man, it would be sweet. All right, heading over to Alex's 4th turn. Love those ops. What's that from?
Invasion.
Okay.
I was there, Gandalf.
You were there.
That was right when I started playing.
How are your knees?
They're okay.
Better than mine.
Yeah, I'm glad we're sitting.
Okay. All right, so here is an opt. Drawing another card would look a lot better if there was a second Otter. The clock gets really, really quick if you have 2 of those. And I got to say, Chris's list, I would have played blue-white control as well, as anyone who's been watching the broadcast would have known. My list would have been much, much different, but I think Chris's list is much more teched, looks much sweeter for the tournament. Not playing as many counter spells, playing authorities in the main, which I think is pretty sweet. Big fan of Chris Patello's list.
Yeah, there's some cool synergies, too, where, obviously Authority is meant to be kind of like a main deck tech card against Izzet Mono-Red.
Yeah.
But it's split up and rides that in your deck. Things coming in tapped actually has relevance beyond just the usual application of the
Yeah, and also maybe the main reason why there's only 2 temporary lockdowns in the 75, that it's a Nombo with Authority, so Chris is just fighting Authority, it seems like.
Yeah, against this mono-blue aggro deck.
Yes. All right. There is Drake Hatcher, I believe.
Yep.
And still no 3rd land from Alex. So a lot of ops. Granted, one of them did get negated. but not able to find the land. And, I mean, this is the game. Stock up when you're up 14. Your opponent has 1 creature and only 2 lands. This is, you know, Chris still thinks he's sleeping from the night before. This is a dream.
Yeah, the one thing here, though, is that Alex missing land drops is full of gas. And
yeah.
The thing about this blue-white control deck is that, like, it wins very, very slowly.
True.
You give your opponent a lot of time to draw out of stuff.
Yeah.
You know? And once Alex finds the red source, kind of unlocks his hand, there's going to be a lot of things to fight through.
Yeah.
You know?
I would say the counterpoint there is, oh, sure, Alex finally found land 3. It's time to stock up. Well, now Chris has Cryptic Command ready to go, a.k.a., you know, being able to play 3 steps ahead with the draw ability, you know? Or, yeah, you're up against 2 islands. Sure, you could bounce this, but my River Regent did its best, you know, destroy target creature when it comes into play impression. A Necrotal, maybe that?
Necrotal, Ravenous Chupacabra,
Yeah. Yeah, it Chupacabra'd that otter, and now you just get to have a 6/7 body, and if Alex has the one way to quote-unquote deal with it, it's just back to hand. So I like that play from Chris.
Yeah, this is just showing how powerful of a control card this dragon is.
Yeah.
You know, most of the time, it's a card draw spell. The fact that it goes back into your deck for more threat density is great.
It's so messed up.
But when you cast it, you wouldn't play Meringue River Regent in your control deck as just a creature. It's like a hot Mahadi Jin that bounces some things, whatever.
Yeah.
But the fact that it's just a secondary mode that you can do that is pretty effective when you have a game like this where, hey, you know what, they were a little slow to start this game. I can just ram this dragon into play and actually win the game pretty quickly.
Yep.
Is very powerful.
So here, if we do have 3 steps ahead, you can we can counter and make a copy. A little bit better than Cryptic Command here. Counter, get a 6/7, bounce this. The game is over.
Yeah, Double Dragon.
Yeah.
Right, classic NES game.
I love it. I love it.
Didn't play that one either, so.
Okay,
That game and Final Fantasy are kind of blind spots for me.
Wow, absolutely.
We'll get through it together, though.
Yeah, I mean, you might get through it. I don't know if I'm going to get through it. If you call Cloud Link one more time, I'll tell you that. But let's look at the sideboard here. What is Alex going to have to do besides drawing a red source a little bit earlier?
So, as we've seen a lot from these Izzet decks, you know, game 1 is mostly linear. Game 1 is, you're kind of just almost like a mono red deck with some card draw and spice in it. But post-sideboard, things change drastically. Yeah. Spell Pierce, Disdainful Stroke. You know, having the ability to counterview spells. You know, the average spell in Chris's deck is much more expensive. And when you tag a 4 or 5 mana spell with a 1 or 2 mana counter spell, the tempo swing is monumental. And that's the kind of push that Alex is going to need to get over the finish line.
Yeah, trading up, always good. So, from Chris Patello's side, I see some high noons. What else do we like?
Yeah, High Noon is the card against Izzet, as we've seen. And then we have Change the Equation, looks quite good as well. Both a card that can counter the red cards. But every blue card, for the most part, Alex's deck is also super cheap, too. So that's nice. Beza, obviously great. And you kind of can lean a little more on the creatures, I think, too.
Yeah.
You know, I think that once the control deck gets to the post-board games, where these decks have more counterplay, counter spells or whatever, the games aren't going to go as draw go smoothly. You know, when you're playing a control deck, you kind of have, you know, the draw go phase of the game. Then you hit a spot where things get a little messy and you start just tapping out for stuff and kind of enter the slam phase, you know. And when you're tapping out for Beza or an Overlord of the Mistmoors, these are very powerful options that can kind of push you back into the game.
So, Jim, I have a question, and I kind of need some help with this, okay? So I really need to pick up all these additions that Chris has in the list for this blue-white control deck, but I only want to spend 90% of the value of the card. You know, like I need to save some money. I need 10% off. What should I do?
Well, lucky for you, Flash. Sale time. It ends Monday. 10% off select single series. You see quite a variety of cards here, from Modern Staple Ajani and Nakadal Pariah to Displaced Dinosaurs, a card that me and Corey actually don't know the text of.
I'm gonna play a game as we do this flash sale. Okay, I'm gonna start guessing what I think it does, and we're gonna, without looking it up, try to figure it out. Okay, so I think when it dies, it makes another dinosaur. Do you think it makes a 6/6 or a 7/7 again? It might just be another 7/7 token dino.
Yeah, I think 6/6 would imply it like goes down the scale.
Yeah,
and that'd be pretty. 6/6 to a 5/5 to a 4/4 would be pretty good. So
that'd be too good, I think.
Yeah, I kind of like 7/7.
Okay. Sorry. Continue your fantastic plug.
But yeah, you can go on and check out all these cards, and you get 10% off. Ends Monday, so don't skip out. You know, you got a little break here. Pop on the browser, StarCityGames.com. Check out the sale.
I want to get that Umbra mantle, too.
That card's cool. You know what that card does?
It untaps something instead of like you tap the creature, right?
Yeah, it has the weird like untap symbol from I think it was Shadowmoor.
Yeah.
Where like if it's tapped, you can untap it. Extremely bizarre, obtuse mechanic that didn't play very well, but it was kind of a clever idea.
I don't know. It's pretty acute. But let's head on down to the match here and get ready to see if Alex can even this up. Do you think the matchup gets better or worse for Alex post-board?
I think better.
You think so? Even with high noons and stuff?
Yeah, I think the tools that Alex has, like the spell pierces and like the disable strokes, whatever, are just so important. And it helps press that early advantage where Chris has these kind of like haymakery cards, you know, the sweepers, the split ups and stuff, where if you ever tag one of those, it just dramatically shifts the game. And the 2 high noons are very good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying this is a cakewalk or whatever, but like things improve a lot for Alex. And I think play draw is very important too. Alex will play this game. We'll have to break serve in game 3 if Alex wins game 2, but should be a much more kind of competitive, not even competitive, but like back and forth game.
Yeah.
Less about Alex kind of just ramming things on the table and Chris answering them, and a little more counterplay and kind of chess move, counter move.
I don't know. Alex's cards went, you know, back into play, then back into his hand. You know, it was back and forth game. Like
the cards were back and forth, yes.
Do you think Chris is gonna bring in like overlords, or is that gonna be a plan B? We're gonna be not interested. There's 2 of them in the 75, and then there's 3 Biza in the main and 1 Biza in the board. Like, I feel like Biza when you're on the draw is probably better than Overlord, but I'm curious if he leaves those in too.
The interesting wrinkle there is that the cards that don't get tagged by Spell Pierce have a lot of extra appeal. You know, where it's funny, usually you play against a control deck like that, where you're trying to line up your threats against their answers in the most awkward way possible for them.
Yep.
But Chris can do that too, because when you have these conditional counterspells, what makes them so interesting is there are ways to play around them. You know? That's kind of why counterspells has been reprinted in so long, because when the counterspell is universal, it can counter anything, it's less fun. But when you have these little kind of gaps and windows where, oh, well, I can play a creature spell, or I can wait till you have more mana, or whatever else it might be, there's a lot of gameplay there and a lot of room for creativity.
It's always fun, too, when you're playing against blue-white control. You're like, all right, should I play around the Spell Pierce? Should I play around the No More Lies? Whatever one you play around, it's the other one.
Yep.
Always. Yep. You're always wrong. All right, Alex saw the only 1 island opener this time and said, not again. Ships it back.
I mean, it's funny. I would assume Alex's hand last game was talent, opt. And wanted to just get the second talent and play before playing the op looking for a land.
I agree.
Which isn't like a crazy keep. You know, definitely a little risky, you know?
So that's the real question, because I agree. There's no way Alex just kept 2 talent, no cantrip, you know? But the real question is, would you have opted on turn 2 to try to hit the land to play the talent again? I thought that's kind of like the forced play when you're playing cantrips and you miss your land drop, you know?
Yeah, I think that the double threat early is quite powerful. Unfortunately for Alex, Chris did have is it 1 or 2?
Smite.
There are 2 smites in the deck, so there aren't many 1-mana removal spells in this deck. So that was the best possible card to have at that time.
Yeah.
So put a bit of a wrinkle into the aggro plan there. But yeah, I think I like playing second talent. Just getting on the board. You also have the back door where you could just draw land naturally.
Yeah.
That is a possible outcome as well.
Yep, absolutely. All right, starting it off with a Shivan Reef. Usually not the land you want to start with, but against control, who cares?
Yeah.
Jam out the Otter.
Might as well be Volcanic Island.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, the Reef is kind of nice here because much like with timely reinforcements, you can use it against Beza to lower your own life total. So
lower your life to get back to the life that you would have before you lowered it?
What?
So you're going to so you're oh, yeah, never mind. You know what?
Against Beza.
You know,
you have your coffee today?
I have not had my coffee today.
God,
the line
Corey.
at Starbucks was very long, so forget I said anything. Corey Steelcutter came to the battlefield, and
that's Pulse of the Forge you're thinking of for the boomers out there. Yes. Look it up.
Yeah, for whatever reason, I was mixing up the sides of life totals and who had Biza, but yeah, here we go. I'm caught back up. High noon coming down. So Corey Steelcutter is all of a sudden just an equipment that gives a creature haste.
Yeah, this is obviously the card of a tournament against Izzet.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely looks amazing. It's just brutal how it invalidates Corey Steelcutter. No matter how you look at it, without an Into the Floodmaw or anything like that, you are just not getting that monk into play. There's no way to do it.
Yeah, and the Floodmaws, I think, are the card that put this deck kind of over the top, where it is so good at universally answering the cards that are good against it.
Yeah.
But against High Noon, it's a short window where you can end step bounce it, and then you can untap, have a pretty good turn. But Chris has a lot of answers about in counter spells and a lot of sweepers where if that turn isn't really good, Chris just untaps, plays lockdown, and then plays High Noon again, which is a problem.
Yeah.
And then the only way for Alex to remove this would be to bounce it and then counter it, which of course requires a lot of setup.
Yeah. Yep. 100%. High Noon does seem super sweet. But when you're playing a lot of lockdowns in your deck, it is a bit of a nombo. So I really like Chris's choice to only play 2, even though if you go into this tournament, sure, High Noon is the card against Izzet, but you usually can't main deck it. Some do, but it's maybe not the best card. You play that against Demir or something. You're like, nice High Noon, But when I would just tell you, hey, this blue-white control deck is only playing 2 lockdown in the list, you would be like, what?
So I'm going to push back there a bit.
Yeah.
I think locking down your own High Noon is actually often good.
Okay.
And this is something we found in testing where, you would think intuitively that putting a Authority of the Consuls or a High Noon under your own lockdown is a nombo.
Mm-hmm.
It actually is counterplay to their counterplay. So their goal is to end step Floodmaw, unlock all of their stuff, untap and kill you with a huge burst of damage.
Sure.
But if they also unlock your High Noon or Authority, it's much more difficult to do that. So you play High Noon or Authority, you slow them down a little bit, they overcommit, you lock down, and now you have that safety valve under your lockdown as well.
Okay. Yeah, that is really interesting. Was this something that you and the team, were you a part of the blue-white control chat at all at the last Pro Tour with Ely playing stock up and stuff?
Nah, that was Ely and RA.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, this is just I was playing with Nicole this tournament, playing with the New York guys as well. Just jamming games, talking about the format and stuff. And, the evolution was, Izzet, lockdown's good against Izzet.
Okay.
Floodmaw's good against lockdown. And then once I started playing for Floodmaws, okay, well, what's the counter play? And that often is it.
Okay. That checks out. Boom. All right, here is Biza. Your whole line you were setting up from the beginning didn't work. That Shivan Reef didn't deal enough damage. So Biza comes down, gains the life. The fish have arrived. The little fish.
Yeah, game
block the otters.
Game looking great for Chris here so far. Everything's going to script. The High Noon is fantastic. Biza just so good. And the big thing about this isn't that, like I was saying, is that usually you're able to kind of Floodmaw, bounce the hate piece, going for this big burst of damage. But that burst of damage usually has to end the game. And Biza makes that very difficult to do. And here we go. Party time.
Chris already had so many fish, but Alex gives him another fish. A much more blah-looking fish, though.
Yeah.
So maybe that fish has been left out for like 4 hours. Should probably get some health code violations going with that one.
It's a sad fish.
That is a sad fish. Look at those happy, thriving fish next to it, though.
We got to get a hat for Chris that says gone fishing.
Yeah, there we go. I could see Chris being a fisher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See that
yeah. There is an opt. Now Corey Steelcutter finally triggers. These otters are getting swole, and this has to represent the rage of the monstrous variety, you would think, right?
Yeah, but I don't think that's that bad for Chris. One of the things about Biza is just throw it in front of something. Okay, kill it. It already gained life. It bought a bunch of damage, a bunch of time. And like I said, this is the problem where Alex is going to bounce the High Noon. Alex is going to get this one shot, this big burst of damage. But High Noon just coming back down next turn. And Chris is at a very safe life total.
So here's the Monstrous Rage. I love that block on the 2/2 Monk, as now this is going to get a Prowess trigger. It's going to get another Toughness, so it's going to trade. If Patello were to block the Biza on the Otter would just eat the Biza, so no surprise to anyone. Chris Patello makes the best block with Monstrous Rage in mind.
And preserves a bunch of life.
Oh, yeah.
The chump blocking fish are also excellent. 16 after the big burst turn, quote unquote, is phenomenal.
And here's a sign of the blue-white control player either about to wrath or they're far ahead. Attacking.
Not a sad fish anymore.
No. This fish is thriving now.
Yeah, this is the 1-2 punch here, where a lockdown or a split up comes up, everything gets swept, and then you re-put down the High Noon, and it's just, now what? There only are so many into the Floodmaws in Alex's deck.
And now, you need 2 of them. You need 2 more.
Yeah, it's basically lockdown is permanent here because trying to unlock all that stuff and then also win through High Noon is is tough.
You know, that being said, if there is, let's say we get land for there and flood into the flood maw, which I did just see, almost assuredly going to Alex's hand, and you just go, all right, Chris's end step, into the flood maw, bounce the lockdown, untap, just play stock up. That's still a good chunk of damage. But, you know, the problem with that, too, is Chris can then have a counterspell available because he's never playing anything during his turn most of the time.
Right, and the problem, of course, is that when you bounce the lockdown, Chris can just cast it again next turn.
Yeah,
so
yeah. You at least get a hit for 6 in is what I'm trying to say, you know? Yeah. But, yeah, that's not a lot.
Yeah, so Chris is going right according to script here, keeping Let's Total high, getting these pieces in play that are so good against Alex, giving too many things for Alex to almost answer in a fun way, where like Chris's threats are these really well-crafted answers that are kind of turning Alex's game off. And a lot of the cards that Alex brought in, like Spell Pierce, like Disdainful Stroke, they get a lot worse when you're not ahead.
Yes.
You know, where, okay, even if Alex, say next turn Chris just untaps and slams an Overlord.
Yeah.
And Alex Disdainful Strokes it. That looks like a good exchange on face value, but it's not really advancing Alex's plan of winning the game.
Yep, totally agree with you. Because eventually the blue-white control deck always, you know, takes over. There's only 2 Fountain Ports in Chris's list instead of the quote-unquote more stock version. Yeah, it just really seems like Chris's list. I just keep awing over it. It's instead of playing 4-ofs of all the cards you would think to play 4-ofs in blue-white control, Chris is very much diversified and played a lot of cards that are, you know, similar. Wow, are you plotting against High Noon? Isn't that an actual crime?
Yeah, I remember early in the High Noon process when that card kind of came out as a card, I remember my opponent going turn 2 plot, show off. I cast turn 2 High Noon, and they just conceded. This was like kind of like pre-flood ball being stock. It was just like, okay, we're done. I'm out of here.
Whatever, so. Jim. I was sick of playing that game. Okay, that was annoying. But yeah, I mean, all jokes aside, you either play it now, it's a 1/2, or you play it next turn and you can't pump it and it's a 1/2. So just play it now as a 1/2, right?
Well, this could be the plan of like, you know, abandoning the lockdown. And we saw Alex does have a flood maw available. So maybe you fire a few plots in and try it again. Set up for that one really big turn. Here we go.
Are we doing it now? Or is this at Chris's end step? I'm not sure if he like passed already.
Oh, Sad Fish is back.
Sad Fish.
Yeah. So I assume it's end
take
step.
Your fish. I don't want it.
Yeah, I assume end step. But
okay.
This is also the problem against Chris's deck where like Alex has to try and set up. He only has so many flood maws, and there are many more counterspells that Chris has, and other interaction too. There's no guarantee, even if that worked, that Alex's attack would have even been that good.
Yeah, no kidding. Alex just feels like he's in an impossible situation, even if Chris just draws blank after blank after blank. What we have in play is still so good.
Yeah, Alex has a lot of work to do, and again, these flood maws are really working overtime. 2 are already gone. Now we can see talent buy them back, but Alex got at a pretty significant mana disadvantage here.
Yep.
So, you know, a lot to work through. And Chris just living the blue-white life, you know, where you're ahead, you got things all lined up, cards in hand, mana up, just sitting back and going, oh, what is that you're playing here?
Yeah.
Is that important? I don't know.
Somewhere Shaheen Sarani is smiling at blue-white control thriving right now.
I'm smiling too.
Me Steel Cutter comes down on the battlefield and looks incredibly sad.
I'm actually amazed. That's like the first Corey Steel Cutter we've had so far this broadcast.
You know, I'm still upset that they misspelled it, you know, after, you know, this being my invitational card. That, you know, they think they would have proofread a little bit, but hey, I don't judge. I'll allow it this time. I'll just be a little sad.
You should offer a service where you, between rounds when you're not broadcasting on your off rounds, have a Sharpie and just fix everyone's Steel Cutters.
Yeah, there we go.
Get your Steel Cutters fixed here, $1 each.
My signature on cards is already so bad that I already feel bad signing cards, so I really don't want to be defacing anyone's really nice standard staples here for the next few years. Meticulous Archive surveils a Verge into the yard. The other thing that I love about Chris Patella's list, I feel like I could go on for days as we got some time, is Demolition Field is not necessarily a card we see played a lot, but it is the type of land that gets much better in an open deckless tournament. Being able to see you have one basic and know that you can start picking away lands and stuff like that, that's a true advantage, don't you think?
Yeah, for sure. It's the basic check, you know, waxes and wanes, and when, you know, Demolition Field is not a major part of any deck in the format.
Yeah.
So when you build it, me and Nicole actually tried a domain list that was cutting down almost all the basics. Cutting out Analyze the Pollen and just playing more duels. We're like, no one's playing Demolition Field, right?
Yeah.
But it's so risky to want to do that. And then you go down and then, there's Chris. The Stone Rain got you.
Yeah, just Chris smiling in the corner, like, no one's playing basics, I swear. Get Lost on the Slick Shot show off that equipped it to the Corey Steel Cutter. Get a couple of maps. And no more spells allowed to be played from either player, so we're going to be sending it back.
Yeah, High Noon's cool in this control deck as well because each player is limited to one spell per turn.
Yeah.
And for a deck that plays primarily at instant speed, you get one spell on your turn and one spell on their turn.
Yeah.
And a lot of decks can't utilize the ability to play spells in your opponent's turn. Obviously, Alex can cast an Opt or whatever, or something like that. But for the most part, he's playing threats at sorcery speed.
Yeah.
So kind of a fun way to break parity on the card.
I mean, we saw when we started the broadcast yesterday, Matt Nass lost kind of to his own High Noon.
Yep.
And that was a situation with Domain where he wanted to play multiple spells. He needed to play multiple spells, but his own High Noon was a liability. It has not looked like it's mattered as a negative to Chris at all.
Yeah, just fantastic positioning. And it's so awkward when you have all these cantrip in your deck and, all right, sleight of hand's my one spell. It might as well cost 3 or 4.
Yeah. So the Shivan Reef still looking good. Alex is at 8, bro.
I mean, the next base, it won't gain life.
Yeah, that is true. The next few.
Mission accomplished. Now, one funny thing here is, of course, in Jeskai Control or other red-based decks, High Noon, the ability 6 mana deal 5 of something is alive. In Chris's deck, it's not alive unless a Fountain Port shows up and make that treasure. So Alex is at 7. If any Fountain Port shows up, all of a sudden there's a Lava Axe on the table as well.
There's a Planeswalker on the table, though, too. That resolved. That is a big deal here.
Wow, that's surprising. Yeah, and Get Lost, one of those Planeswalker answers was just cast on a previous turn. So
could be another one.
Yeah.
Could definitely be another one. But if there's not, you got to think, maybe Chris was a little hasty with dealing with. Never mind, has it. Okay, so Get Lost. Rawl is gone. More maps. And now it's an Otter against the world.
Yeah, not like the most devastating exchange because Alex at least has a threat in play with this.
Boom!
That's always a bigger fish. But, in theory, if the Otter picked up the Cutter, got some map counters, and got to be a threat that could actually do some damage, but Overlord here, and even the 2 mana up with the counterspell as well, looking pretty good for Chris.
There's never been more commentator moments that have been derailed by someone casting an Overlord of the Mistmore. It's just like, I'm making a point. Nothing matters anymore.
Yep, sorry.
The game has changed.
This game is altered a little bit.
It has to be, the most powerful creature in Standard. It just, Grave Titan 2.0, just a phenomenal, phenomenal card.
Yeah, there are not many cards that can affect the board the way Overlord does.
Yeah. It's like, I can fight through this. I can fight through this. No, you never can.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah.
But Alex says, I'm going to keep trying.
I'm going to try. Okay. Second Otter Planeswalker. Second Rawl. Do you do the same? Do you make an Otter, or do you have to brainstorm for something? I mean, now the pressure's on, and, just like Into the Flood Mob being the only real answer for Lockdown and High Noon, it's the same case for this Overlord. You can't beat that card.
Yeah, Overlord sort of has suspend 1, win the game too, where the initial casting is a unbelievable amount of value, blockers and stuff. But if you can't kill it, they get to basically do it again the next turn.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much all she wrote. So definitely, a little light on win conditions here, as most control decks are. But Overlord being, it's in the board, it comes in, it's an extra threat. Like I said, the games can get messy. This is not one of those messy games. This is where, hey, I'm just going to cast this Overlord, win this game. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But when the game does get messy, it can be kind of effectively powerful card. But yeah, and then suspend 1, there's that Overlord attack, and just so many moths. And Izzet just doesn't have a catch-up mechanic.
Makes a lot of sense. The Moth kills Rawl. Overlord smashes in for a big chunk of damage, and Chris just with a beating. I mean, this was just clinical. From the second they sat down to start their morning to the inevitable spot where now Chris Patello is now the leader, the sole leader of the tournament, Jim.
Yeah. Watching that match, I am not surprised that Chris is undefeated in this tournament. Looks like extremely well prepared for Izzet, but also has the advantage of the control deck is going to line up well against a lot of the decks trying to beat Izzet.
Yeah.
You know, a deck like Mono Black Demons, you know, a deck that's literally just Doom Blades and 6/6s, like, lines up pretty poorly against No More Lies and removal spells and card draw. So being able to have a deck that's good against the best deck, but also good against decks that are good against the best deck is a great place to be.
Yeah, 100%. In my testing, I could not stop playing the deck. I probably played like 70 matches. And I'm like, you know what? I need to test other decks. I kept thinking that. I'm like, I just keep having so much fun. But in my experience, statistically, the matches I lost to, Domain and Dimir, everything else I was having a pretty good time against. So, and those aren't, that relevant or that represented here, at least at this RC. So we are going to jump into a live look here at our backup feature as they are still playing, and it's a spicy one. The last time we jumped into a match with Jesse, it was pure chaos. So I hope you're ready.
Buckle up, folks.
Yeah, absolutely. So our players here, we have Jesse Pilond on the bottom. You might recognize that name as he did quite well at the last event with Boros Monument. I want to say still got his Pro Tour invite, but just lost a couple of win-and-ins at the very end to not get there. So up against Ryan Donkin playing Simic Terror. I said that without realizing what I said. Simic Terror, it's back?
Yeah, this is kind of like a popular, I don't want to say budget deck.
Old Eddie Merc?
But yeah, it's Larian Terror, Eddie Merc Crab, Up the Beanstalk, a very different Up the Beanstalk deck than Domain. This is almost like a melding of like the bounce decks and the Domain deck where you have these Beanstalks, this Towns, and the whole package with the Otter, Saga,
Stormchase Talent.
Sorry.
Yep. All good.
I don't mic off either, I guess.
Yeah.
but yeah, a deck that plays a very unique play style of kind of this flash, end of turn, play a threat, tap your stuff, unsummon things, kind of tempo game.
Yeah. Gonna be a lot. I love playing that deck too, but I just tend to think it probably has some pretty rough matchups. Can't imagine it has the best Izzet matchup when you play 1/5/5 when your opponent's going super wide. It can be a bit of a problem. But here we go, Llanowar Elf in the window here from Jesse, as well as a cash grab for the follow-up card. Almost always getting Insidious Roots, right?
Yeah, that is the card. Jesse's success in this tournament will be predicated on how often can I have Roots in play.
Yeah. And yesterday we saw some absurd games here from Jesse. Jesse's just low-key becoming one of my favorite players. Just plays Spice for us all the time and just does well, plays the decks extremely clean, and plays, artifacts and enchantments people forgot about or don't use, a.k.a. Monument and Insidious Root. Both players playing cash grab. Love it.
Nothing like a cash grab mirror.
Nothing like a cash grab mirror.
It's also fun to note that, this is not round 2 of a tournament.
Yeah.
Usually round 1 and round 2, you take some fun decks and like to see what some people are doing. This is day 2. Both these players are in contention for winning the tournament, for Worlds invites, for Pro Tour invites, and playing awesome brews. And there's nothing cooler than that.
Nothing cooler.
The idea of playing your own kind of brew, kind of, everyone's, gonna yin, you're gonna yang, and doing really well.
Any tournament you had where you won with your own brew?
Too many to count. I feel
yeah,
like
I'm
definitely someone who likes to be on the other section, not the most played deck.
Yeah, I'm kind of the boring most played deck person most of the time. All my big wins were the deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, just the deck that resonated with me. Like Copycat Combo and Standard for whatever reason. It makes a lot of sense. I love creature combo decks that have a good plan A. A.k.a. combo, and then can win with a plan B, Breach, Jeskai Copycat. So anytime I play one of those decks that really resonates with me, I usually do a lot better than, if I play Izzet Prowess, a deck that maybe doesn't resonate with me as much.
Yeah, he might act like the good guy in the booth, all fun and games, but Corey is the bad guy in the tournament.
Absolutely. Yep. We're both playing our opposite roles here.
Yep.
We're acting.
I'm an actor.
I'm an actor. Ryan playing stock up here. Any deck gets better if you just play 4 stock ups, though. Doesn't matter. You're gonna be doing quite fine. So Ryan is fully stocked up. Passes it to Jesse. And I got to say, this matchup does seem pretty decent for Ryan. I know Ryan is down a game, but I would think it's pretty solid, right? Like, you can have a fast clock with the 5/5s. I guess you don't have a ton of good ways at actually dealing with the card Insidious Roots, though, now that I look. You have Pick Your Poison in the yard or in the sideboard.
Also Reclamation, too. There's actually a lot of disenchants.
Okay.
3 Pick Your Poison, 3 Heritage Reclamation, and then, of course, the counter spells, too. So I think that Ryan tapping out this turn, knowing that Jesse has a Roots in hand, is strongly signaling that Ryan has access to one of these disenchants.
Yeah.
And then the issue here is that I think Ryan can deal with the card Insidious Roots decently well. The problem is the clock is a bunch of vanilla 5/5s.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of stinkers on Jesse's side to kind of chump block with. If an engine does get going and the plants start coming out, Jesse can buy a large amount of time to get things reset up.
Okay, that's fair. All right, so it might be a heinous matchup for Ryan. We'll see. And we get a couple of the all-powerful Ostomancer Adapt, the Underworld Breach Squirrel. Not sure if I'm saying that card right, but here we are.
Underworld Breach, Corey, ever heard of it?
I've heard some talk about it, but I haven't seen it yet. I'm going to look into it, though, here in the break.
Might be disappointed.
I can play it in all the formats, right?
No.
Okay. Great.
Not going to lie to you. Wouldn't get your hopes up.
Dang it. Heading to turn 4 here for Ryan. Let's see what we got. So you always want to keep track of your spell count in the yard. I see 4, I believe. Beanstalk doesn't count for your Tolarian Terrors. Stuff like that. So
it's pretty interesting that Jesse chose to not play the Roots. So that was a turn where Ryan was shields down for counter spells, but also maybe picking up on what I was picking up on where, all right, if Ryan's willing to tap out here, probably has a disenchant, is open deck list. The problem is, if not then when? When is Jesse going to get this thing going? Although there is 6 power in play. Kind of like you're saying with this combo deck with the Plan B. Grizzly Bears and Mons Goblin Raiders aren't exactly the most efficient beatdown squad. But they can get in.
Yeah, they're no plants or anything, but they get the job done.
Squirrels. Who would have thought?
Squirrels and plants. Oh my. What a feature match here to start our morning off. I love it. So let's see if Jesse wants to get in there. Now, Eddie Merc can be cast. You can do some damage there and tap down some of these creatures, but not worth it so far. And there's not actually a lot of counter spells here in Ryan's list. Just 3 get out in the board, so if they even came in. And here is definitely one of the best cards in Jesse's deck. There is the one of Soul Cauldron. Still not playing Roots, though.
Yeah, and important to note that Get Out cannot counter that one. Get Out counters enchantments or creatures, so.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Ryan's got to get a threat in play at some point.
Yep. And one other thing we want to take a look at, we joined this match live, and that Chris Patello match was still pretty long, even though it was a 2-0 kind of beating. Players got 13 minutes, so if Ryan wants to win this, Ryan's got to win 2 games in 12 minutes here. That's no easy feat.
Seeds of Hope in this deck is so funny. So usually you play Seeds of Hope in a deck with a almost all permanent, so you don't risk misgame. This deck has a ton of instants, so it's kind of like a weird dark ritual for these Tolarian Terrors and Crabs.
Yeah.
And I always feel like, is that good? Is that bad? I don't even know.
I've cast Seed of Hope in this style of deck so often, and I can never tell, no matter if I bring something back or I whiff, if I just cast a good card or if I just cast a truly unplayable card every time,
Right, for sure.
I have hope that it's good, but.
I mean, I don't think I've ever seen this deck not hit on Seeds of Hope. We just saw it right there. And you're just like, when I play that card with 8 misses in my deck, I miss. You've got 30 misses and you still hit. Come on.
I don't know if that gives you complaint equity if you're playing that card. If it gives you complaint equity at dinner, but we'll see.
So, pick your poison, pretty universal here. Just take out the artifacts or the enchantments.
Pretty nice stuff. I also got to say, that's a nice sweater from Ryan. I want that. That's nice.
That does kind of pop on the camera.
Yeah, I'm a fan. I'm a fan. Maybe SCG will get us some for our next commentating job.
Sweet.
They'll be waiting here for us.
I'm sure.
If I say it live on air, then it manifests it, right?
It is binding.
Nice. Okay. Ooh.
That's a stern no from the director.
Dang it. Dang it. Well,
We never get anything fun.
any fun. All right. We'll let it slide this time. We'll just wear our suits and ties.
We do look good.
We do look good. All right. Jesse's turn here. Let's see what the turn has to offer. Still have this Insidious Roots. I guess one has been dealt with.
So it's fun seeing the Graveyard Hate here. One of the weird things about this Crab Terror deck is that Graveyard Hate is really effective against it. Both threats care about cards in the graveyard, and if you're able to kind of like work on that graveyard, obviously Scavenging Ooze and Soul Cauldron are a little slower at that, but a card like Rest in Peace, for example, all of a sudden now your 2 threats cost 7 again. Things get really, really awkward. Yeah,
that's probably one of the reasons why this deck maybe fell off a little bit. Like into a metagame of Absorious Omniscience, you're catching strays. You're catching stray hate cards when your opponents are already playing Rest in Peace and Ghost Vacuums and stuff, and that can be pretty brutal. A very timely get out. Get that Scavenging Ooze out of here, says Ryan. I think that's a must. Scavenging Ooze is incredible, not only at facilitating your own roots, right? Like, can't you just be exiling your own cards to get some plants?
That is true, yes.
Yeah.
So it is funny how the Graveyard Hate cards, quote unquote, do play very well in this Roots deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, I've seen other Insidious Roots decks that have went to Abzan for like Ketramos. And when you can combo your Ooze with Ketramos, that ends up being pretty nice as well.
Yeah, those decks always look really, really cool, but the deck already has this problem of like trying to get things together the right way, and it adds another layer to that.
Yeah.
But it is very, very powerful when it gets going.
I mean, I truly didn't think, and I'm glad Jesse's proven me wrong here. I didn't think Roots was, even that much of a playable deck right now. Just, we've seen it plenty of times, that this is a deck that's been around, but it just has never really put up any big tournament results. So it always felt like that tier 2, tier 3 style deck. But Jesse's making it look great here. And there's only 3 players playing the deck here in the tournament. Not sure how the rest of them are doing, but 3 players planted their Roots.
Yeah, and I think Jesse's playing this game incredibly. Has never cast the Roots. Just using the squirrels, nickel and diming, bringing back the Scavenging Ooze, kind of making good exchanges, getting on the board. And then the threat of the Roots always looms, but Jesse's just building a nice board here,
Yeah. Just playing the plan B. I mean, that's a nice thing that I always love about creature combo decks. It's my favorite style of deck. This deck that can be a proactive creature deck that can win with, usually not so great creatures. You're attacking with Rogue Refiners and stuff like that. All right, I need to take that back about Rogue Refiner. That card's great. But what I'm saying is they're not extremely strong creatures you're attacking with, same like we're seeing here with Jesse. But when you can distract them with your minor attacks, and then they're like, all right, I need to deal with some of these creatures, and then you're like, okay, oops, now here's the combo now that your resources are tied up.
Absolutely. Love the scrappy gameplay. When these combo decks are not comboing, the games are always really, really fun.
Yeah.
And squirrel time. Is the Adept here doing the breach thing?
Looks okay. No, here is the Roots namesake card.
Get out.
Another one. Another very timely get out. And that makes sense. If Ryan's not playing proactive threats, what else is going to be in hand?
Yeah, and we're seeing the issue here, though, of the threat base of Ryan's deck is very polarized. It is 5/5 vanilla ground creatures.
Yeah.
And Ryan attacks here. Jesse can take 5, attack back for a lot, can chump block with this Maverick, attack back for 6, so the attacking options on Ryan's side are fairly limited.
Yeah. Here's the stock up off the top. You got to be feeling pretty good about that. Looks like we have 1 card in hand, now up to 3. Let's see what we can find. And now, 6 minutes left in the match. It's starting to get to the territory where Ryan cannot win. Ryan is playing for a draw. I don't know if we're there quite yet, but it's getting there, right, Jim?
Yeah, it's really close.
Yeah.
Ryan's deck is maybe capable of, if you were to play some early Ritual Seeds of Hopes and get out some Tolarian Terrors, but, you know, in a deck like Jesse's where there are just so many random creatures just hanging out that can chump block, it would be extremely difficult.
Yep, I would have to agree. You got to get going now. You can't spend too much time on your stock-up decisions. Here is the Bushwhack with the Crab onto the Scavenging Ooze. Scavenging Ooze is upside down because I think it's representing a finality counter as well.
Agree. And this is the, you know, the kind of issue with this Simic deck is that the removal is mostly just bounce spells and these Bushwhacks. You know,
yeah.
1 green fight, not great, you know, often used just to get a land, but kind of a backdoor way to have a removal spell, but not really able to push through. We've seen some of these like Splash Black for Go for the Throat and stuff like that, or even like Nowhere to Run, kind of put in the bounce package a little bit.
Yep.
But does not remove things particularly well.
Yeah, I mean, it is just the most clear split card. Play it early to feel that your land count, as well as fuel your Crabs and your Tolarian Terror, and then you got 5/5s in the deck. The fight usually is not so bad, but when your opponent's going wide and stuff, that ends up being not as great. So the Roots are back.
Yeah,
this is the escape cost here.
Yeah, Underworld Breach is going.
Yeah, Squirrel Breach popping off. And there is
Heritage
another
Revolution.
Disenchant. But you know what? I mean, it just can come back. Now, does the Insidious Roots get a finality counter on it? Would that be gone?
I think it only gets creatures back.
Only creatures? Okay.
Yeah, I believe so. But
okay.
The reality here is that, like, even with what's going on, I mean, with the clock at 4 minutes, like, I think that it would be... It's going to be difficult for Ryan to even win this game, you know?
Yeah.
And then if they were to go to game 3, I mean, barring a fast combo from Jesse, it would be pretty tough. But just look at this board. Like, you know, draw me a scenario where Ryan wins this game in 4 turns, 5 turns, 6 turns, 8 turns. You know, like, it just, you know, when your attackers are only limited to these vanilla 5/5s, you know, you really are kind of just stuck on what's going on.
Yeah, you are very right. There is just... no real way to break through all these ground creatures. And that's the thing. That's the thing is these Squirrel Adapts, you know, like, you have to deal with them. You have to physically get them off the battlefield. So those Bushwhacks kind of have to go for that, but they had to go for the Scavenging Oozes first. So, yeah, a little brutal. So clock just updated. I just got word that they did have a 5-minute time extension. Being in the feature match, you usually get a little extra time. Jim, does it even matter?
No. The problem is that the Adepts have Death Touch, and they cost 2 mana.
Yeah.
And the 2 primary ways Ryan has to remove them is to bounce them or to fight with them.
Yeah.
So there are not many good fights here. And then bouncing it, you're just going to replay it, obviously. And there's multiple in play. Jesse has the engine all set up here, even without Roots. You know, just like recasting creatures every few turns is totally fine. The fact that that Jesse's attacking here is pretty telling. Kind of weird, though, because, like, if you're Jesse, I guess it's 8 minutes left, so that's still a decent amount of time. But.
Yeah. I mean, don't you want to just activate the Adept again and play cards from your yard?
I mean, it's a pretty good attack.
Yeah.
You know, like, there aren't really many good blocks for Ryan, and damage is getting through. Now let's spawn more Overlords.
Oh, there we go. Overlord coming down of the Belmerk. Is that a Swarm Weaver?
It is yeah, I love it. We played one of that card at our Worlds deck at our Golgari, like Beans deck. Swarm Weaver's a nice magic card.
Oh, yeah.
If you're not a limited player, don't know what Swarm Weaver is, 2/3 Death Touch for 4. Makes 2 insects when it comes into play. And if you have Delirium, they get Death Touch and +1/+1.
Yeah.
It is an extremely hard card to attack into. The kind of card that honestly makes Ryan's Threat Priest look like a joke.
No kidding.
You know, 1/1 Death Touchers against these 5/5s. How do you ever get through?
Is this the reincarnated Hornet Queen, basically?
Very similar,
Yeah,
yes.
okay. Yeah, that seems like an absolute nightmare for Ryan. Oh, my goodness. Ryan's like, why did I have to get paired into this deck? Yeah, I take it back completely, where I thought Ryan would probably have a good matchup. This seems like a auto-lose matchup for Ryan. I take it completely back.
It's just so hard to get through.
Yeah.
You know, like, and, you know, this is, you know, kind of like the fun of seeing brews go against each other, where you know, if Ryan's playing against, you know, mono red that only has a few creatures, like they don't populate, make tokens. Obviously, Izzet does make tokens, which is kind of awkward too.
Yeah.
But, you know, Ryan's deck lines up well against decks that don't have a lot of creatures in play, or can kind of play this flash game. You know, these ward threats are pretty cool too. But if you're getting into creature combat, it can be tough.
Yep, totally agree. All right, here's Eddie Merck. Do some tapping. Tap the Overlord for 1 turn. That's great, but yikes. Still so far away from doing anything meaningful from Ryan's side.
Yeah, and, you know, there's a food in play. The Dredger's Insight is also slowly gaining a little bit of life.
Yep.
You know, there's all these little advantages kind of piling up, making the mountain that Ryan needs to climb higher and higher. Yeah,
because you are foraging off of this Adept. You can, by foraging in addition to paying its cost, so you can either exile the cards or sack a food. That is the other mode for anybody who didn't play Bloomborough Limited, basically. All right, so unsummons the Merc to be able to play it again, draw more cards off up the Beanstalk.
Yes, that'll allow for a Prowess trigger to trade the Otter with one of the Adepts. But here comes the Swarm Weaver, and the problem that was in Limited with this card was this is one of the best rares in Dustborn.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not the first one. It's the second one and the third one. A lot of these draft decks are able to cast it over and over and over again. I think that Jesse's deck is super primed to do with Overlords and Adepts. Just you get through the insects the first time, there's going to come back again, and it's just an impenetrable wall.
Yeah.
Just bugs.
That Scarecrow's nasty. Here's Tolarian Terror. 1 mana, 5/5. That draws a card when it comes into play. Normally you'd think, wow, that's amazing. But it's just not looking great at all on this battlefield whatsoever.
It's funny, if Ryan were to run off the literal perfects here, like play a terror, draw terror, play a terror, draw a player, play a terror, draw a terror, play a terror, draw a terror, and just put all 4 terrors in play, I still think Ryan is monumentally behind.
Yeah, I would agree.
One Swarm Weaver and these insects can deal with just a ton of terrors. You
yeah.
know? Yeah, but I'd read that one, Ryan.
That one makes sense to read. If you didn't play a lot of Limited, that will definitely happen. So, untapping. The Eddie Merc was still available. We know that one's hanging around, so sure, you can tap some things. Is there any spot where, you know, Ryan is able to tap down Jesse's stuff and then just straight, you know, get in there? Like,
the thing is with the Adept available, I mean, the Adept doesn't need to tap at sorcery speed, right? So if it gets tapped, it can activate. Just play a Llanowar Elves. Play 1 or 2 small guys from the graveyard, gain a little bit of life, you know, because it's kind of that burst damage effect where, like, yeah, if Ryan gets set up for this big attack, it's gotta kill Jesse because everything's just gonna untap again.
Yeah.
You know, so
that is fair. God, that's frustrating. So here is the Adapt. So you can cast creature spells from the graveyard. So once you tap it, you get to just cast as many as you want. It's not just a one, you know, type of thing. For anyone who has not seen that card in action.
Yeah, Insight should gain a life for the Scavenging Ooze itself, as well as the cards being exiled.
Yep.
Whenever 1 or more cards get exiled, so the grouping of cards for the cost, and then the Ooze itself.
Impressive stuff. I mean, that card does read like a very, very powerful card. The problem is it has to have a lot of setup around it. You know, like you need to play cards like Cash Grab. I mean, Overlord you already want to play, so that's just a natural, like, best buddy of this deck. But yeah, really cool stuff. Here's second beans. Ryan's thinking about those beans.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, with 2 beans in play, Ryan can draw a lot of cards. It's sort of like crazy chain I was talking about of, like, play a terror, draw 2, play a terror, draw 2, play a crab, tap 2 things. Like, maybe could weasel out here, but the clock ticking down, I mean, Ryan's playing for a draw even in that case.
That's the other question I'm asking. Is Jesse playing for a draw in this game? Like, does Jesse stop attacking at any point and just say, you know what, I just want to make sure I'm not dead? And, you know, because if the match does end 1-0-1, Jesse gets 3 points, of course.
I would think yes.
Yeah. Because attacking, it's not even like, oh, I'm playing for the clock, and, you know, you could look at that however way you want. But it's the fact that if Jesse got too aggressive and tried to attack to quote-unquote close this game out, that could be one of the very few ways that he actually loses.
Yeah, it's kind of weird here where Jesse has 2 unspent mana. And with the Adept activation, could have just cast 2 1-drops.
Yeah.
You know, so.
What are we holding up or representing is the real question.
Yeah. There isn't a lot of instant speed stuff in this deck.
Harvester of Misery?
Yeah, that doesn't line up super well against.
No, it doesn't. I don't even
Tauros.
think we'd bring it in, but.
No. Oh, there's another crab.
Okay. And then, we just attack. Do we win the game? 2 mana available. That can sack the food.
It's 5, 10, 15, and then
16?
the otter. But there's a food there also, yeah. And the ooze as well, so.
We did play both of these mercs this turn, right? Like, that was not a mistake by not attacking with one?
I thought one was played at the end of
I thought
turn.
so, too. Couldn't you have just... I mean, if that's the case, you could have just won the game, right?
Well, the ooze gains 2 life reach activation, but that's still less than 20, so.
But it would only gain total of 3 because one of the lands was a pain land.
Okay.
So go to 20. That's 21. I truly don't remember. There was enough stuff going on. I wasn't sure if the Merc came down this turn or not.
I thought it was end step also.
I thought so too. And if that's the case, maybe we just forgot about the life link. But, I mean, that was Ryan's one window to get it done. Now, I mean, you got to find many more Mercs, which, you know, 1, this town ain't big enough, is 2 more Mercs. Plus, you get to draw 6 cards.
Well,
I mean,
are we at the point now where an attack is lethal? You got 2 blockers, block the 2 biggest things. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 7. 1 short.
1 short. Okay.
Again, I'm still a little perplexed as to why 2 1-drops weren't cast last turn. But there's also a Maverick in the graveyard, too. So put 1 counter on one of the 1/1 flyers, and that's 8 points. That'll do it. So.
Looks like Ryan conceded and Jesse Pylon takes it down with this sweet, sweet Roots deck. I am a fan of this deck. Do you think Jesse or Questlove is a bigger fan of the Roots?
That was actually my music of choice on the way here yesterday.
Okay, all right.
Love me some Roots. So
I was hoping you'd get that deep cut there.
Yeah,
I mean, I love the Roots
I don't know
too.
Jesse's preferences, but I love the Roots, so
Yeah.
I'm in.
All right, so that was some impressive stuff. Jesse advancing to 8-2, still well and truly in top 8 contention. Jesse made a deep run in Minneapolis, hoping to run it back here. Maybe even has a loss to give with these last 5 rounds. You know, definitely possible. So that was a long round. So we have no more Magic for you here in round 10. We're going to take ourselves a short little break, and right around the corner we'll have round 11 ready to go. I'm hearing them being paired now, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here of the U.S. Regional Championship in beautiful and sunny. It's a nice day out in Hartford, yeah. Beautiful, sunny Hartford, Connecticut. My name is Corey Baumeister. That's Jim Davis. We're going to be getting you ready here for round number 11. We're well and truly into day number 2 here at this U.S. Regional Championship, and everything's starting to get a little serious out there. Not as much joking around, not as much, just having as much fun out there from the players. It's work time. These players got these Pro Tour invites on the line, and they're trying to get some W's. So let's take a look at the metagame here for day 2 and see what had a good day 1 and see what didn't. So we're down to 91 copies of Visit Prowess, but 41%, Jim. We started with 36% of Visit Prowess, so they did well, huh?
Yeah, I think this is buoyed a little bit by the fact that this is the kind of deck that better and more experienced players will gravitate towards. You know, among a lot of my friends who are all accomplished, players on the SCG Tour, on the Pro Tour, almost all of them are playing this deck.
Okay.
And so I think there's a bit of that going on. The win rate, I think, was around 52%. Some people run the numbers, no confirm on that, but
I'm confirming it.
So, I want to see win rates. I think it's a more important stat. I know number looks a little crooked. It's a lot. We're going to see a lot of it, but we're going to see, can it conquer the day 2 field? Makes
sense to me. Other outliers, I would think, from this, we had Is It Prowess. Omniscience was the second most played, and then it was Oculus. Dimir was a little bit lower, so I think Dimir had a pretty solid day 1. Oculus, maybe not so great. Maybe that is a deck that is falling off a little bit here as far as popularity and results. So, yeah, nothing really too big to write home about with this metagame, though, right?
I think that Dimir is actually a pretty big story.
Okay.
Dimir is a deck that it's kind of had fallen off for a while.
Yeah.
It is a deck that has had a phenomenal win rate in the last few weeks.
Yeah, it has been just quietly doing very well.
Leading into this tournament, it was at almost 55% in the last 4 RCs.
Yeah.
Which is exceptional. And then it had a very similar win rate in this tournament as well. And we see here it went from being like the 7th most played deck to the 3rd most played deck. A deck that is interestingly positioned in that it is not great against Is It Cutter. There's trouble removing that card from the battlefield. But it is good against almost everything else and has a puncher's chance there too. So kind of this like anti-meta deck in a way. But the fact that it's doing so well is a thing that must be noted. It has been a very large sample now. 5 tournaments at this 55% win rate.
And it's done well basically every tournament.
Yep.
It just keeps quietly doing well. And just so many people that I talk to that, were diehard Dimir gamers are just afraid of Is It. And, might be the most played deck, but it's still a pretty close matchup. But, you don't want to go into a tournament, you're like, all right, this is going to be 40% of the field and have a bad matchup against it. I get it. Just mentally, that is kind of taxing. So let's take a look at the standings that we have after 10 rounds. The true tournament leader, it's Chris Botello playing Azorius Control at 9-0-1. Picked up that 1 draw. Other notable names here, Connor McKenzie is a phenomenal player that we see on the Star City Tour all the time and was very confident going in with his Is It Prowess list. We have Xander with an Esper Pixie here, which we're going to see a little bit of that action here in a little bit. We'll give you a little spoiler. Any other big names? Zachary Keeney in 12th as well, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, Zach is phenomenal, really great player. Honestly, deck-wise here, looking at this, there are 4 Is It Prowess decks in this top 16.
Yeah.
That is a 25% conversion. Obviously, there are more players doing well, but we're getting to the point now where this is not like, there are 50 players at 5-0. Like, this is the cream of the crop. You have, top 10 here is all our X1s. And we're going to see the rest of our X2s here. But this is the cream rising to the top, and there's some prowess, but not as many as the day 2 metagame might.
Good deck diversity for sure. Let's take a look at 17th through 32nd, see how these players are doing. Of course, these are the tournament leaders. Now we're going down. Still all 8 and 2s. And what were you saying about prowess again, buddy?
I knew this was coming.
I
should have predicted this. All right, that's a lot of prowess. You found our prowess players, but a lot of great names here. Also, like we were saying, Sam Party, Connor Millay. Prowess is certainly here.
Yeah, will you just put your foot in your mouth there for me, Jim, while I get ready for this next feature match? As we are ready to head on down, let's get ready for our next feature match. You're not doing it.
I can't do that.
I can't stretch that far either. Absolutely not. So players are getting ready. The matchup we are going to see is Esper Pixie versus Mono Red, which I think is pretty sweet. We saw this Mono Red deck in action a little bit earlier. Pretty sweet. You know, it is the list that is playing 4 Witchstalker Frenzies. Outside, it's the Lizards in the main as well.
List.
Yes. So, I mean, Lizards in the main, not going to be as good against Pixie, I guess, but I guess they still have text. Do you think they'll stay in?
Probably not stay in.
Okay.
Pixie it's weird because Pixie casts a lot of spells.
Yeah.
High Noon is actually pretty against Pixie as well because they're constantly bouncing things.
Yeah.
But a lot of spells are creatures. You know, when you're casting Nurturing Pixie, casting Fear of Isolation, and bouncing stuff, that's not going to count towards the Lizard plan. So I don't think it'll be awful. It does not die to nowhere to run, which is kind of cool.
That's true. 4 toughness is a big deal here.
Right,
yeah.
But it's going to be, I would say, medium effective, probably sideboarded out, but not dented by any means.
Okay, and then as far as Esper Pixie goes, I mean, this was a deck that if we looked at the standard metagame, maybe the Spotlight in Atlanta, maybe previous RCs like this, you thought this deck is never going anywhere, right? Like, the only place that this deck is really going is, it's getting bounced to your hand, you're replaying it. That's the only place. It was always going to remain at the top of the metagame, but this deck kind of fell off. Mono Red and Gruul Mice kind of fell off. So all these decks that people think, like, the sky is falling, this is the deck that is going to win forever. Turns out Standard is a very diverse, rich format right now where we're seeing these shifts where not only are they not remaining the best deck, they're not even that represented here, so...
Yeah, the shifts for Pixie weren't great. Steelcutter in general is a hard card Pixie to answer.
Yeah.
You can play things like Loran or main deck disenchant effects, but they don't really jive with the flow of a deck.
Yeah.
And Pixie wants to play this kind of long, grindy game. If there's a cutter in play, just make a token, make a token, make a token.
Yeah.
And that kind of in play, And then also, folks play a lot of lockdowns, some splash damage too. So Pixie is a deck that's kind of fallen off.
Yeah, absolutely fallen off. Whenever your spot removal is met with a bunch of tokens, that's kind of not great. So sounds like our players are ready. So we are going to head on down and watch one of the more classic matchups. Mono Red versus Esper Pixie. Let's do it. All right, and heading down, getting word. Xander, not a great start, is on a mulligan to 5. And Percy Fang on the other side with Mono Red, who we saw a little bit of yesterday. Play a couple hired claws here and there in the feature match area.
So bad news for Xander, of course, being on the draw against Red and then on the mulligans. But historically, this is a pretty good matchup for Pixie.
Yeah.
Just casting nowhere to run over and over and over again. And this is the more aggressive version of Pixie, too, where we have the Scavengers. And, it's a deck that can turn the corner pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And more importantly, size up, which is great. So blocking is viable, and then, of course, turning the corner and attacking is very viable, too.
Are Scavengers actually good in the matchup, or is that something where you side out for more removal type thing?
I could see wanting to kind of tailor your deck a little more post-board and
Yeah.
have more removal, but I think it's totally fine in Game 1.
Yeah, I think that's a card that it just screams to me play draw. I want that on the play, on the draw, it's meh. But here's Hopeless Nightmare. Maybe another reason why this deck has fallen off a little bit is back in the day in Standard, people would just put a card into the graveyard and they would lose 2 life and they'd move on. These days, half the time there's a Baloth, half the time there's a Liege coming into play. And, these cards look a little bit worse. Even decks that couldn't cast Baloth were playing them a little bit, which ends up being really brutal. Also brutal, Xander, after 2 mulligans, was only able to muster up a one-lander anyways, which you got to just feel like I just got to the feature match finally, and this is how my deck is going to repay me.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean,
Yeah.
that Scavenger Exchange was actually very good for Xander. I mean, spending 1 mana to have them spend their entire turn 2 on a removal spell is pretty good.
Yep.
But can't afford to stumble here. The Pixie deck, the mana base of the Pixie deck is a little iffy at times. The 3-color mana base, need to have your right colors, need to actually draw the lands too.
Yeah.
It's a deck that does want to keep casting spells over and over again, but you need the ability to do that.
Yeah, another no land play just makes a 1-mana 2/2 that can't block either of the creatures from Percy, which is pretty brutal. And just not a great start at all for Xander.
Yeah, this sort of snowballing advantage too. You look at the board here, you see the Hired Claw can pump. We see the Sanctuary can come alive as well.
Yeah.
So even if Perseus doesn't have a spell here, just animating Soulstone, end step, untapping, more threats. We rage into, yeah.
Oh,
This is honestly, I think, a benefit for Xander. We'll just get this game over with.
Yeah, yeah.
The reality is that this happens sometimes. You know, you're going to mulligan to 5. There's nobody plays an entire tournament without mulling to 5 at least a few times and having a game like this. So it's fine. Take your lumps, pack it up, and go to game 2.
Not me, man. I don't mulligan to 5. I just keep my hands. They're bad. Don't get me wrong. They're bad hands, but you just start with more cards if you don't mulligan.
Clear eyes, full 7, never mulligan.
Exactly. The Seth school of thought.
Yep,
And he does pretty well, so.
Not too bad for himself.
Exactly. So the Lizard comes down. It did look like Percy was either very close to Hellbent or no more cards in hand. Get a Caves off the top, so we can start casting some spells. This feels like, turn 2, the thing you want to be doing against red. Nowhere to run, kill it. Turn 3, Pixie, bounce, nowhere to run. Like, that's when I can do that sequence up against this deck. I don't care what I played on 1. It could be Hopeless Nightmare, it could be Scavenger. I feel like I'm going to win the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, might be a little too late here.
Yeah.
Percy's in a spot where any draw is good. A land is good. Activate the creature land. Spell is good. It's a spell, so with 4 life points for Xander, we could see how this could be played out with more lands, but a little too late.
That was one of the worst top decks, but still good enough.
Yep.
Swift Spear coming in, Xander going down to 3. Now you are forced to it doesn't matter, it's lethal.
Yeah, with the monster roll and the pump as well.
Yep. Any blocks there, it's going to be Exacxes. And game number 1 heading to Percy Fang and his really cool take on Mono Red, which you were saying this is kind of the list that just won the most recent Magic Online Challenge, right?
Yeah.
With the Lizards.
Might add 4 main deck Lizards, but I think that Mage Bane Lizard is the new tech for Mono Red in this Izzet world. And Mono Red actually had a very good day yesterday.
Yeah, it did.
Win rate wise, it was well above 50%. Pretty good conversion also, and would not be surprised if Mage Bane was the catalyst for that. Finding a way to kind of turn this Izzet matchup, and they have good matchups across the field as well.
All right, so from our Lizard King, Percy Fang, what are you sideboarding in here up against Esper?
So barrages look pretty good. Sunspine Links plays pretty well here. Esper obviously playing a ton of non-basics.
Yep.
The fear is that Esper is a deck that can attack you. So on the draw, it can be a little risky. Depends on how aggressively you think Xander's going to sideboard. Are those Scavengers going to stay in, or are they going to come out? So could be more of a play draw kind of thing with the Lynxes. But honestly, barrages are pretty good. I think it's more of the same Percy.
Okay. And then for Xander, what are we doing here?
More removal. Grim Bauble is not a fantastic Magic card, but kind of what the Doctor ordered here. The games where Xander draws nowhere to run and does not draw nowhere to run are night and day.
Yeah.
Because drawing 1 copy of a card is like drawing 5. So if Xander doesn't have access to that effect, it can be real problematic. So bringing 2 more, worse nowhere to runs, but still quite good.
So I have a serious problem, okay, Jim? I have been playing this blue-white control list, right? And my list is nowhere near like Chris Patello's, but I want it to be Chris Patello's. But I don't have any more money, okay? I'm fresh out. So I really need to turn some of my cards into like store credit or cash or something. Do you have any solutions for me?
I do.
Okay, what is it?
Sellyourcards.starcitygames.com.
Okay.
Right? You can sell for cash if you need to, if you're a little strapped.
But I'm going to buy Magic cards anyways, though.
Right.
So, like, is there a better situation?
I got you with the cash. I'll buy that tonight. Don't worry about it.
Okay, sure.
But you're going to buy more Magic cards for sure. There's no way, no how. Don't lie to yourself. So you sell them in, you can get an uptick on the credit, which is great. You can have a little bit of a bankroll. So whether you're shopping online or at an event, you can go to the booth and say, hey, give me 4 Eddie Mer Crab, put it on my tab, and you're all good to go.
Thank God. Thank God. I need those additions in that deck because I'm going to be playing some more blue-white control. But, yeah, you've solved my problems. I appreciate it, Jim.
No problem. And I'm buying dinner, too. I got hustled here.
Wow. Yeah. Yes. All right. All right. I hear there's a Fogo de Chao here around the corner. You in?
You are not a cheap date.
No. Absolutely not. This is why I don't have any more money.
we got to talk about your spending. All
yes.
right?
Yes.
You're a little out of control.
My family is starving. I keep buying Magic cards. All right, looks like we are reading this case, which that's a powerful card. Do you think that one's coming in? Probably not, right?
I kind of do, honestly.
Yeah?
Yeah, the case is kind of a good grindy card for red, and the solve condition on the case is to be empty-handed.
Sure.
So if you get into a Hopeless Nightmare kind of game, it can be pretty good there. The red deck really does have to have a way to kind of push through all these removal spells.
Yeah.
So when you have these non-creature ways to gain more advantage, they do work pretty well in that regard. So I think Case is probably coming in.
Okay. So one thing I was wondering, we're probably bringing in those Sunspine links as well, and if we're bringing in Case, you know, we're definitely slowing down our game plan a bit. But you know, Witchstalker Frenzy, the Lizards, they don't seem amazing. The one thing I'm always curious about, as I don't play the red decks a ton, you know, it's not necessarily my favorite style of deck, although I have all the respect in the world for it. You know, it's a fantastic deck. Do you ever consider trimming? I know this is going to just be a sin to say live on air here, but do you ever consider trimming Monstrous Rage up against a matchup that has so much removal? I mean, historically, pump spells up against a deck that is killing all your creatures, bad. But is this just too unique, too powerful of a pump spell to ever cut?
I think that yes, you do want to board out Monstrous Rage in scenarios where they're overloaded with removal spells. However, this is not a pure removal spell matchup.
Okay.
You know, if you're playing against, you know, mono black demons, they just have like 14 removal spells, or a controlled deck, it's just like a million like lightning helixes, sweepers, temporary lockdowns, you know, and you are concerned with actually having a creature in play, Rage can be bad. But there is blocking going on here. You know, there are a lot of creatures in this Pixie deck. Whether the Scavengers stay in or not, there's still Pixies and Fear of Isolations. Plenty of things that block reasonably well, and Rage can push through those. I can see shaving down.
Sure.
But, you know, there is some pressure where the red deck wants to get in, get a few early creatures, and especially on the play, you can kind of overwhelm the Nowhere to Runs. So you have enough things in play where Nowhere to running one thing, there are still other things getting through.
Okay.
Definitely gets worse on the draw.
That makes sense.
So
I have some of those games, you know, when I'm playing a red deck, rule, this, whatever, where, you know, I go creature, creature, creature. They had the removal spells, and all of a sudden I look down at 2 Monstrous Rages with my opponent at 14, and I'm like, God, did I screw up? Like, this is the card, you know, so I feel like I should never take it out. But, yeah, I was curious on your opinion on that one.
yeah, I think boarding out Rage, there are definitely times you want to do that for sure.
Almost never all of them, though, right? Is there any matchup you actually take all the Rage out?
I think if you're playing, it's a pure control deck. They can all come out.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Again, play draw dependent, because when you are on the play, you can often find a spot where you can kind of sneak it in. But you don't want to be in a spot where, like, it's turn 7, they're at 10, you have a 2/2 in play. That's not Ember Heart Challenger, let's say.
Yeah.
You know, and you just attack, and they say, okay, what are you going to do? Are you should cast Monstrous Rage into 5 open mana? You kind of can't, you know. And
They're like, you got it? Yeah, of course I got it.
Right.
It's turn 8.
you know, whereas the Pixie deck is likely to tap out for some stuff at some point, have some blockers in play. But against pure control decks, yeah, absolutely, I think Rage should come out.
Love it. All right, let's get it going here. These players are ready to go. Xander with a Hopeless Nightmare to begin. Discards a Mountain here from Percy. And Percy jams the Hired Claw once again. I feel like it was Percy that, what did we see, like a 5-6 Hired Claw yesterday?
Yeah. and a handful of 4 mountains.
Yes. Yeah, may have not won the game with that, but it was still incredible. So here is Hopeless Nightmare number 2. The Nightmare continues.
It is interesting how this Pixie deck is kind of an A+B deck.
Yeah.
Where, you know, you want to draw a thing to bounce and things to bounce them with. Yeah, Nightmare time. Not the best matchup for it, though.
Yeah.
You know, and then the thing you are bouncing strongly influences how the game is going to play out. So against a control deck, this would be great. Sharp Bounce of a Nightmare, but you got to find that first Nightmare. Against an aggro deck, you got to find that first removal spell. Nowhere to Run and the sideboard Grim Baubles. So not having one yet is kind of telling of Xander's hand.
Yep, totally agree. 3 of a kind from both players, 3 Nightmares, 3 Mountains heading to the yard. It's kind of poetry.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing where against this Hopeless Nightmare deck, you can kind of keep some sketch to your hands because you know it's probably like a 6 or 5 card hand anyway.
Yeah.
And you don't want it to actually be a 6 or 5 card hand. So you can keep that 4 or 5 lander with a good 1 and 2 drop, dump those extra mountains, like to keep from Percy.
Yep, makes a lot of sense. Let's see what the follow-up for Xander is. Like, Nowhere to Run, Bauble. I mean, Grim Bauble is no longer viable anymore, but Xander needs to just control creatures as they come in. If you can control the first 2 and you give yourself this heavy leeway, this lot of breathing room, then you know, it ends up being a lot better.
One really important thing about playing against this Pixie deck is sizing is really, really important. Almost all of their removal spells are predicated on power and toughness. So if Percy can go up here on this Hired Claw to get it up to 4 toughness, you can get to a point where Nowhere to Run can no longer kill it. Grim Bauble could no longer kill it.
Yeah.
So it seems kind of weird against a deck with removal spells to be committing mana into a threat like this. But once you size up, now it's going to be very, very hard for Xander to answer.
Totally agree. All right, other hired claw here is, and they work together. You know, you do get to deal 2 when you attack, as well as, you know, now take 2 more from this claw. Percy missing land 3. Well, they're all in the graveyard, so that's where they went. Witchstalker Frenzy, though, also just being in the deck, it's strange to me.
Yeah, I think Frenzy is worse than the other removal spells, be it Lithomatic Barrage or a Torch Tower.
Yeah.
And you also might not be in a spot where there's enough attackers, but...
Yeah, the only time I ever like Frenzy is when I see a bunch of Shield Dreads, but there are 0 of that card, and there's only 2 Preachers in the list, so... Yeah.
I mean, that being said,
strange.
it is the only real answer to Preacher, you know.
Yeah.
Aside from double spelling it with a Burst Lightning and another removal spell.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, there's a Scorching Shot also, but
yeah.
Or a Kick Burst Lightning. But Kick Burst Lightning is a reasonable enough buyout, I think.
Yeah.
Where I think you wouldn't need as many Frenzies unless there was some 5-toughness creatures.
So Xander's done this incredible job of actually casting spells this turn and getting all these Hopeless Nightmares down, ripping apart Percy's hand. But this hired help here from Percy, these hired claws are just going to just go the distance if there's not a way to clean them up. Like, I mean, they deal so much damage. Now, when you attack with 2 hired claws, it deals 4 damage, right? Like, they each trigger?
Each one sees the other, yes.
Yeah, okay.
They each want to see, is there any other attacking lizards?
Yeah, so 4 damage.
Or any attacking lizards, period.
Sure, so 4 damage to the face, 5, 6, 7. Could be 8 damage coming in from these lizards.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. It's 1 damage for each claw.
Okay. It doesn't stack the 2-way yet.
It doesn't count the lizards. It just says, did a lizard attack, take 1.
I'm always playing against the deck, and I just never want to confirm for sure if it's the case, so I kill the creature instead. I know it's a bold strategy, but... So it looks like we are within combat. So this town bouncing a Nightmare and doing that. That was a decision because the other thought was this town, I don't know how many cards are in hand from Percy, but I think we were hellbent. Like, I think there's 2 cards now, the one we just drew. So another option you could have is this town during Xander's turn, bounce the big hired claw, replay Hopeless Nightmare, and get the hired claw. But maybe I missaw how many cards were in hand.
I think either way it looks good mana-wise, you know, because I don't think there's much to spend this Darkslick Shores mana on. So I think I agree with that.
Yeah. And now the Hopeless Nightmare will get the 1 card from Percy, but...
Still looking for that removal spell.
Yep.
Got to find a bauble, got to find a nowhere to run.
Yeah, and while this town ain't big enough, is just a phenomenal card in this deck. It's not that good against red when you're bouncing your opponent's things, you know?
It's good in conjunction with other things.
Yeah.
You know, if you are using it to, you know, rebuy your removal spells, rebuy your value, and then also buy a little time, it can be quite good. But haven't found that removal spell yet and haven't found a clock of any kind either, so bouncing 1 mana creatures is not so nice.
Damage, ping, ping. And now you could just go pump both claws, and I mean... It's pretty clear that there is no removal spell. Otherwise, you would do it pre-combat. Looks like Percy is valuing animating the Soulstone Sanctuary. And there is... When the Hopeless Nightmare flips to yourself, when you have to sack that to Surveil against red.
Yeah, I feel like sizing up there was pretty appealing. Having a 4 toughness and a 3 toughness creature in play, now Bauble's no longer viable.
I agree.
And then the 4 toughness creature, just having the 1 higher claw at 4 toughness is awesome.
Yeah.
You know?
Because if you ever draw land 5, then you can just attack anyways with the Sanctuary.
Right, and then pumping against also an option. And you also are at the point now where, because Xander has so much mana, if a nowhere to run is drawn, it could end up being cast multiple times.
Yeah.
And now these creatures are all vulnerable to that. I mean, even like, you know, 6 land, nowhere to run, pixie it back, nowhere to run, pixie it back, you know, or whatever else it might be. Some combination of thereof, you know, where, I don't know. So interesting choice here.
I'm with you, and I think that was a good lesson for players. When Percy attacked, it doesn't matter if Xander had the 2 cards or whatever in hand or 15. A removal spell's not there. You're at such a low life total. Xander doesn't have the play of where you can just absorb some extra damage here, not with the Esper Pixie deck. So that should have been a wide open call from Percy that these lizards were not getting killed. So just boost them up. You know, so I'm totally with you. I would have did that for sure from Fang's side.
Kind of funny here. That's kind of can get lost a little bit in the mix. Percy's at 8.
Yeah.
You know, like Hopeless Nightmare damage does add up.
It truly does.
You know,
I mean, we've cast 5 of them so far.
Yeah, like is it 5 or 6?
Yeah, maybe 6, but it
6,
didn't matter. All the Hopeless Nightmares in the world were not enough. And Percy Fang is going to take this one down in pretty, impressive fashion to start that off. Yeah. Any thoughts on that one, Jim?
Yeah, that was definitely a game where, like I was saying, finding that first copy of the removal spell is so important.
And just didn't have it.
Think about it. There were 6 Hopeless Nightmares cast in that game.
Yeah.
What if it was 6 nowhere to runs? Like, everything's dead.
Yeah.
And, like, all the mountains that were in Percy's hand don't really matter that much, So, like,
Instead, you get to trade the lands in the graveyard for all the creatures.
Right. So Percy ends up having 8 lands and no creatures,
Yeah.
So, the Pixie deck is polarizing in that way where it needs to find the right card to work with.
Yep.
Once it does, it really goes off. There's some A+B there for sure.
And I think, there's a little bit of it, whether you want to admit it to yourself too. I know this is a case, at least that's going on in my brain after I just mulled to 5 and got destroyed game 1. You see a playable hand for 7 and be like, well, I don't want it to happen again. I don't want to have a mull to 5 again. But without a removal spell, I'm not saying his hand definitely should have been a mulligan or anything like that, because that was still a good start. He just never drew into any removal spells, which was kind of brutal. So we got some more Magic, though. That is not it for round 11. Let's head on down and see what we got cooking here in this one. Looks like we have Brandon up top and Zachary on the bottom. Yes, I've been wanting to see this. Gruul Delirium, statistically, we have our stat sheets from our last couple RCs from US, Japan, Brazil, some of those. And Gruul Delirium is at the top with a 23-14 record at 62.2% win rate. So, hey, this deck looks like the real deal, Jim. Walk us through what's going on with Gruul Delirium.
It's interesting where, it's small sample size, obviously.
Yeah.
This is a deck that is honestly also kind of A+B in a sense where, like, it is trying to set a lot of things up. When it does the thing, it slaps. This deck can kill on turn 3.
What?
Yeah, with good mills off a Beastie. There's a double strike card. No, that's not these.
Violent Urge or something it's called, right?
Violent Urge alongside these hasty creatures. But needs to have some lucky mills there, too.
Yeah.
It has seemed to sport a pretty good matchup against Izzet, against small sample size as well.
Yeah.
But very powerful aggro deck. Kind of, a little off the beaten path when it comes to the other aggro decks in the format. Plays some 3-drops, so it isn't as bad against Lockdown, has some disenchant effects, and then has these 4 main deck Keen-Eyed Curators, which are exceptionally good against Omniscience as well.
So I love this style of deck. Just good old play some creatures. This has a lot of pump spells, which we don't see a lot of, but this is just a good Gruul mid-range style beatdown deck. And similar to like what we saw from Harlan Fuhr with the Boros deck from yesterday, we don't see a lot of these decks in Standard because, well, Esper Pixie, Orzhov Pixie is so good at dealing with creatures. There's such good removal, cut down, all these things that you can trade up. But hey, those aren't that popular. And if Izzet Prowess is the more popular deck where its only piece of removal is Burst Lightning and Unsummons, all of a sudden your 1-mana 3/3 looks pretty dang good.
Yeah, absolutely. This is exactly the kind of deck that can kind of come out of the woodworks because of the metagame shifts, because of Pixie and Nowhere to Run. Nowhere to Run's a card that pushed a lot of cards out of the format.
Yeah.
List of Sunslayer. Phenomenal 3-drop. It's just too bad to Nowhere to Run.
Snakeskin Veil.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Exactly. So almost extinct. But format shift. I mean, I would see a deck here with all these kind of 3/3 creatures and also Overprotect.
Yeah.
Which is Snakeskin Veil, the hexproof effect. So this deck can slam in, but it has to make the land drops. It has to find the Delirium. It has a bit of setup work to do.
All right, it's a Seed of Hope deck that actually hits. So I love that. Fear of Missing Out and Carplusion Forest.
So one of the fun things here with this deck, though, is I played this deck on stream a few days before the tournament.
Yeah.
There's times where you can just leave both cards in the graveyard. You don't have to take a card.
Yeah.
So we see here, bin both cards, and then I guess you have to take the land. But
you take the land.
But if in a scenario where you didn't need to, you can Delirium just off the Seeds of Hope like that. So.
Yep. So here is Delirium. Delirium's important for not only the FOMO, the fear of missing out, but as well as this 1 mana 3/3. You know, 1 mana 3/3 is an incredible stat line. Of course, you got to work to get it, but hey, I mean, that was one of the best uncommons in that set as well for limited. But the flip side, Brandon does have a very nice start of just a slick shot show-off that didn't die. Was able to bounce some stuff to tempo out a little bit, and now all of a sudden you have a large attack coming down here. And it looks like, I want to say Brandon had a bit of a pump fake here where he wanted to play the Storm Chaser's talent, maybe took it back, said I'll sleight of hand first. And this might be the classic case of a judge here. Hey, is that okay to do? You know, it's always fine to double check. Doesn't seem like anything has changed.
Now, one important thing about this Gruul Delirium deck is that it is removal light.
Yes.
There's 1 Witchsucker's Frenzy, 3 Bushwhacks as the only kill spells, and that is a thing that lines up well against the newer versions of Izzet that are playing Draycatcher, because you can kind of like block that, you know, kind of get around it, whatever.
Yeah.
Slickshot Show-Off is a card that kind of needs to die.
It needs to.
It can kill you extremely fast. So an uncontested show-off here is very, very threatening.
God, that card's such a show-off.
Always showing off.
Always showing off. It's like, oh, check out this cool kickflip I can do. You're dead. All right, so that should be 8 damage, right?
We got the sleight of hand and the Corey. It's 5. Yep, I count 8 too.
And huge mistake there from Brandon, not playing Corey Steelcutter first. All right, just kidding. It was probably sleight of handed into. Otherwise, there'd be no reason to do such a thing. Or you needed land 3. Plenty of those kind of things. Getting a Surveil. So here's the question. After you already get Delirium, do you still just always Surveil a card to your yard? Or do you go with vibes and like, you know what, this turn I'm not gonna. And then you draw land.
I think it's very open deck with space. You know,
okay.
if you're feeling it, but maybe you know, this turn I feel like it might be a land on top. I'm gonna mill that one, but yeah. So
we did mill another powerful card into the yard. The old 2 mana 4/3, the Wildfire Wicker Folk.
I think you want to keep going here fairly often for.
Okay, exiling some cards here. Looks like we're trying to... I was like, dang, that thing has flashback? What did I miss?
Right.
So, looks like we are trying to get this going. So the nice thing that Zachary can do is you can maintain Delirium right now. You can attack, and then after the 3/3 has already attacked, you can eat your own land. I guess you can eat your own land anyways. You don't have to sequence it that way. But one thing we could do, you know.
We're already locked up here. We have artifact, creature, sorcery, and instant. So
forget what I just said.
Curator doesn't actually have the word Delirium on it.
Yeah.
But kind of does, where if you exiled 4 more types, it becomes a 7/7 trample, which is a house.
That is a house. Didn't want to attack with the Patchwork Beastie, though.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense in the face of Cutter. So you have blocker for Cutter and a blocker for Swiftspear. The problem is that this slick shot show-off is clear for takeoff.
Yeah, this slick shot is just like, you know what? Hold my bird beverage. I got this. I am just going to solo this game. Hey, birds need beverages too.
Drink up.
Okay. Torch the tower. Pump fake. This is a torch for just 2. You could bargain away, I guess. Yeah, you don't get the token first, so you can't do it in that kind of order. So no, you can bargain away your own Corey Steelcutter, I guess, right? But so 5 damage from that, 6, 7, 8.
Oh yeah, that was almost an oopsie block there. So of course there is damage on the beastie, and the trample of the Steelcutter.
It's a monstrous rage. Nothing matters.
That doesn't matter. Yeah. So yeah, just cast that. And the slick shot's lethal alone, right? That's so much. So, you know, if that had been a Draycatcher of this game, I think it's a different game.
Yes.
You know, and that goes to show in the evolution. You know, and it's kind of funny when like a deck evolves and then evolves and then evolves and then evolves, and it comes full circle where everyone starts building around your new evolution, and then the first version ends up being good again. Yeah. You know, so it goes full circle.
Impressive stuff. Impressive stuff here from Brandon. Yeah, you know, like you're saying, the Drake catchers great cards. We've seen them do some good work, and I'm sure they're doing plenty of work as we speak out in this match. And is it mirrors? But man, when you slow your deck down so much, you open the door for decks like Gruul Delirium to come back in. And that's the thing about Standard in general, why I love the format, and why I think you and I, especially as streamers, content creators, hate the ban narrative. Hate it. Cannot stand it. We can all just play cards that haven't seen play in a while to attack the metagame in a different avenue. You can do all these things to attack, the most played deck, the popular deck, and go from that instead of, oh, this deck's the best, we need to ban it. Because, here is a spoiler, and I know this is, going to be tough to hear for everyone. Jim, there's always going to be a best deck.
That is true, yeah. The burden of proof is on the players where you got to give it some time.
Yeah.
You got to give players time to cook, If we go through a month and it's still, crushing everything, and hey, we had a month. Players tried for a month in major events to beat it and couldn't. Okay.
Breach, in a nutshell,
We can have a discussion then.
Yeah.
But give players a chance,
Yeah. Breach in a nutshell, it had a good win percentage, and then we were like, okay, maybe we need to respect it a little more. People respected it. 14-card sideboards. The win rate kept climbing. That's a problem.
Right.
Is it 50% win rate, 52%? Decks are coming up to answer it. We are definitely not at that category with anything in the Corey Steelcutter or Is It Prowess thing. Wouldn't you think?
Yeah, and I think the Magic players stop being lazy.
Yeah.
Is it, easy, good deck to pick up as far as it's straightforward. Plays a lot of play to it. I think it's a pretty easy deck to play up to 80%.
Yeah.
But that last 20% is a ton of skill you can really maximize.
Yeah.
But, that first 80%, if you play spells, you attack, you do your thing. So easy to pick up in that regard. But, you can also just, the biggest thing I got from yesterday was the player who's a good player, I'm not going to name them, but multiple players that I talked to yesterday were like, I played Is It, the mirror sucks. I hated playing the mirror. It's like, well, you signed up for that.
Yeah.
You decided to play Is It. You knew it was the most played deck. You're playing at least 3 or 4 mirrors. What did you think was going to happen today? So you made your bed. Now you got to sleep in it.
I want you to name drop that person to me after the show. I need to hear.
It's multiple.
Okay. So, Jim, I'm having another problem. Before we talk about sideboarding here, we've been talking about Modern, or maybe just I've been talking about Modern so much. I really want to find an event that I can play some Modern at. Even if they took away Breach, I just want to see how that metagame is adjusted. And you know what? I also have some aspirations to make it to the Pro Tour, but I don't want to go through the RC process of qualifying for this event. I only have time to play just one event. Is there any kind of event that could just send me to the Pro Tour, straight away with a top 8 or something?
Unfortunately, Corey, not you.
Oh.
You're going to be in the booth.
Oh, okay. What about someone else, though?
Everyone else watching, absolutely. We got Spotlight Series Indy coming up, and Indianapolis is going to be an open tournament event where you walk in the door, you pay an entry fee, and if you make top 8, you're going to the Pro Tour. Fantastic prizes as well. And, of course, it's the Spotlight Series for the Secret Lair, or there's a special prize where the winner gets to design their own secret lair. Now,
what?
With help from Wizards, of course. Secret Lair, my son's 2-year-old art projects might not make it through production.
I don't know. Your son's pretty talented. Yeah.
A lot of art hanging on that
wall. A lot of art.
It's pretty cool. But yeah, so really, really cool. Check us out May 30th to the 1st in Indianapolis. Beautiful city as well. I love Indy.
Me too.
All info at starcitygames.com/SCGCon.
Man, I'm never going to get to the Pro Tour, am I?
It's tough.
Yeah.
They lock us in this booth. They say, you guys can't get back on the Pro Tour. You're not allowed. You got to talk about Magic. And, it's not a bad gig.
I think the ankle shackles were a little much to lock us in here, but you know what? Whatever. I don't make the rules when it comes to that. So
they thankfully loosened up the chains a little bit.
Thank God.
I'm a little more comfortable.
I'm no longer bleeding here by my ankle. So thank you, everyone. That's not true. We swear. But
rattle.
yeah. The only thing I picture is if I, won that event, it's just me at a long table with 4 Wizards members at the other side, comically long, right? And I'm just pitching the most outrageous things, and every time they're just like, Corey, no, dude, you can help out with a couple of cards here and there and be like, all right, but hear me out. Every card, has my face on it.
Secret Lair, my favorite T-shirts.
Yes, absolutely. All right, we are underway. We got the 1-mana 3/3. The Paw Patch Beastie coming down, going to start surveilling. Sleight of hand off the Painland, though. We were kind of talking, last round how the Shivan Reef up against Chris Patello's blue-white control deck doesn't really matter. It matters against Gruul.
Yeah, the big thing about this Gruul deck, I think, is that it is short another good one-drop. Patrick Beastie is phenomenal. There isn't really another good one in the deck. Casting Seeds of Hope to set up is kind of fine. There are a lot of twos. The games you have on Patrick Beastie are phenomenal.
Yeah.
And the games where you hit a 2-typed card off your first mill are also phenomenal. So there's a lot of load-bearing weight on Patrick Beastie in this deck.
Yeah.
And the games it has a turn 1, especially on the play, are going to be in phenomenal shape.
Yep, great stuff. So there is a Spire Bluff Canal. I'm going to take a wild guess and say that was either found off Sleight of Hand or was top-decked. And we have the Storm Chaser's Talent bringing in a little Otter friend. I'm surprised those tokens are that far away, Otters have been this is pretty much an Otter-themed feature match area this weekend. I feel like they should be at every corner.
We've seen a lot of Otters.
So many Otters. They're so cute, but they're causing so much chaos this weekend.
That one's in color.
Yeah, that one's nice. All right, so there is another 2-typer, but we already had one of the types, so we have 3 types towards Delirium. We can get one more thing going. Something like a, Bushwhack or something would be great. Seeds of Hope.
That'll do it by itself.
Yep. All right, does hit. You get another 1-mana 3/3. You hit the land. You hit the sorcery, or that's an instant, right? Seed of Hope is an instant. Impressive stuff at how fast this deck can gather Delirium,
Yeah, when this deck goes, it goes. And
yeah.
It's kind of interesting how the Curator is it's kind of like this weird, somewhat anti-synergy where you have to exile the cards to give it its Delirium. But
yeah,
the base value of just being a 3/3 for 2 with great applications in certain matchups is phenomenal.
How about attacking for 10 on turn 3? Is that good?
I told you, this deck can kill fast.
Gruul Smash! Man, what do you think Zachary does with all his other 40 minutes every single round?
Get a nice lunch, get some snackies, maybe bring a coloring book.
Yeah.
He's preparing for his secret lair win.
Yeah.
You gotta get the coloring book going, and when you win, you just, Watsy, I already got you covered. Here's my secret lair designs.
Long table, whips it down,
yep.
Smack.
Get
There you
a
go.
load of this.
And be like, we've never went back on a prize, Corey, but we really want to with you right now. What is this Otter going to do?
So this is where the sizing is so important. If any of these creatures had 2 toughness, we could see an Otter block, or so you see monsters. We could have seen Into the Flood Maw, bounce one thing, trade the other one. But now it's to use the old defensive Monstrous Rage.
Ugh, vomit.
Yeah, which looks a little ugly.
I mean, it's still a 2-for-1 in favor of Zachary here just for having an overstated creature. Overstated creatures, 2-mana 3/3s, 1-mana 3/3s, when you face them into, some of the format's more popular removals, or maybe formats not so popular removals anymore, nowhere to run, stuff like that, it looks really bad. But when you're trying to tempo out your opponent who's playing overstated creatures really quickly, it ends up just looking really, really strong here. I'm curious how well or what Zachary's percentage is against the Izzet deck. 7-3, not amazing by any means. These players do have to win out if they have any hope of top 8ing, but still an impressive record. I'd be curious how well he did against Izzet.
Again, small sample size from the RCs over the last few weeks, but
not including this one, right?
Not including this one, yes.
Okay.
6-2 against Prowess is the Gruul Delirium deck on average.
Well, Zachary broke it. Banned Patchwork Beastie. I'm just kidding, chats. I'm kidding. I'm trying to put out the fires and then fuel them at the same time. Is that good?
Yes, that is content, Corey.
Okay.
You are doing it.
Sweet.
You are doing the thing.
Sweet. Taking a look at Breakout. Maybe we can do the same.
Breakout is an awesome card.
Yeah, Breakout is sweet.
Really, really cool design. It's kind of like an impulse plus put the creature in play. The cool thing about this card is that it is a threat that is also a spell. It's a type for Delirium. It's a spell for Prowess, too. It's played in some Prowess decks as well. Just a really, really fun card.
Think it's having its breakout weekend?
But we got a drum set.
Yeah, I think we should get one.
Yeah,
I think we should get one. Be like all the competitors will be like, yeah, the event was great, except all these hi-hat cymbals, you know, that were.
Or maybe a soundboard.
Oh, okay. That's fair. That's fair. You're too good at it at your own channel. We don't want to try to compete with you.
Oh!
We've given up. Snakeskin veil from the top ropes. How can you ever financially recover from that?
Snakeskin veil is almost always a blowout.
I mean, honestly, even if that got bounced, it's still a hasty threat. Like, it wouldn't even been that bad, but.
Yeah, the removal suite in Izzet is not ready for this. You know, there is a bit of splash damage where the Izzet decks are leaning a little more towards Torch the Tower over Burst Lightning to try and kill Draycatcher. That could kill some things here maybe, but, you know, we're just seeing Stomp here. Just some big idiots. Get them in the red zone, just do the thing.
Even Torch the Tower, like, there are some 2 toughness things, but for the most part, this is 3 toughness galore here from this Gruul deck. There's the old Haywire Mike coming down. Can eat up a Corey Steelcutter if you need, or a Talent if you're about to activate level 4. But right now, Brandon's at 2. I think we're heading to game 3.
Yeah, this was a extremely impressive draw. Again, a lot predicated on the Beastie. You know, if it had been turn 1 tap land or turn 1 Bushwhack for a land, then turn 2, you know, 3/3 or whatever else, you know, that 1-drop really pushes things along. And one of the problems with that is, you know, having played the deck, is that when you don't draw the 1-drop, turn 3 is really awkward, where you have like another 2-drop, but no additional 1-drop to play or double spell to play. So Beast is really, really important and gets the job done.
So how pronounced is the play draw when it comes to this matchup? It seems like Gruul Delirium especially is very dependent on the play.
One of the things, if you want to answer that question yourself for any matchup, is just look at the deck's removal. You know, how is this deck capable of breaking a serve, of, you know, kind of taking it so it's, you know, hey, oh, you played that thing, but I can kill it and kind of get back in over here. Not a lot of removal in this Gruul deck. You know, we see in the board for Frenzy, it's really not much, you know, honestly.
Yeah, not much.
To the point where Pyroclasm is kind of interesting, where it's a card that can mop up some tokens, and most of your things live through it. But for the most part, breaking serve is going to be just playing some idiots and mushing in. So play draw, therefore, becomes really, really important.
What about from Brandon? What are you bringing in here up against Gruul?
So that Flood Maul looks pretty good. You got to deal with these larger creatures. Rebel Salvo. It's not a great exchange. You know, Salvo is a, you know, kind of like there's a bunch of these 3-mana deal 5s in the format. Occasionally it costs 2 because of an equipment in play, but usually they're killing Sheoldred, Preacher, cards that you either trade even or up on mana on. It's got to come in here, I think, to kill these larger creatures, but it's going to trade down.
Okay.
It's going to kill a 1-drop or a 2-drop, so that's not a great exchange for Brandon, but probably needs to come in. Torch Tower plays here. You know, you can sacrifice a token, you can sacrifice a Swordpiercer's Talent to kill one of those 3 toughest strings. But yeah, bring in the removal spells. I think Brandon still wants to be aggressive because, again, being on the play is very, very important, and Zach kind of lacks the comeback mechanics, but play draw, very, very important.
So, Jim, I need help with another problem, okay? So, my first Grand Prix top 8 I ever had, one of my proudest moments, it kind of, you know, started my career, was in Miami, okay? So, I had the greatest time. I made the finals of a Grand Prix. It was super sick. I also really, really love Florida. It's just a place I really want to visit again. And a side note, big fan of space. Is there anything coming up that, you know, I can look forward to?
Wow, Corey, that was a very specific set of circumstances.
Dude, I love space.
I like going to Florida. I like space. I won a tournament once. Well, lucky for you, a confluence of all of these things has come together in Orlando in late August.
Wow.
Spotlight Series Planetary Rotation. And aside from all the things you mentioned about things that you just happen to like randomly, this is going to be a really exciting tournament because it is rotation. So we're going to be seeing Edge of Eternities coming out, the big standard rotation, and this is an open event. This is a Spotlight Series event. You bring your deck, you show up and you play, no qualification necessary. And then top 8 players are going to the Pro Tour. So StarCityGames.com/SCGCon, August 29th to the 31st. Hope to see you there.
Awesome. Far out, man. That looked sick. That looks absolutely sick.
And I'm so happy, Corey, that you have an event to go to that just melds with all of the things that you like.
God, that is really good. SCG really has something for everyone, huh?
They got the finger on the pulse.
Man, they got it going on.
Speaking of the finger on the pulse here, turn one Beastie again. Clutch.
I mean, if you're 7-1, you're crushing it at this tournament. That's your, I mean, what, only one drop, right? Like, that's the thing is you don't really want to play a lot of Lana Wars. You have a lot of 2s. You know, 1 to 3 is, of course, awesome in these kind of decks, but you really just need beefy creatures here. So I like not playing Lana War in this Gruul deck, which feels kind of wrong, huh?
Yeah, it's weird. I feel that too.
Yeah.
You know, but this is the ideal scenario for Zachary where Brandon's turn 1 play was a cantrip. And I feel like you always pump the fist. When Izzet goes turn 1 land, cantrip.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God, not a creature.
Yeah.
You know, because all these cantrips are meant to be played after the creatures are already in play. When they're played as setup, it can buy your opponent a lot of time.
I'm greedy. I really hope my Izzet opponents just don't play land 1. Then I fist pump, you know, like anything else. I'm just like, wow, so lucky. Had a land and a 1-drop.
Has that happened often?
No.
Okay.
That's why I'm here.
Just checking.
I don't win often. Zachary plays a mountain, and I gotta say, those are my favorite lands. I love them. Zachary's got some fantastic taste. Big shout out to John Avon. I love his lands so much.
Not a fan of flavor.
Don't even trash those lands if you're about to,
Right,
Jim.
I'm gonna step out of myself.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you.
The art is great. They're very nice.
Yeah, because I mean, you know, everyone's entitled to their opinions, but if they're just so wrong, you know, like I just don't know how to handle it, Jim.
They're nice.
Okay, there we go.
The art is nice. I wouldn't play them personally myself.
Oh my God.
But they are nice.
Fair enough. Fair enough. We'll let it slide. Corey Steelcutter into an opt, gets a 2/2. That's going to be very sad in the face of these, you know, 2 creatures that are larger. You know, we cannot block with Patchwork Beastie, but the fear of missing out will be plenty fine getting in the way here. So going to be just a pass here from Brandon, and this is going to be one of those turns. If we can get Delirium, I don't think I can count that high, Jim.
Yeah, there's a wide range of outcomes for next turn. It could be an attack for 2 or an attack for 10, and that attack for 10s with no help. If we see something like a Violent Urge.
Isn't it 8 with no help?
You're right, 8. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Because FOMO can't attack twice. I was getting a little ahead of myself.
Yeah.
But, you know, you throw in a Monstrous Rage and Overprotect, a Violent Urge here. This is where those turn 3 kills can come in.
Yeah.
Where, you know, if it's mill over the Carver Delirium, Overprotect, Violent Urge, Double Strike, that's 6, Double Strike, 12, 24 damage on the double attack, 26 damage total.
Yeah.
So, didn't happen here, but still a phenomenal Delirium up the SC to Hope.
Yeah, so Found Delirium still could, Violent Urge, and what it would be 8, 9, 10, Double Strike. Yeah, I mean, it still would pretty much get it done, right?
It's a lot, yeah.
It's a lot.
But I think also this more modest play of just kill your cutter,
18,
get Delirium, get him for a bunch is also fantastic.
Yeah, it would have been 18, I guess, if my math was right there, if you just had the Double Strike. But, God, that's incredible. But instead, Haywire might deal with the card that's getting Brandon ahead, and now you look. What would Brandon's best play be? Probably removal, right? But that's just not in the cards for these Izzet decks. God would just pray for a lightning bolt, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. Then this deck would probably be a problem.
No question.
No question about it.
Yeah, and this is the problem with the Izzet deck where, you know, it's great. Doesn't play great from behind.
Yeah.
There aren't really many catch-up mechanics. And Zach's at 24 life, 2 life off Seeds of Hope, 2 life off Haywire Might. So Brandon can't defend super well and ain't killing Zach anytime soon. That is a recipe for success for our Delirium player.
How does Land Go help out Brandon's chances?
I'm trying to think of a combination of cards that
Yeah.
aren't even in the deck.
You know, like, God, if you had some removal, like Lightning Strikes, if you play those, but they just do not work well with Corey Steelcutter whatsoever. So as great as that powerful artifact is, the cost is real with the deck constraint. It's not like a companion where, you know, Luris, you can't play higher than 2 drops, but it kind of is. It kind of has that hidden companion mode for a big deck restriction here because you just got to play cheap stuff.
Yeah, and the Prowsy decks already have those restrictions where, like, you need to find the right mix of spells and threats, and that adds another wrinkle to it as well.
Totally agree. So breakout coming down.
Woo!
And we have officially broken out. If those 2 creatures were already tough to deal with, how about 2 more creatures that are coming in right now? How does that feel?
4/3 trample haste.
So let's see. The total amount of damage, we have 8, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 if we wanted to max out.
Yeah, the fact that the FOMO was allowed to attack here, I mean, I guess we could see a bounce on the thing it targets.
Yeah, the hasty threat, go on.
Right, yeah. So, but again, into the Flood Maw, which is the primary defensive feature of the Izzet decks, and is admittedly excellent in a lot of spots. Against Oculus, against Lockdown. Not so good here. You know, bouncing these 1 and 2 drops that often have haste is just, you know, it's a winning line if you're able to turn the corner, win the following turn. But defensively, like this, pretty ugly.
This better be a historically powerful monk here, as this has to do some serious work. I mean, anything less of removing 1 or 2 creatures from the board while a monk eats a threat is not good enough, I feel.
Yeah.
You know, maybe 1 monk trading and 1 creature dying is okay, manageable, but I think for Brandon to have a good chance at this game, that's what you need. And I think Brandon really needed that Corey Steelcutter to go main phase, 2 spells, get a monk, your turn. During Zachary's turn, 2 spells, get another monk. That would have been something that's incredibly impressive that the Izzet deck can do that we don't see often.
Yeah, being able to double utilize the Steel Cutter where you're using both turn cycles, because you're only allowed 1 flurry available per turn. So breaking the symmetry on that, having a flurry on their turn and on your turn is very powerful and kind of a way to get back in here. So still a lot of work for Brandon to do, though.
Yeah, totally agree. So 1 creature is dealt with. This is a 3/3 coming to Munch. You just eat FOMO, right? Yeah.
I find it hard to believe that Brandon would have that many more spells in hand, because I would think FOMO would have died to a removal spell earlier. It's like...
I mean, just what removal spell kills it, though? That's the thing. I bet he has a torch.
Oh, defensive Monstrous Rage. If you want your opponent... If you want Monstrous Rage to look bad, either you need to play a bajillion removal spells, like we were saying earlier, or force your opponent to use it defensively.
Wasn't that not needed, though? Wasn't it already a 3/3?
Once stack the roll.
Get
that token going, you know, a little. That's a creative little play there from Brandon.
Ooh.
So, you know, not a thing that happens very often, but the roll is a token. It is sacrificable to bargain.
Ooh, I'm picking up what you're putting down, Brandon. Okay, that was the turn we needed. That was exactly it, and it only cost everything.
I mean, that being said, that wasn't a bounce spell, right? We got Brandon and I got to kill things there.
Got to kill 2 things, and the creature ate something. That was exactly what Brandon needed, and that was truly impressive. And wow, look at this. Now Corey Steelcutter into a talent looking like Hellbent, but who cares? That was impressive. An Otter and a Monk are coming back, and now all of a sudden Zachary needs something big. That was super impressive from Brandon.
Yeah. 2 important things here. One is that Brandon is out of cards, but has a talent in play, has 5 mana to rebuy a spell next turn, has this good board going. 8 life is a lot of life here. You know, not a lot of damage gotten through. And then Zach's down to 2 cards. You know, there might not be that many more threats coming. Wow. And Brandon's just coming in.
How risky is this? Because I'm looking at the deck. There's a lot of haste threats. There's Screaming Nemesis, Tursa Light Shatter, the Wicker Folk. Like, this might have been a little too aggressive.
Now, to be fair, the Wicker Folk has Trample, so the one blockers aren't that good against it.
Sure.
There's Rages and stuff, too. Overprotect also gives Trample. So, oh, my God.
And, that, I mean, there's no cards in hand, so attack for 8. That should be Zachary just cleanly taking it down, and that's the game. Zachary Augustine takes it down with Gruel Delirium in super impressive fashion. I am here for that Gruel deck.
Yeah, that was really cool. You know, the double strike stuff. It's funny seeing a deck list with 3 Violent Urge and 1 Monstrous Rage.
Yeah.
You know, well, wow, isn't Monstrous Rage the best card in the format? Like,
gotta ban it.
Got a Violent Urge instead too. So I like seeing this sort of like build your own Embercleave aspect of this deck.
Yeah.
Overprotect. It's gonna give it the trample, give it the double strike, and that allows those fast kills. It allows a way to push through. That that turn was so good for Izzet. You know, they killed a bunch of things, actually really weaseled out of what looked like a pretty bad spot.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, you're just dead. Sorry.
Honestly, both players' draws were great there, and Gruul still took it down. You know, they both had to inch out every bit of value from their hand, but still, looks like Gruul, hey, maybe is a solid answer to these Izzet decks. So, you know, go queue this deck up on one of your online platforms and give it a shot. Looks pretty sweet to me. So that is going to be it for round number 11. We are going to take ourselves a short break. Round number 12 will be on the other side of this. Don't go anywhere. right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here of the U.S. Regional Championship here in Hartford, Connecticut. Corey, Jim, we're going to be bringing you coverage here for one more round before we get the ever-so-talented duo of Ailey Loney and Reed Duke in here to really start shaping the top 8. You know, like, we're getting close. I don't think we're quite at winning in matches yet, but honestly, next round for those top 2, maybe top 4 players, we could seriously be looking at it, don't you think?
Yeah, this is the serious phase of the tournament.
Yeah.
You know, we're in the end game now when it comes to the Swiss, where we're kind of getting into it, getting players. You know, these matches are all insanely important. Either they're on the edge.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen players at X3, they can't really lose again, you know, or players who are doing a little better than that, trying to really punch it home. So let's see where we're at.
All right, so up top, we still have the king of the tournament so far, Chris Botello, undefeated at 10-0-1. And then we have 4 other players here at X&1 as well. Now, these players, with what? We have round 12, 13, 14, 15, 4 rounds left. If they win this, it pretty safely is a win and in for the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
I think 4 losses, you know, is kind of that sweet spot that we've seen before. It's not always the same, but that kind of can be a win and in and get you locked in for the Pro Tour. So we have Izzet, Mono Red, and Orzhov Demon. So still a pretty diverse top there. And then we have Zachary Keeney. You know, I've commentated matches from Zachary where he is EXO at a Pro Tour going into the last round. So, and he looks the same as when he's playing one of these matches. He's a very calm, cool, collected player. We also have Connor Mullally down at the bottom there at 9-2. Let's take a look at the next page and see what we got cooking here. Jim, any notable names here?
We saw Peter yesterday in 17th place. That was round 2?
Yeah.
Love seeing the progression. You know, you kind of forget. Oh yeah, that was round 1 or 2. But that was still in this tournament.
Yeah.
You know, and we got Logan Mize, SCG grinder from back in the day. We also got Rob Cedar still. Rob, oh my God. Rob is another draw.
Oh my God, he's done it.
Yeah, but still a great record at 8-1-2. Still in the hunt for sure. So a lot of great players here, and still a lot of work to do.
And I guarantee Rob Cedar's deck, his cards are just completely beat up. They always are. He plays so much Magic with the same kind of cards, so gotta love it. Big Rob fan. So let's take a look at the deck list as we get ready for our feature match. And oh my goodness, it's Dimir Midrange. Walk us through this one quickly, Jim.
So I'm excited here because this is the deck we've been talking about that's actually been doing quietly really, really well, both in this event and events leading up to it.
Yeah.
Kind of a classic deck. Nothing too crazy here. You know, Deep Cavern Bat into Enduring Curiosity, into Kaido. Kind of leveraging the fact that these black cards are great in this format. Preacher and Shield are very hard to kill. A lot of great removal spells. And this is going to be a big test because it is a little weak into Corey Steelcutter.
It is.
But it is very, very good elsewhere. So if you can have a decent enough matchup against the best deck and beat everyone else, that is a great place to be in a tournament.
Well, let's just hope Dylan's not playing against Izzet. Let's take a look at Dylan's opponent, and oh crap, it's Izzet. Logan Mize playing Izzet Prowess, Jim.
Yeah, this is the test, you know, and I think that the Drake catchers here kind of like catch a little bit of a flack where they're good in the damage-based removal mirrors.
Yeah.
They're not so good when your opponents go for the throat. You know, no reflection stuff too. So, and they also can't provide that kind of surprise burst damage or setup that Slickshot Show-Off can.
Yeah.
Where you can just plot the Show-Off, kind of wait and find a good opening later and then tap out for a demon. You can like bounce it or whatever. So a little less playability there. But yeah, it's still cutter or bust here, I think. You know, cool. I think if Logan gets a cutter in play, going to be in great shape. Without the cutter, I think the black deck is favored. Okay,
sweet. Let's check it out and head right down into the feature match. It's round 12 here at the U.S. Regional Championship. Let's go and check it out, see who can take this one down. All right, Logan Mize at the bottom. Played against him many, many, many times. And then we have Dylan Morgan up top. She's on Dimir Midrange. Going to do some crushing here with it. Has been all weekend with a record of 9-2. And Logan Mize starting it up with the talent.
Yeah, the Dimir Midrange deck did take down the Australia Regional Championship. You know, so it is definitely, that was, I believe, last weekend. So, you know, kind of on the up and up here a little bit. You know, definitely fell off for a while, but of course we always see that circular nature of Standard where things kind of go away and then they are good for a while and then, oh yeah, now they're actually kind of good again.
Yep, absolutely. and players are adjusting. I got a glimpse. That was 2 Monstrous Rage and a Swift Spear. So, I mean, Swift Spear, Monstrous Rage here, unless Logan top-decked, some opt or something. Maybe you would rather do that, but you also just kind of want to get your damage in when you can.
Yeah, I think it is important with these rages against these decks playing a lot of removal spells, especially when they're going to be leaving mana up often for these flash threats.
Yeah.
Take your shots.
Yep.
Get your damage in, There is obviously some life gain in the Dimir deck with Shielder and stuff, but kind of want to just get it done.
Yep, absolutely. And now, what do you put the Rage on? We're going to see it on the Swift Spear, but do you have any other thought? I would lean to put it on the less exciting creature. Just thinking of cut down is what I would be doing. I would put it on the Otter. Am I wrong there, or is Logan wrong?
It's close. Cut down is the major consideration.
Yeah.
But not relevant here.
And it's only 1 extra toughness, so it truly isn't that big of a deal.
Right,
but
where any 1 prowess will be through cut down anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can spread it out here.
Minor either way.
It's very close, yeah.
And I do love how we see from Dylan, she's playing 3 Duress in the main. I feel like that's where Dimir has to go. You need to have that card on the play or the draw. You can deal with Corey Steelcutter. So I like that inclusion. I think it's just kind of needed against the card that's just so good against you.
Strong agree, yeah. Spell Pierce and Duress being able to break serve on the draw against Cutter is extremely important.
Yeah.
When you're playing Dimir, you really don't have many, if any, ways to get Cutter off the battlefield, and especially not permanently.
Yeah.
The ways would often be bouncing it, which is not great, and there aren't any in this list because it's just not great. So sidestep that, try and get rid of it before it either enters the battlefield by discarding it or countering it, and then, if you can get that part of the sub-game out of the way, all these kill spells end up looking really good against the pretty light threat base of the Izzet deck.
Totally agree. Yeah, if your opponent's spinning their wheels, drawing cards, you got Kaido and Curiosity to, punish them for taking that line. And if your opponent's just, casting creatures, Swift Spear, Otters, you just kill them. So I like that approach. The only thing she can't deal with is the Corey Steelcutters. So having that on lockdown is great. So one other thing from Logan, we know there's another Monstrous Rage here. So this is already looking like he could be presenting, close to lethal or lethal if we have another follow-up spell here, Jim.
Yeah, a double Rage draw on the play. What makes this deck so good is this, where even in the deck playing a lot of removal spells and stuff like that too, you can't play a kill spell every turn. We need to do so Duress. A little setup here on the Spyglass Siren as far as wanting to find another land maybe. And if there's just a Rage explosion here, sure, but this is obviously very good too.
Yeah. So just goes for the Corey Steelcutter, almost assuredly found it off opt. And, hey, it's not that safe in your hand with Duresses in the main. It's safe as on the battlefield, even if it's not, being activated on this turn. So what do we got? We got an attack here for 4 from the Swift Spear and 3 from the Otter.
Yeah, 7's a lot, and I like this play a lot, understanding that, listen, like you're saying, Cutter's safer in play. Just get this thing down. I'm already in good shape on the board. But if things start to go haywire, I have this Cutter, and I can start grinding.
And if you Monstrous Rage here, I feel like if Dylan's at 2 or 5, it's pretty close. So I think Monstrous Rage should only have been cast there if, number 1, there was nothing else to do, and number 2, if it kills your opponent.
Yeah, and now Dylan's in a lot of trouble because not really beating the board, assuming there's literally any spell to cast, which I'm sure there is. And, obviously has access to some removal spells here, cut down, go for the throat. If we were to see a double kill spell here, that'd be kind of nice. But one of the issues with cut down in a matchup like this is how awkward it plays against Prowess and Monstrous Rage, where you put yourself in a spot where if you cast a cut down, and we see spells in response, or if spells have already been cast, you're forced to cast it at an awkward time. So it is kind of almost like a Burst Lightning in that respect, where it's unusual for a black removal spell to be constrained by toughness.
If I was Logan, I would deduce from how Dylan has played this game that there is not a cut down. There's no way she is not cutting down my Swift Spear with a Monstrous roll while I'm tapped out. That's the deduction I would have in my brain, so I would use that knowledge, for this turn. Now, that doesn't mean it can't be an Annoyed, it can't be a Go for the Throat, but I would deduce that that one specific card is not there.
I strongly agree.
Yeah.
And then it comes down to, okay, well, what other 1-mana card can Dylan pair with their removal spell? Because I agree. Very, very likely as I go for the Throat or Anoint here.
Yeah.
Spell Pierce is the only other 1-mana card that can come into play here. So could be a possibility. I think that some combo of multiple cards here is probably going to be likely, although Logan just taking it a super low-key approach to his turn.
Yeah, give that otter a sword.
It's pretty rare you see an equip this early in the game.
Yep. Okay, so it is the Drowner to tap one of these down. And if I'm Logan, I'm still Monstrous Raging here. I'm not going to be afraid of cut down at all for the reasons I just mentioned.
I actually love this play.
Yeah.
So what Logan has done is Logan has simply given trample to each creature. I guess the Rage does it also.
Yeah.
But like, and now both creatures are threatening it by themselves. Force the action, like you're saying. Cut down unlikely. Let's tap out of any other interaction and then go for a Rage.
So now the Rage would, you don't get a second roll, so it would just be +3, right? So it'd be 5 power.
Yes.
So that would, and it's already got 3 toughness, so it's going to 4 toughness. So a double block here actually looks pretty good for Dylan.
Yeah, it's serviceable.
Yeah.
It's not the best exchange ever, but it's some creatures dying. We got a little bit of damage going through. The problem is the Cutter's still in play.
Yeah.
And if we get into a spot where Dylan's at, 2 life or whatever with his Cutter in play, eventually the Monk's going to pile up, assuming Dylan can find some, Logan can find some gas here. Yeah, nice little jockeying for position here.
Yeah, this is not an obvious attack from Logan, even with the face-up Monstrous Rage. Monstrous Rage is known to both player from that duress early on. And if I'm Logan here, I don't think I actually want to attack. It feels so bad, but I don't want to just 2-for-1 myself, or excuse me, 2-for-2 myself with these 2 creatures. I want to save that Monstrous Rage to pair it with one other spell and get the value off the Monk. So I love this no attack from Logan, and I loved exactly what Dylan did, tapping down the Otter here. If you tap down the other side, sure, now the Otter is going up to 4 toughness. It would still be the case. It would just be a little extra damage. It'd be 1 extra damage because of the roll, I guess. It's pretty similar either way, but
yeah, the roll,
either way, I liked it.
Roll or the Cutter.
Yeah.
Ooh. And this is, Kaido is one of the most powerful cards in the entire format. But it doesn't line up as well against the more aggressive decks.
No.
So this is a card that is great. It's really, really good.
Yeah.
But you can see why here it is kind of awkward. It can stun some stuff, but it's kind of hard to keep in play when you're under pressure like this.
I like that every dice that these players have chosen has been the incorrect one. Love it.
Is it black stun counters?
It's black and stun, but it started off with the white ones in there. Yep. Planeswalkers should be black counters.
Corey, I could solo for a bit if you want to go down there and set things right.
I'm on my way. Yeah. Ah, there we go. We got it. Judge is on top of it. I'm the exact same way when I'm gaming. A dice is a dice. That's all my broadcast pickiness, I will say.
I'll be picky here that Logan just untapped the monster roll, but the Cutter is still tapped. And
all right, I'll solo this. You go talk to Logan,
all
okay?
right, Logan, we got to have a chat here.
Take these players aside and give them a lecture here, Jim.
If there was a Tangle Wire in play, this would really matter.
Oh, yeah?
Anyone, Tangle Wire?
No.
Educate yourself.
All right, so starting it off here, what are we going to do? Starting off with a Torch. Now, the Otter is still tapped as well. Here is 1 mana, and it is a Spell Pierce.
Wow, we're
cheeky.
We're playing some 40 chess over here. I love this. I love a Spell Pierce when the other person can pay for it.
Yeah. So now we're Monstrous.
Oh, wow.
Had the other one. Okay, I was going to say just Monstrous Rage here was not enough. So that Spell Pierce wouldn't have mattered anyways. If you do it at any other way.
Right. It's the blocker's dead, and then attack, spell pierce, one rage, other rage gets through.
Don't even need the other rage.
The prowess triggers do it too, yeah. So.
All right, so that was game one. Going to Is It Prowess, as we kind of expect. We do think this is, a solid matchup here for Logan, and kind of the matchup Dylan, she doesn't really want to walk into. But what are we sideboarding from her side?
So a few more kill spells. Dreams of Steel and Oil, just kind of adding on to that duress count of like, I need to get rid of this cutter before it happens. Honestly, on the play, Negate looks pretty nice too.
Yeah.
Maybe even Exhale, just waste the counter on the play. It really, really just comes down to cutter. That game was a little more aggressive, and Dylan's draw was a little slower, so we saw some of just like the prowess, an aggro draw. But the prowess decks historically have always had trouble with decks with lots of spot removal.
Yeah.
Because they are, by nature, threat light, because so much of a deck has to be air. It has to be cantrips and spells to kind of get your prowess things going. So typically, prowess decks have struggled into these removal spell decks, and what makes Cutter such a good card is that it flips the script there. It's a card that's naturally good in the prowess deck, and then specifically good against removal spells, kind of shoring up that weakness. So it is of paramount importance for Dylan to find some way to keep Cutter off the battlefield.
Yep, totally agree. And then from Logan's side, how does he close out this match in a good matchup here?
So we see Fire Annihilation. We've seen the absolute variety pack of 5 damage spells from all of our Izzet players. 6 of one, half a dozen the other, but a very important card here to be able to kill the larger creatures. Preacher of a Schism, Shieldred. It actually also exiles Enduring Curiosity, which is kind of nice, so it kills that and exiles it. Otherwise, it's not really too much. I mean, the barrages are okay. They kill Deep Cavern Bats, I suppose. Not much else, though. There's not much to do here, honestly, I think. I mean, Spell Pierce can be kind of nice as a way to kind of defend your cutters, where you can go for a cutter, but try and counter it. You can Spell Pierce, or a key kill spell at a key moment. But for the most part, I think Logan's just kind of doing the same stuff, making sure he can answer larger creatures, but just find a cutter, get it in play.
So, Jim, I have a confession to make. And, I hate to admit this, but sometimes, Magic's the greatest game in the world, but sometimes I don't always want to play Magic. Like, I have other hobbies. I have one other hobby, really. And it's just playing a lot of Final Fantasy, man. It is just my absolute favorite game. Oh, come on. Don't jump the graphic here. I was getting a good long setup here. But, I want to just combine those two loves. Where could I do it? I don't know. Our director ruined it. It deflated me. Just pre-order now at StarCityGames.com/MTG-FIN. Let's get back to the match.
Get wrecked, Corey. Pre-order Final Fantasy now.
Man, Jim, will you do me a solid and grab this knife out of my back real quick that the director placed?
I'm enjoying it.
All right, fair enough. No, it's going to be a great set, though. I'm excited.
Listen, when they make a Legend of Zelda Secret Lair, all right, then we can talk.
You're all about it?
We'll have some fun.
Okay. Hey, we each have a love for oversized swords through a role-playing kind of game. So I feel like we still got some common ground here, even if, I played a lot of Super Smash Bros. I didn't play a lot of Zelda.
Sure. Yeah. The Goron blade.
Yeah.
Right?
No, what?
Chad knows.
Okay.
Yep.
That's something I should know?
I mean, if you never played Ocarina of Time,
yeah,
I don't know how to continue our relationship.
So I did play the last Legend of Zelda game, the one that has that huge open world for PlayStation. Yeah. And honestly, I think this is where I love Final Fantasy, more than a game like that, is I need some direction. If the world's that big, I get overwhelmed. Like, I'll start playing and I'm like, what can I do? I can do anything. And then it's like, oh no, I can do anything. I don't know what to do,
Most old Zelda games are more directive.
Yeah, definitely. But that one overwhelmed me.
I adore that game. So.
Okay. Give me some turn-based fighting, though. Give me into Final Fantasy.
Action. Attack button. Jump. Sword combat. You're crazy.
All right. To each his own. But, hey, on the bright side, we both love Magic.
That's true.
Yeah, all right.
That's true.
Players getting ready. Dylan, Morgan on the play. Both of these players at 9-2. And you notice a big difference from the feature match area from yesterday and today. two, I'm sure, very friendly human beings here. Not right now. There's too much on the line. When you get to 9-2 right now, does your demeanor change when you're in a situation like this, or are you still kind of the same old Jim all the time?
It's funny. My wife always comments on how angry and mean I look when I play Magic.
Same.
And like people like will walk by a match and be like, "Oh, it's Jim. What's he so mad about?"
Yeah.
You know? And then after a match, I'm just like, "Hey, what's going on, everyone? How's it going?" You know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got my serious face on whenever I'm playing all the time.
Same.
So try and keep it even kill. You want to keep a good poker face, good even all the time kind of thing.
I'm the exact same way, and it's not because I'm like ever mad when I'm playing. It's like Magic's just such a hard game. You have to be so mentally focused all the time that like I've had those moments where I'm lax, laissez-faire with my opponent, and then I make a loose mistake or whatever, and I'm like, I need to be focused, I traveled to this location. I built a deck, I tested. I want to make sure I maximize my tournament every single time. So when I get to these situations, I'm not chatty. I'm not chatty at all, to be honest.
It's fun to watch, too, because some players are like that.
Yeah.
Some players, you have to kind of find...
Corey Burkhart, for instance.
Yeah, you kind of find the table presence that works for you.
Yeah.
Someone like Osip back in the day.
Yeah.
Phenomenal Pro Tour champion. He will chat you up and down, and he is not just being friendly. He is getting an advantage.
Yeah.
He is kind of reading off your cues, your body language, how you respond to what he's saying, some gamesmanship there, of course, as well. So kind of fun watching how different players handle situations like this.
I'm never chatting back to Osip if he tries to talk to me in a game of Magic ever again.
That is very smart.
I'm not letting him in my head. Same with Paul Ritzel, just Hall of Famer, one of the greatest players ever. Like, he's just such a nice guy, and I don't know. I've always just looked up to him, too. Like, I think he's just an incredible player and just an incredibly smart human being. So, like, he's a chatty-ish player, too. And so I'll be playing against him, and I'll just want to chat. And then I'm like, I think he is gaining some stuff as well.
Well, speaking of gaining stuff here, Dylan has the ideal turn one play. The duress, more importantly, hitting the cutter.
Yes.
And, leaving Logan with a okay hand. Not
it was
great.
pretty bad. We just drew the talent, though, right? Like, that was the card we drew.
Yes.
Otherwise, it was very medium. So we have at least 3 lands. There's Into the Flood Maw and one other card.
I was just waiting for Logan to slam a cutter there.
Yeah. Yeah. that would just be devastating. But now this will come to the spot like, okay, does Logan draw something to catch up, stock up, something like that? And here's the thing that these Dimir decks make you do, and that is play your removal at sorcery speed because, well, if Kaido ever ninjutsus, you're in such a rough spot. So sometimes nothing you can do. Duress is going to come down. It's at least going to hit Into the Flood Maw. And I can't quite tell what that other card is.
It was a stock up. It's now in the graveyard.
Okay. I was trying to decipher what the card on the left was.
Yeah.
Well, the only card that was drawn enters the graveyard. So, oh my goodness, these were all-star Duresses.
Dylan is sharpshooting here.
Yeah.
She is just sniping the best card twice in a row on Duress, which is exactly what she needs to get this game past the point where those early cards matter and really get her engines online.
Yeah, absolutely. Here is an opt drawn off the top. So great draw. I mean, amazing.
That being said, this is a deck has a lot of redundancy. A lot of cantrips, a lot of card draw, can find the second cutter. There's pressure on Dylan to apply some pressure and not just wait around for the next cutter.
Makes sense. Drake Hatcher hits the battlefield, so we know Logan has nothing but lands and Into the Flood Maw. So Dylan knows that information as well. So what's she going to do with it? Mana base is not amazing for Dylan, we'll say so far, as she has a little bit of stumbles with a Pain Land, and then the Verge still basically able to cast anything.
Is that 2 Pain Lands?
No, it looks like 1 Pain Land and 2 Verges. So this would scream to me the classic, 4th land, go, I have nothing.
Shucks.
Dang it. Collected Company or Enduring Curiosity here in this scenario would be something that I would have on my mind for Logan. But Logan also just doesn't have to care that much about a Curiosity, as you can at least bounce it to start. And we get to get in there if Dylan doesn't do any kind of flash effects. The one thing that Logan has available here, and thanks to this talent being such an amazing draw, is, level it up, get a stock up back.
Yeah, that is big game. The talent is a card that gives his Izzet deck a little more oomph when it comes to the mid game. You know, where if that initial flurry is answered, you kind of just keep going.
Yeah. Yeah, Storm Chaser's talent is interesting because that level 2 mode for a very long time in Standard was, I'm going to get back this town. This town's going to bounce this. You're going to bounce one of your things. And you're going to keep that loop going forever. It's more used as design in this deck. Like the level 2 comes up. The level 3 never comes into play, you know, very rarely. But, hey, Logan did not use his mana there. Is that strange to you?
Yes. With Floodmaw in hand, there isn't really much great to Floodmaw. You can't Floodmaw. I guess it can bounce the Sanctuary to stop like a Kaido, but like, you know, you don't want to spend 4 mana on a Floodmaw. You know, like by doing this, you know, you are defending yourself a little bit, but you're really overspending. Whereas that mana could have been spent, and the next turn could have been Stock Up and Floodmaw. What
would this tell you about Logan's hand if I was in Dylan's seat? What kind of alarm bells would be going off? That there's got to be more than into the Floodmaw, or yes. What is my opponent afraid of by not leveling up? I think that's another thing.
Yeah, something's going on. I mean, there's the 5 damage spell. I mean, we know we look at one unknown card, right? It was the Floodmaw, then the card drawn.
Floodmaw, card drawn, yep. And it should be land 5, I believe, as well.
Yeah, so, I mean, Annihilation might play here. Maybe we had the bit of a game of, like, this looks like an Enduring Curiosity.
Okay.
And Annihilation would be a phenomenal response to that, killing it cleanly with the Exile. So maybe Dylan wants to wait and not get annihilated. Logan wants to make sure he leaves it up. So you have a bit of a song and dance of removal spells of, like, you know, not only removal spells, but the right removal spell. You know, you want to try and get your opponent to use the Annihilation on the 3/3 land in play. And then you play a Preacher or a Shield or a Curiosity, some other thing. So a lot of jockeying your position here. Much different game than game 1, where, like, game 1 was just, you know, gas in the pedal, let's go. This is more of a calculated, I'm going to try and resolve my important threats game.
Makes sense, and none of them are more important than the Corey Steelcutter. That comes down. The Otter's got 3 power. The Drake Hatcher has 3 powers. We also know about Into the Floodmaw. So now blocks are a little trickier for Dylan.
Yeah, and again, Resolved Cutter, once it's in play, Dylan can't really remove it. So now Dylan needs to kind of, like, change how she's playing the game and can't really play the kill your thing, kill your thing, kill your thing plan. Needs to play the I'm going to get a threat and play and end this thing plan.
So Into the Floodmaw would be so broken if you could also save your creatures, but it's opponent only. So Dylan, she's going to take some damage from the Otter and then take a pain with the Underground River. And back to her turn, where she not only survived the early onslaught, but has a better battlefield than Logan right now. So big advantage to Dylan so far.
Yeah, and I think Logan not being able to trigger Cutter last turn is huge. Monumental.
Yeah, found it off sleight of hand almost assuredly.
Mm-hmm.
What was that? Go for the throat on top? What just got flashed? I missed it.
Was it a Gix's command?
Oh, I think it might have been a Gix's command. Okay.
I also was, like, not looking at it and then glanced over as it was being put face down.
Yeah.
So we're both asleep at the wheel here.
I guess so. Gix command is an incredible card, but it's also uncastable.
Yeah, and it is one that is definitely a little worse. Your opponent knows about it.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, 5 power for Dylan here is pretty nice.
Yeah. And, I mean, we're going to add that Soulstone Sanctuary to the mix here almost assuredly. So could that last card be a land to cast this Gix command? Or is this Dylan has one more good card in hand, Gix command there, and hoping to find a land underneath? If it is indeed Gix command, I don't know if I love keeping it on top. If you're insanely far behind and that's the only way to catch up, well, then you probably also can't keep it on top. But I don't know. Not sure.
Yep, not sure either.
We're going to find out.
Yeah, I don't like that. I'm not sure if it is command or not. So,
yeah.
Don't want to speculate on the unknown, you know? All right. A lot of work for Logan here. And this is like what I was saying where, you know, Dylan can answer the first cutter. That's great. Get some damage in. Don't let Dylan let Logan get going again, you know?
Yeah.
Like, and this is a lot of damage. 8 power in play. That's 2 turn clock. If Logan's in a spot where he's blocking, that's pretty great too. Logan does have the buyback here on the talent, so Logan does have options, but the pressure from Dylan is lowering those options. Tapping out for 4 to buy back a stock up here and just saying go is a pretty big cost.
How different does this game look if stock up's in hand? We know stock up and Floodmaw are in hand from that one turn where Logan didn't use his mana, and you have the ability to start with a stock up and have a Floodmaw here. Like, that could have been the game, not activating that talent. That's how, at the highest level of Standard's already a format where you kind of win by inches. Modern, there's going to be some games where, all right, my opponent won with Amulet on turn 2. I played 1 land and a cat, and I died. Like, okay, not close. Standard, everything's won by inches. And that one turn could have easily been the cascading moment here where Logan doesn't 2-0 Dylan, and she comes back and wins it. Who knows,
Yeah, and yeah.
So here comes an attack for 8. We know about the 1 into the Floodmaw and a stock up in hand. Either way, this Otter does not do any great job of blocking, though, right?
Yeah, I mean...
Unless it can get wings. Then it could block the 2-2 and you could bounce something else. That would be okay.
Can Otters do that?
I don't think so. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if... I guess we're not Red Bull sponsored, but maybe we can get that Otter a Red Bull and then...
Maybe we are now.
Maybe we are now. Yeah,
phone's ringing off the hook.
You're welcome, SCG. Yeah. Now here's the big turn that we kind of could have had last turn. And I'm starting to believe that was Gig's command as, no follow-up play. Good. It would make sense at least. Didn't catch it. I'm sure you saw it, chat, but... Honestly,
body language here, kind of twirling the cards around a little bit, kind of feels like a maybe I shouldn't have topped that. You look down and you see all these blue-black lands. It's very easy to just shortcut and do like, oh, I have obviously guessed that. But with the 2 Verges and no basic land type in play, not able to.
But a pass of the turn from Logan. And now Dylan is getting into combat once again. What is going on, Jim? Is Logan playing around a counter spell, or... We got to have interaction now, right? Otherwise, this doesn't make sense from Logan.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose the Fire Annihilation we thought maybe was there earlier could be part of the equation.
Sure.
The block with the Otter. We saw some sort of like Annihilation into block. All right, there it is. All right, love it. Love looking smart on camera.
These all make a lot of... It's the only thing that would make sense, I feel.
Right, and then we can see a second spell here for the Cutter, and then for the Otter, second Prowess. That wouldn't be bad.
Now we're cooking. Yeah, and there is into the Floodmaw for sure.
Oh, right, yes.
Yep.
It's been a while, but that has been rotting in hand for a long time.
Since turn 1, it got peeked at with Duress.
Yes.
So now 1 mana is tapped. 1 colorless. Probably just a something that doesn't matter. Just it's the correct thing to do. Always float your mana.
Yeah, of course, mana empties at the end of the phase. Used to float through all of combat way back in the day, but no longer.
Hey, back in my day,
yep.
Could block with this Otter. Get 3 damage on it, say damage on the stack, bounce it. Well, maybe not bounce the Otter, but you know what I mean, right?
You can do that.
Either way.
You could stack damage and bounce your Otter.
All right.
That is a legal play.
All right, my favorite play with that. Block with a Spell Stutter Spite. Damage on the stack.
Right.
Misbind click. Tap your lands.
We're going to get me off track here. We're starting talking about Bog Fanatics. So.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, God, yeah, that's a good one. So into the Floodmaw, bouncing that. Here's the Monk. The Otter's up to 3 power, so this can get in the way of the Soulstone Sanctuary. Both of them get in the way. Now, also, there's no ordering blockers anymore. That is a very recent change. So, we just go to damage here, and then you assign that 3 damage to, I don't know, kill one of them. It doesn't really matter.
I would do the Monk, actually, because the Monk's already equipped.
Okay.
But that doesn't really matter, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, there's, in theory, the black source needed for...
But now we need land 5.
Right, but lost 2 lands in combat there. So
yeah, that was a great turn from Logan. Everything makes sense now. That Fire Annihilation play looked fantastic here.
And this is like the setup we've seen. So we saw that weird turn where Logan didn't do anything.
Yeah.
A lot of high-level play is that, where it looks a little weird, trying to set traps, trying to sniff out your opponent's traps.
And they don't always work.
Right, and then trying to weigh the opportunity cost of that.
Yeah.
Opportunity cost for Logan there was huge, not returning stock up.
Yeah.
But try to set up a trap. It didn't work that turn. It did work this turn.
Yep. Totally agree. So now we're getting stocked up. And is the counter spell there? Counter unless you pay 2? Nope. This is feeling like desperation.
Yeah, no dragons here.
This is very much feeling like desperation.
Oh, wow, yeah. So what Logan really wants there is any spell that costs 1 to guarantee a Steel Cutter trigger. Found that and another cutter.
What did we hit? What did we hit? I didn't see what the card was.
It was an
ops.
Okay.
Okay.
Some ops of Spear.
Perfect.
Yeah, and now Dylan's in trouble because this offensive stance she had is just kind of evaporated, you know?
And now even if it is Gix Command, the best thing you can do is, sure, you can kill the monks, you can boost up your Spyglass, make a mini Baneslayer, attack for 3, gain 3, that's fine. You know, that is absolutely fine, but also if Logan were to have another land, have another spell available, I mean, then you counter Gix Command, basically. You don't kill your, you know, Dylan wouldn't kill Logan's creatures. But even if they just die here and Gix Command does the thing, like, I would still say advantage to Logan.
Yeah, if Logan was at 6, so it would be 2 attacks from the Siren.
Yeah.
Although, there's a reef there too, I guess.
Sure.
It's interesting, but not
but
quite.
you can block that.
Yeah, not quite all the way there. But
and she has to tap out to animate the reef, so that's not a Gix Command on the stack. There is a land, and there's land 5, but man, just like Logan could have looked back at this moment, at the talent moment and said, hey, maybe I lost the game here, Dylan, she could have easily looked back and be like, man, this Gix Command, it's a card that if it's turn 5 or later, you're like, that's all I want to draw. You know, it's almost always the best card, but it could have been a little brutal here. Cut down on a monk to survive a little.
Yeah, this is where their rule spells, you know, if that was a Swift Spear or a Slick Shot show off, awesome. When it's a monk, doesn't feel so good.
Not so good. Does it feel better, even if a Corey Steelcutter's in play, if you get an Otter? Even though it's the same thing, it's a monk in a hat.
Killing an Otter instead of a monk?
Yeah.
Only if you're a monster.
Okay.
What kind of sick person are you?
Okay.
Jeez, Corey, come on, man.
How many monks are you killing?
More than the Otters. This little cute Otter trying to live and just live his little Otter life.
Monks are the ultimate of just trying to chill and live, man. I don't know, man.
Listen,
just saying.
We're going to get a call from Red Bull and a call from PETA. All right?
Yeah. Yeah, and a monk monastery. We have some explaining to do by the end of this, for sure. All right, so it looks like Logan's kind of doing the math here. What would make sense? That's in her hand. First and foremost, can I win the game? And still 1 card available. We know that it's still very likely Gix Command. I don't want to hard confirm it if it's not there, but Logan doesn't know that, so Logan does need to play around it. This is a good way to do so. Corey Steelcutter, number 2, Swift Spear. Now this is a lot of attackers. The best that can happen is soaking up 1 damage. This is 5 damage on surface value from Logan. Any spell looks to end this match.
Yeah. I almost think you can't block there, right? I'm sorry, is it? Yeah, because there's 2-4, it's 6 damage, right?
Yeah, it wouldn't have been lethal.
Right, yeah, so I guess you can't find a win anyway.
So here's Gix Command. If Logan doesn't have anything, you could have re-equipped the cutter to make one of these creatures large.
Playing on the one of Gix Command is pretty tough. But
I mean, if you're doing nothing else with your mana, why wouldn't you, right?
So the thing is that Dylan goes to 1 there. There's a creature in play for lifelink, but yeah, the haste is going to, so.
There we go.
Yeah, Cutter's a good card against Dimir.
Yeah, yep. That is really how it played out. And you know what? I mean, Dimir midrange keeps having these amazing weekends. And of course, at some point, statistically, what do we have our sheet here somewhere? You know, Dimir up against this deck, up against Is It Prowess, 47%. So that isn't like the worst matchup that we've seen. That was across the last 4 RCs. You know, that means you're still losing a good percentage, but when your matchup's that close and you're crushing the decks that are trying to crush Is It, that's still a pretty decent spot to be at.
Yeah, and we saw that game started well for Dylan.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah. She was doing it there for a while. Yeah.
My read on that game is that Dylan thought that she could cast the Gix's command, topped it, realized she couldn't.
Yeah.
You know, body language, you know, and just, of course, how the game played out. It doesn't really make sense to keep it.
Yeah.
You can't cast it. And then that sort of spiraled out of control, where Dylan's position was good. Dylan was on the offensive. She was kind of getting in. She had dealt with the first cutter. But that slowed things down a bit and gave Logan time to find cutter number 2 and everything else.
And then it just always happens when you need to top deck that 5th land. It's not there, and then you sack the map. It's 100% a land.
Yep.
You know, like if those were in reverse orders, maybe Dylan, she still wins that game, you know. So that's when you just scream to the heavens, why me? But sounds like we have a live match to jump into. These players are just getting ready for game 3. Sounds like they're shuffling up. So let's head on down and watch one more game of Magic before we step aside. All right, so these are our tournament leaders besides Chris Patello. So Chris Patello in a league of his own, and then there are 4 players at that X and 1 spot. Gavin up top and Alex on the bottom. Alex was our tournament leader going in, lost to Chris Patello right in the morning, won the next round. And Gavin playing Orzhov Demons. Walk us through this Orzhov Demon list.
I like this list a lot, actually.
Yeah.
So, of course, we've seen the Demon deck doing pretty well. Actually, another one of those decks that has a pretty high win rate in the last few weeks. Has some weaknesses as a monocolored deck.
Yep.
And adding white gives you a clean answer to cutter. Which is, you know, we have Legion to Ashes. Kind of
there we go.
Your removal spell and some sideboard cards, too. And then I like the choice here from Gavin of playing Cruel Claw's Heist instead of Deep Cavern Bat. In a format where players are so geared in to kill a small creature, this deck wants to just like discard spell, kill a thing, play a big idiot, kill you.
The thing I love about Gavin's creatures here is so great. Like, it's Anointed Peacekeeper, Archfiend of the Dross, Preacher, Quasi-Revenant, Shieldred. Those are the 5 creatures in the deck. One thing they have in common, Burst Lightning does not touch anything in this deck. So this is a lesson I learned from my brother, you know, one of the best Magic players kind of to ever do it. And it is, when you metagame for a standard tournament, make your opponent's removal as awkward as possible. And it looks like Gavin took this lesson to heart. And, you know, this seems sweet. All the 2 damage effects are not going to do anything to his deck.
Yeah, and these black cards already line up pretty well against Cutter in general. We've seen Dimir and Model Black doing well. Great evolution of a deck.
Game is underway. Alex starts it off with the Swift Spear. I love that classic art of the Swift Spear as well. Big fan. And then just a Concealed Courtyard and a pass from Gavin.
If you want to get a reaction enemy with art on cards, Old Boar is a good way to do it.
Okay, gotcha. And John Avon lands.
And Ava's good.
Yeah. Our directors, they love the full text lands. Ugh. Oh my God, I'm sorry. Oh.
It's gonna be okay.
Anyways,
we can get through this.
God. All right.
Oh.
Pest control.
Forget temporary lockdown.
I mean, just 3 of those. That is not, you know, not messing around. You are coming to kill all these creatures. All the things, all the card choices from Gavin's list really leads me to believe that Gavin has a fantastic Is It Prowess matchup. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, and it's cool to see. Temporary lockdown looks like it would be awesome in this deck. You know, I guess a little tough on the mana, but touches nothing in the entire deck. But Gavin going for the pest control because he can't enter the Flood Moth, which is awesome.
Yeah. Incredible. I mean, when everyone's prepared for A, you know, zig and play B. Swift Spear number 3 gets on in there. But no, I mean, that would have been the turn. Corey Steelcutter into Swift Spear would look excellent. It wasn't there. The one of Anointed Peacekeeper is going to take a look and see what's in hand.
So that card will cost 2 more, and you can't activate abilities of the named card as well.
Wow, didn't go for any of these spells proactively on Alex's turn. Is that strange to you?
That is strange, yes.
Like, why not just at least opt?
I mean,
I'm very confused by that.
Yeah, because there's no negates in the deck. So, like, if you wanted to bluff negate, bluffing Stroke into this board doesn't really matter that much. If you want to have Spell Pierce up, you can still opt. Could even find a Spell Pierce off and opt in theory. So,
yeah, because, I mean, sure, you want to wait till you find Corey Steelcutter, Great, yeah, but Opt could help you find it, and then you could steal Corey Steelcutter into Rage. So a little strange play from Alex, but Alex, a master of his deck. I'm not going to ask. Opt was named.
Yeah, and important to note that you cannot play the card in response to naming Opts. Once the ability resolves, the card is named, and it costs more. There's no window to, you're naming Opt, I'll just cast Opt instead.
Yeah, you could Opt with the spell on the stack, but Alex did not want to do that either. So now you can tap 3 mana to have a sorcery speed, not a stock up, just an Opt, which is way less exciting.
a little bit worse.
Yeah. Man, Alex's hand was going to absolutely pop off without that pest control, though.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Like, Swift Spear into Swift Spear, Swift Spear, and then the next turn, Opt Monstrous Rage. I mean, even that is just already, 9, 10, 11, 12 damage?
There's probably another Rage in the top 2 cards.
Oh, yeah. There's always more Rage.
Woo! Love it.
Okay, so this is perfect. Service value, you can Opt to make it a 2/3, and then you can Rage to make it much larger than this Peacekeeper. So I like the attack. The only thing that punishes if you Opt into a Storm Chaser's talent here, and you'd rather play that, before you attack. I think that's the only punisher for not just opting and then attacking.
Right. It does seem like there's very little to be gained by just playing it in combat.
Yeah. I like what you were saying, though. You start off by playing all instants at sorcery speed, then you play all instants at instants, and then, all right, you realize you just play these instants at sorcery speed.
Yep.
Here's the heist. Are we doing any gifting?
I would imagine not.
Okay.
Gifting against a deck like Domain, where you're getting a super high power card, sure. Don't want to give Alex more cards, even if you get the best one.
Yeah. So this is just a discard a card, huh?
Yep.
Okay.
Distress.
Okay.
I believe was the first version of that card.
And a pass back with that 1 Monstrous Rage, a Swift Spear, and a Dream. This is Gavin's match to be 11-1, I would say. Alex needs to get some help, and I think Alex is always doing what these Izzet players are doing on turn 4, 5, or 6 when you're drawing a card. Like, can it be a stock up?
Yeah, I think this is one of those matchups we were discussing earlier where cutting down on Monstrous Rage is super reasonable.
Yeah.
There's not only the removal spells, but the discard makes Rage pretty awkward too. Your opponent, now they know about it. They can choose to take it if it's a problem, or they can just leave it behind and kill your creatures instead. So it limits your flexibility. And as we've seen here, we've seen Rage not cast for multiple turns because it's kind of awkward to play an open mana. It's sort of just a lava spike in that regard.
Okay.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Oh, no.
Oh, God. All right.
We had Rebel Salva to deal with the Peacekeeper, and here is a Rage, and what was that, a Go for the Throat for the perfect 2-for-1. Now Gavin gets to look down at his beautiful 6/6 Demon with 2 creature lands, and Alex is hellbent playing land number 5. This looks to me like Orzhov Demons. Probably Gavin Meager just locked up a Pro Tour invite, I would assume.
Yeah, looking for a good matchup here against Izzet and certainly finding it.
Yeah.
And the Rage could have been cast a number of times.
Yeah.
And that's the thing where you get put in this awkward spot where, like, when do you cast it? Do you want to just, like, cash it in for a lava spike? Do you want to wait till they're tapped out? And you end up in a spot like that where you get blown out.
And Gavin attacks for 9 here, gains some life. The Fortress is doing some good stuff. Is there any chance for Alex?
I mean, is there a control magic in the sideboard here for Alex? Or some Izzet decks we're actually playing Catnap.
Catnap?
Catnap, yeah, Catnap.
Okay.
Which is a control magic variant. We have to gift a card to steal the creature.
Sure.
But
I think if that were to happen, Alex would take this Archfiend and die to it with the counters.
That is the funny part. Yes, if you steal the creature, like they lost the counter on their turn, you lose the counter on your. Yeah, it's not good.
That would be great. So, how about an unsummon? Is that going to get us there?
You want me to lie to you and tell you it's going to be okay?
Yes.
Corey, it's going to be okay.
Okay.
Alex has got this one.
Sweet.
In the bag.
Alex down to 2, gets a Shivan Reef, and Gavin Meager goes to 11-1, almost assuredly locked up that Pro Tour invite. as with 3 rounds left, even if you have 4 losses, you're probably still going to make it to the Pro Tour. But Gavin has a different goal in mind, as Gavin's in an amazing spot here. Might be the tournament leader, depending how Chris Patello actually did in that round, and looking like one of the 3 players with either X and 1 or X and 1 and 1 to be heading into the last few rounds to make it to the top 8. Any last thoughts before we head to break?
I just like seeing the happiness in the face, you know?
Yeah.
Obviously, there's plenty more to do, but in that exact moment, you made the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Really, really cool to see.
Yeah, there's nothing like basically the rest of the broadcast from here on out. This round on, it is all those kind of amazing reactions, seeing these players accomplish their dream. It's just nothing better as a commentator and just a fan of Magic to see that stuff in action. So we are going to take ourselves a short break, but on the other side, you're going to have Ailey Loney and Reed Duke stepping in for a couple rounds, and then we'll be back for winning in rounds. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here at the U.S. Regional Championship.
What's cracking, everybody? Hello and welcome back to coverage of the Regional Championship here in Hartford. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Reed Duke, and we have the pleasure of bringing you the next 2 rounds of action here to see who's going to make it into our top 8. Reed, what are you looking forward to seeing in these next couple rounds?
Looking forward to seeing great play, high pressure, basically the unfolding storylines of the tournament.
Yep.
Yesterday was a lot of like, hey, let's keep an eye on this. These are some questions we want to answer. Now it's crunch time, right? We're going to get those answers. Is it a dominant deck? Have players, found ways to beat it?
Yep.
What about the next tier down? Is it omniscience? Is it control? Is it mono red? So these are the things that we're going to see unfolding in the middle portion of our broadcast today.
Awesome. Well, we do have the metagame breakdown, so we can take a look. If you're just joining us, take a look here and see what the players were able to pull off yesterday. 91 prowess decks making it through to day 2, so improving their ratio. They make up 41% of the field today, and then the rest kind of all peter down. Azorius Omniscience doing pretty well. Dimir Midrange also putting up a pretty good showing. And anything else here that gets your attention, Reed?
Yeah, so I don't think we have a side-by-side of our day 1 metagame, but Is It Prowess did overperform. It went from about a third of the field to over 40%, so that's not shocking given how popular and successful this deck has been recently. I also note Dimir Midrange having an above-rate performance, climbing from 5th or 6th place on day 1 to 3rd place. Pretty bad day for Domain.
Yeah.
It seems like if you wanted to play a slower deck, you would have been better served with, for example, Omniscience or a control deck. And then, some of the decks on the bottom half of the screen, let's go, right? let's see what they're made of. None of these were big players on day 1, and they're represented by their dedicated pilots here on day 2.
Love to see it. And Mono Red Aggro also putting up a decent showing. I can't remember which event it was because they all just kind of smushed together, but there was a top 8 where Mono Red hadn't really been a big player the entire weekend, and then all of a sudden we have 5 of them in the top 8, so it's like, oh, okay. So never count Mono Red out, friends. It's always good. We also have our standings available to have a look at, so let's see after round 12 where our players are at. Chris Botello still remains undefeated. Can he be beat? Well, we'll find out shortly. Taking a look as well, Alex Bianchi, our overnight leader, struggling a little bit this morning to get things going. Owen Hayes was also one of the last remaining undefeated players from yesterday, rocking that sweet Jeskai Oculus list. And any other standouts here you'd like to mention, Reed?
No, we remember Owen Hayes from round 9. He was one draw step away from beating Chris Botello and being our 9-0 player. Ended up, losing that game 2, losing game 3 as well, but still rallying and, nearing the top of the standings today. So basically, you could tell from the overall records that we just have a scrum of players battling it out at 10-2. That's kind of dicey position where you take your 3rd loss, you're not necessarily eliminated from top 8 contention, but you really want to stay in that 2 losses or better category as long as you can to, as we say, control your own destiny and have a guaranteed shot at top 8 if you can notch the 12th or 13th win. Yeah,
you definitely don't want little percentages to be the reason you're not going into the top 8 here. Let's take a look quickly at page number 2. These players have big sweats ahead of them here. They cannot afford, I would imagine they cannot afford another loss here. Otherwise, that's just pretty much game over in terms of the top 8. Still lots to play for, though, in terms of cash prizes and as well as the Pro Tour invites. But, yeah, if any of these players are your friends, if you're rooting for them, send them good vibes, give them your energy because they are gonna need it. No more losses to give.
Yeah, worth kind of framing it as like there's 2 major cuts at the end of the day, right? There's the players who are actually on track to make a run and win the tournament in the playoff rounds, the top 8, but there's also just everyone who made day 2 is sweating the Pro Tour invites, which is the top 32, as well as, big cash prizes. So even if you're in that X3, even X4 scrum of players, every win counts, and you should be trying your best and really focusing in.
All right, well, I do believe our players are almost ready to rock and roll in the feature match area, so let's take a look at our first player's deck list here. It is Zachary Keeney. We watched him quite a lot yesterday on coverage. Cool, calm, collected, and very precise in his decisions. This omniscience list, excuse me, has been really fun to watch. And if you like combo, well, this is going to be right up your alley. Reed, give us a quick breakdown of this deck if anyone in the audience is unfamiliar with it.
Azorius Omniscience is a combo deck where the core strategy is you would like to put Omniscience, that 10 mana enchantment, into the graveyard. You're not casting that. You're not tapping 10 lands to cast it. The idea is you either discard it, say off Roiling Dragonstorm, or dump it directly into your graveyard with a Surveil, a Moment of Truth, whatever it might be. Then you use Abuelo's Awakening to return it to the battlefield as a 1/1 creature, at which point your density of card drawing, the ability to bounce cards back to your own hand with Meringue River Regent, eventually allows you to just churn through your library and assemble an immediate win combo by repeatedly bouncing and recasting Founding the Third Path to mill your opponent out.
Pretty gross. Let's take a look at the opponent's list here. This is Jesse Pylan's Jund Roots deck. Jund! Awesome. Our players are ready to rock and roll, so a quick overview, Reed, of what this deck is trying to do.
The Jund Roots deck is a graveyard-centered deck. The namesake card is Insidious Roots. So this is an enchantment that's going to pay you off every time you basically take any action related to your graveyard. You're going to make a series of plants. They're going to generate tons of mana. They're going to grow bigger. You're going to flood the board. We've seen Jesse. Well, actually, Ailey, you and I have not watched Jesse on camera yet, but I know Corey and Jim did a few times. They were really excited about this deck. Makes for really crazy battlefields and some fun games, we hope.
All right. Well, let's go have some fun with some Jund stuff, friends. Let's jump on down now. Zachary Keeney up against Jesse Pyland, who will be victorious in this matchup. It looks like Zach is trying to do like mind tricks at Jesse, like, do not draw Insidious Roots.
I saw Jesse had laid out a unfortunately small hand of cards there. I couldn't tell if it was multi 6 or 5, but he's starting with that slight disadvantage.
But Llanowar Elves, turn 1. Reed, what could go wrong?
Llanowar Elves is a great start, especially if the Omniscience deck is one of the decks in the format that's not just going to burn your elf right away. You know, there's a lot of Burst Lightnings and Torch the Towers and Cut Downs running around, but there's a matchup where the elves can actually survive.
Yeah. Tyvar Jubilant Brawler, the Planeswalker, 3 mana. Activate abilities of critters as though they had haste, so that's pretty sweet. Able to untap a creature, so a good way to accelerate yourself even further, and also a good way to mill things. So Tyvar, a great machine, or a great way to fuel the strategy here for Jesse.
So what happened there was Jesse activated the -2 ability of Tyvar, turned over a Haywire Might, had the option to return it to the battlefield, and chose not to. So I don't know exactly what his plan is, but for some reason valuing that creature being in the graveyard, perhaps for some kind of future Insidious Roots, Delirium, whatever it might be.
Agatha's Soul Cauldron. It's a good ingredient for some soup.
That is a nice one. That could set him up well to deal with enchantments like, say, Temporary Lockdown, like, say, Omniscience.
And the more critters you have with that ability, Agatha's Soul Cauldron, reading, this is not verbatim, but if any of your creatures have a counter on it, whatever is exiled under Agatha's Soul Cauldron, your creatures with counters on them have that ability as well. So anything that gets a counter now is going to be able to blow stuff up. That's a really sweet card.
Yeah, and in addition to the way it supports your own game plan and bolsters your own creatures, it's also a targeted graveyard hate card where it can exile Zachary's Omniscience in response to Abuelo's Awakening. So not a total coincidence here that Zachary is repeatedly surveilling Abuelo's Awakening, ostensibly his most important card in the deck to cast. He's just bidding them to the graveyard because he's not optimistic that he's going to be able to fight through that onboard graveyard hate and actually combo.
Yeah.
So more precisely, Zachary has not taken any actions this game. He has not cast a single spell yet.
No, he's just sitting, waiting to find an answer for Agatha's Soul Cauldron, because like you mentioned, he can't really do what he wants to while that's sitting on the board. Curious Forages now. joins the board here. Joins the battlefield. Get to bring things back from your yard. It's a cute little card. I don't think I've actually ever seen this card before. Certainly haven't played it.
A lot of the cards in Jesse's deck you have not seen before, not seen in a long time. It's kind of a hodgepodge of
cute
various
critters.
like unspectacular cards that just happen to support the strategy really, really, really well.
Yeah. And who doesn't love a good squirrel, you know? Bloomborough, another excellent set from the past year. So do love to see it making some moves here. But does Jesse have the nuts, as it were, to get this game over and done with? Haha, got him. Oh, Rebel Belt Maverick. Another odd little one drop, but a pretty good exile effect activated ability.
I've been a little quiet, Ailey. Zachary is not giving me much to discuss here. I mean, I think it's a combination of an awkward draw plus the inability to take any meaningful action against the Agatha Soul Cauldron. But yeah, he just hasn't played any spells, has not really taken any meaningful steps towards setting up his combo or interacting with what Jesse's up to.
Yeah.
If he has, say, an end of turn Meringue River Regent Omen, then he can develop a little bit. Yeah, coil and catch, exactly. Temporary lockdown, really strong as that does hit most of the important permanents on Jesse's side of the battlefield. Jesse now prepared for it with the Haywire Might and, of course, the Soul Cauldron.
Oh, we're doing something. Temporary lockdown on the stack. Haywire Might says, nah. So that takes care of that. Another Haywire Might in the bin.
Jesse, just a little nitpick, he did tap a Swamp for that, which clearly he has no shortage of green mana available. But
well, every nitpick counts in highly competitive environments. So good to keep track of your mana and make sure you can pay for the spells you want to cast. As it stands, Jesse is kind of just playing by himself. You know, he's had to do one thing to stop Zachary from ruining his fun. And now we're going to see Tyvar activate the Rebel Belt Maverick and get in for some action, some damage here. Down to 8 goes Zachary Keeney. Board wipe. Mayhaps. No roots as of yet, so we haven't even seen that part of the game plan from Jesse. It's just been small critter beatdown, huh?
Right, but that's kind of just what the doctor is ordering in this game where Zachary doesn't have much. Okay, but now finally we have a game where both players get to participate.
Yeah.
Zachary finds stock up, which is going to deliver some action to his hand, let him start working towards perhaps not a combo, but at least just an interactive game. We've talked about how this Omniscience deck is really effective at playing Azorius Control when it has the right weapons available. But I wonder if it's going to be just a little bit too late. 8 is not a high life total, and Jesse has worked towards putting together a pretty resilient battlefield with multiple different permanent types contributing to his board presence.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of damage coming through. It's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 so far? Can be a 7th with Agatha Soul Cauldron putting a counter on something else. And then does Tyvar put a counter on something?
Well, he can untap, put another counter with the Soul Cauldron, so he can represent a lethal attack. We know Zachary has cards like Ifara's Dispersal, so very possible he could have an Insta-Speed piece of interaction. Also possible that he just had a miserable draw and he's going to pack him up here, so I'm not sure. Notably, Tyvar grants haste for activated abilities, but not for attacking.
Yeah, it's kind of like a, yeah, sure, you can go, but don't. It's basically he's given the creature's defender. Osteomancer Adept. on the board now and able to activate straight away thanks to Tyvar. Hello, this is us in the booth. We're going back to the board here. And now we have a snarling Gorehound. Looks to be joining the fray here.
This is enabled by Osteomancer Adept.
That representing the finality counter that it gives it.
That's right, yeah. So this is basically giving you an activated ability to do what players of other formats might be familiar with Underworld Breach doing. It's like you get to exile 3 cards in your graveyard to cast a creature for as long as the ability is in effect.
Nice.
Again, no haste in terms of attacking, but just generating an awful lot of value here.
Yeah. Molt Tender, another great way to mill yourself, introduced in Ether Drift. Mill a card, can also add some extra mana for you. So yeah, plenty going on here for Jesse.
You might be watching at home and saying, hey, Reed and Ailey said that Jesse can attack for 8 by using Agatha's Soul Cauldron to put another counter on. Why isn't the game over? Well, Jesse really doesn't want to tap the Agatha's Soul Cauldron unless he's positive he's going to win, because what that would mean is that Zachary could then set up the immediate win Omniscience combo. The last thing you want to do at 10-2 deep into a tournament is get your opponent down to 1 or 2 life and then go, oops, accidentally I died. So that's why it's good to be sort of like circumspect, prepare for all the different outcomes, not be hasty in terms of smelling blood and just going for a win.
Yeah,
but as it turns out, Jesse had it and Zachary did not have it. So no instant speed defense there, and really just a situation where he didn't get to take a lot of meaningful actions in that game based on both the way his draw delivered and the way that Agatha's Soul Cauldron may have taken a lot of wind out of his sails.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the best situation for Zachary in that last attack would have been, okay, bounce the lethal attacker and then somehow manage to discard 2 Omniscience to have a chance in that matchup.
Really, it would have required removing the Soul Cauldron from the battlefield because Abuelo's Awakening has to target something in the graveyard. So as long as the Cauldron's sitting there untapped, it can just always fizzle the combo.
Yeah, true.
And I really liked how Jesse was really thoughtful in managing his Haywire Mites, knowing that one of Zachary's primary ways to get the Cauldron off the battlefield is temporary lockdown.
Yes. Sideboard time now, so hopefully post-board things get better here for Zachary Keeney and Zachary Keeney fans. What do you think is going to be the most impactful in this matchup for Zach?
Boy, I didn't think I'd be saying this, but Clarion Conqueror has a really meaningful line of text.
For the first time, besides being a 3/3.
For the first time, yeah. I remember experiencing in older formats, I think it was called Linvala, Bearer of Silence. Oh,
I hated Linvala. Everyone hates her.
Everyone hates Linvala, yeah, especially us honest green mages. But the line of text that I'm referencing is shutting off activated abilities of creatures. So that means no Llanowar Elves, no Molt Tenders, basically no shenanigans.
Yeah.
And Jesse's deck is all shenanigans, 100% shenanigans. So Clarion Conqueror is, I think, there sort of more as just a solid value creature, a 3/3 dragon that can block effectively, return your Roiling Dragonstorms. But here Zachary has kind of stumbled into an accidental hate card that can be really effective against Jesse. So I think that's one to look for. In general, other than that, it's going to be like rounding things out here and there. And I think both of the decks, their primary game plan is still going to be applicable even after sideboarding.
Well, looking forward to seeing how this shakes out. And if you are looking forward to future events, future sales, future whatever it is that Star City Games is up to, be sure to sign up for their newsletter. You can get all the information on the latest sets, get more info on SCG Con Indianapolis happening at the end of this month, and learn all about the flash sales. There's one going on right now, BT Dubs, so if you want to get 10% off singles, then go buy your cards, because deals are good and we like discounts. Right, so Jesse's side of things. I really like just the cards in the sideboard. Then again, I'm a little biased because I like this color combination. So I see things like Disruptive Stormbrood, and I'm like, oh, yes, I like this dragon. This is probably my favorite one from Target Dragonstorm, to be honest. But, Canker Bloom, too, an excellent way to remove artifacts and enchantments. I don't know if any of these are actually going to be brought in, but, hey, they're fun. And we saw the Swarm Weaver in one of Jim and Corey's rounds doing some great work for Jesse.
If you want an excuse to play with a lot of sweet and unusual cards, this Jund Roots deck is a good excuse to find yourself in that position.
Yeah. Represent the most underrepresented colors here this weekend in black and green. And when in doubt, Jund them out.
Do you want to know something interesting?
Always.
Coming into this matchup, I would have said Zachary was going to be a heavy favorite. I was like, hey, I'm really excited to see this Jund Roots deck. It's done some cool things on camera. We're all really rooting for Jesse and his unusual brew. And he has run into the nightmare matchup because you think of this as sort of like a value deck, flood the board, put a lot of creatures on the ground. That's going to be really effective against people who are trying to attack and block. Really ineffective against someone who's just assembling a turn 4 I win combo. That's what I would have said.
Yeah.
However, seeing the way that first game played out, Jesse was able to assemble a pretty resilient team. He shrugged off the temporary lockdowns like they were nothing. He had the built-in graveyard hate where he wasn't really threatened by Zachary's combo. So I want to see what happens when Zach has a little bit more of a competitive draw. But generally, that game one really subverted my expectations, and I'm impressed with how Jesse has
taken advantage entirely. And
exactly.
to put it bluntly, in a way my 2-year-old would understand, Zachary's hand was doo-doo butts the entire time. So he just didn't have anything going. He was just a non-active participant in that first game. So hopefully Jesse is in for a bit more of a fight. Kicking things off real nice here. Chucking Omniscience in the bin, courtesy of Roiling Dragonstorm. So we are en route for a turn 4 combo win, provided Jesse has nothing to say about it. We can't say naughty words on broadcast. See, it's the same as talking to a toddler. Oh, okay. What do we got here? Dredger's Insight. Nice. Enchantment. This one, I believe, mills you at the beginning of each upkeep. A one-off.
Mills you up front, and then every time a creature leaves your graveyard, you get to gain life, which is really effective once you start getting things like Molt Tender going, Overlord of the Baelmerk. Not the most important matchup for life gain, but some of the other opponents that Jesse has undoubtedly faced over the course of the weekend, picking up those extra points of life can be quite meaningful.
Sure can. Turn 3 now. Zachary is going to see an Ooze.
Scavenging Ooze, one of my favorite cards.
Scroll Shift in response. Roiling Dragonstorm. Exit and enter. Draw, chuck. Do we have a second copy of Omniscience? No. So, that gets got. Unfortunate for Zachary, so he's going to have to find plan B here. There's another Roiling Dragonstorm. Does he find an answer for Scooz? Another Meticulous Archive. That's going to sit on top. And the turn passes back. Ooze survives. I love me a good 2-drop that just messes with your opponent's graveyard.
Scavenging Ooze doesn't get a lot of attention in Standard lately, but I've played a lot with this card in a variety of different contexts, and what I will say is when it sticks on the battlefield, it has a very large impact on the game. Every graveyard synergy, shutdown, life gain often turns into the biggest creature on the battlefield. It enables the Insidious Roots all by itself. So things going pretty nicely for Jesse, but perhaps a shields down moment.
Dredger's Insight number 2 hits the board alongside Insidious Roots, so he's able to bring something back from his yard, gain a couple of life there, and we get a plant. We're gardening.
And again, Zachary just passing the turn with no play.
Oof. I'm going to assume that this wasn't a matchup Zachary had top of mind, so is it a factor of not having the tools to deal with what Jesse's up to, barring the Clarion Conqueror?
I think it's just a factor of not having any tools at all. Like, think about so many of the cards in Zachary's deck. He would have loved to play Stock Up there. He would have loved to play Temporary Lockdown. You know, he would have loved his Clarion Conqueror off the sideboard. That would have returned the 2 Roiling Dragonstorms. It could be that his hand in both games was just really reliant on the combo, and because he's been unable to execute the combo, he hasn't really had much else to work with.
Yeah. So if he did have the combo in hand, I'm guessing one of the cards is Abuela's Awakening, which is doing nothing right now. A Temporary Lockdown would be fantastic with the current board state.
I thought that was going to be, you know, what we were going to see, and then it would be, the game would turn into a question of whether Jesse could find a disenchant effect in a timely fashion. But no, Zachary doesn't even have that.
I think this is the first time I've seen Zachary like visibly stressed out. So just before the game 2 started, he like kind of did the flex and try and shake off whatever nerves he had, all the anxious energy. So hopefully we'll see a rally here from Zachary.
So now we see the Insidious Roots beginning to pop off. This is the type of card that your first trigger is nice and peachy, but it really starts to snowball once you've triggered it multiple times. The plants become enormous threats. You have more mana to work with to trigger it more and more. So very snowball-y, impressive card when it goes unchecked.
Superb gardening skills here from Jesse. There's a comedian whose joke I'll always remember. He's talking about, you know, what retired life is like. And he does this whole long spiel, but then basically it's gardening, 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 death. And that's kind of what I feel like Zachary's going to experience soon. Oh boy. You like counters? I got counters for you, man. This is like seeing Avenger of Zendikar hit the board.
Yeah, no kidding. Build your own Avenger of Zendikar.
Yeah.
No lands needed. No 7-drops needed. So this is where the deck is just like humming on all cylinders. The Tyvar granting haste, which these plant tokens are able to produce mana. Haste was really meaningful with the Osteomancer, enabling more value, more triggers of Insidious Roots, keeping in mind that the Scavenging Ooze can be activated from the mana generated from the untapped plants. So this is not a shields down moment, even if Zachary has, say, end of turn coil and catch.
Oh, my goodness me. Big chunk of damage there going Zachary's way. So down to 12. Digging, 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 trying to find something to help him out in this situation. What can he find? Something. Okay, stock up. That was a lockdown in hand there. Does that do anything right now? Is there any way to kill that?
Not showing on the battlefield. So this is going to be a lot about if the lockdown can survive.
Oh boy.
But you flagged Canker Bloom as a card that Jesse might be bringing in. Let's see. We already know about Haywire Might ×2.
Just tapping everything. Like, cool. I'm just going to eat your graveyard. Gib. All right. So temporary reprieve here for Zachary Keeney. Everything. Goodness, how many permanents was that? That's got to be a record, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not including the tokens. That's a lot of permanents under there. All right. Looking better here for Zach. Jesse untaps. Can we find a piece of enchantment removal to continue his nonsense? Yes, Canker Bloom. Hey, bud.
The good news for Zachary is it's going to free up his own Roiling Dragonstorms to be able to sculpt his draw even more. So still challenging to try to combo off, but you could just find another temporary lockdown to do the whole dance all over again. Let's keep in mind the haste granted by Tyvar. So what Jesse might want to do if he's worried about a second copy of temporary lockdown is use the Osteomancer Adept to put the Canker Bloom back onto the battlefield. Basically set himself up with some mana, a Canker Bloom, a Scavenging Ooze. That's going to protect him against a lot of the angles Zachary could attack from. But he is going to need one more turn before he can actually turn these creatures sideways and attack.
2 Overlords milled there. That's a good one to get back. That also gets other things back for you, so... Well, it's like nothing happened. He fogged an attack for 1 turn, did Zachary, but Jesse is right back at it. Goodness me. This list looks sweet.
So Jesse's position here, it's not, there's no infinite combo going on, but it's like a self-propelling engine, a snowball rolling down a hill, because the more graveyard-related actions he can take, the more he generates plants, which have the haste ability to tap for mana. Using the Osteomancer Adept, he can return cards like Overlord of the Balemerc, which then fuel more cards in the graveyard to cast more creatures. So, you know, when does it end? The answer, more or less, is it ends whenever Jesse wants to pass the turn. I don't believe he can win. I don't believe there's okay, there is maybe some shenanigans he could put together with Voldaren Thrillseeker and Agatha's Soul Cauldron. I don't know how practical it is to win from this position here.
I think is one of the ways when you're in a situation like this. I believe Voldaren is the thing you're looking for with the Cauldron, because all of these little idiots are going to get counters on them and can go and essentially blow up Zach. So that is gross and cool, and I love it. Snarling Gorehound also doing a great job of impersonating Guardian Project. Whenever these creatures enter, he gets more draws, more mills. Man, talk about value. Ooh, there's a Cauldron. Yes, yes. Good, good.
So I guess the idea is the 1 copy of Curious Forager is there to facilitate the 1 copy of Soul Cauldron. So let's, shortcut the world.
Yep. There we go. Zachary's seen enough.
Speaking of shortcuts, that's Zachary conceding.
Yeah.
The players get to communicate. Jesse knows his deck better than either of us do in the booth. I think he was just kind of explaining that Zach's not going to get another turn.
No.
And or he's going to be prepared enough for temporary lockdown and the Omniscience combo that there's going to be nothing that Zach can do, even if he does get another turn.
Talk about combo, huh?
I'm impressed.
Yeah, this is so sweet.
I'll have that be my final comment. I'm impressed by that John Roots deck.
It'll be awesome. I mean, maybe we could put in a request with one Corbin Hosler to go and get a deck tech on that, because, I want to know all the ins and outs of the John Roots list to know what exactly Jesse is working towards as his, okay, cool, gotcha, you're dead. That goes scoop. So good gardening. Good gardening indeed. We do have some other feature magic to show you, friends. And as soon as we do, we'll jump on into that and check it out. I'm not too sure who it's going to be. It may
In the
be
meantime, we have one more news desk segment.
Oh,
which
yes.
This is the height of 2025 SCG Con technology.
Oh, yes.
Ailey and I have a handwritten top 8 prediction to show you here. So we just did an exercise before the round. What do you think is going to be in the top 8? And we both guessed.
Yeah.
And our guesses are pretty close here.
Oh, yeah.
We both have mono red as sort of a dark horse, 2 copies in the top 8, which would be kind of shocking based on its small metagame prediction share at the start of day 1. You have 3 Is It Prowess. I have 2.
Yeah.
I think anything in that range would be not shocking, since it was about a third of the field. We both have 1 control, maybe Chris Botello with the Azorius control. I wrote Black Midrange. You wrote Dimir.
Yeah.
Could be Dimir, maybe a Demon's deck. And then a couple of one-ofs.
Yeah.
So something like that. That's our caster prediction of lots of red represented, and then a smattering of successful singleton players.
We'll see. What's the prize if we guess right? Bragging rights?
Yeah, bragging rights.
Fine.
I think that's right.
I'll buy you a beverage. How's that? There you go. Cool. Round number 13. We're jumping down to check out Chris Botello up against Gavin Amiger. Sorry if I'm butchering that surname. I'm going to find out how to say it proper. And Chris Botello, our leader, 11-0-1. Going to see if he can remain undefeated. Rock and Azorius control up against Orzhov Demons. I am so happy to see Orzhov Demons doing well here because, like I mentioned yesterday, Frank Karsten did like an analysis of the recent RCs, and Orzhov Demons was one of the best performing decks, albeit, pretty underrepresented. So great to see Orzhov Demons having a great run this weekend.
Yeah, I said, I would not be shocked if this is the best deck in the format against Is It Prowess, because the black core of the deck is considered to have a lot of good weapons already, and then you tap into the white sideboard cards for just even more firepower. So kind of a nightmare matchup for a lot of Is It players, but also just a well-rounded deck. All the hand disruption and card advantage should give Gavin some weapons for the control matchup, and I think this is one that, even though it doesn't involve any of our really top decks in the metagame, I'm really excited to just see some kind of honest, classic mid-range versus control in this round.
Yeah, and knowledge is power, so Gavin Maher knows exactly what's in hand for Chris Botello, at least at this time. Meringue River Regent, the choice off of Cruel Claw's Heist, and we're going to do it again. So let's take a look, see what you got. Ooh, get that stock up out of there.
Oh, I love it. With the gift promised, so Gavin's going to take away a card and then have the ability to cast it himself on a future turn. So what's better than a mono black deck full of discard spells? A mono black deck that also gets to stock up.
Hell yeah. That is the one thing I like about Black's color identity. I like playing my opponent's stuff because sometimes it is just better. Turn passes back now to Gavin. Looking to unseat Chris Botello as the tournament leader. Fountain Port is the land, and pass right back. Chris looks very sus. What are you doing? Or now he's chill with it. Demolition Field, gonna blow up some lands? Yeah, all right. Okay, Coil and Catch. Gross. Now that gets shuffled into Chris's library, right?
I hope so.
I would imagine so. That would be pretty silly if it's in yours.
Yeah, there is no mechanism in Magic for shuffling a card that you don't own
into
your own library. Although there are cards that have been misprinted in a way to that would indicate otherwise. I remember I used to play with a card called Elixir of Immortality.
Oh yeah.
And
I know that one.
Yeah, you activate it, you shuffle it into its owner's library, but there were 2 different printings of the text box based on, like, let's say the M10 versus M11 printing, and one of them said the owner's control, the other said the controller's library, and so it was like really confusing depending on if you encountered that corner case of the opponent stealing the Elixir of Immortality.
Oh, that's beautiful. I want to find me one of those misprints. Oh, hello. All right. So now we're going to get to look at Chris Botello's hand once again, as Gavin is having a great time here with all of the hand disruption and taxing cards. This is Anointed Peacekeeper.
Yeah, so this is a very cool card in the proud tradition of white creatures that just annoy the opponent, make their cards more expensive.
Annoying 3-mana 3/3s. Love them.
These are the best games that you can play with, white-black deck full of hand disruption, is where you just sort of get to systematically pick away every card that your opponent was just getting ready to cast. And before you know it, we have another game where Chris Botelho just hasn't really cast any spells or taken any meaningful actions.
Yeah.
Granted, both players are at 20 life. The game's going to go, plenty long, and there's going to be plenty of chances for both players to get back in. But at least from Gavin's perspective, he's been able to get ahead, sculpt his own hand, and avoid Chris really doing anything to propel his own game plan.
Would you say Gavin's been 3 steps ahead?
Indeed. I would say that.
So that will be more expensive for Chris Botelho to cast. Is that a persistent effect with Anointed Peacekeeper?
And with Anointed Peacekeeper in particular, it's just for as long as it's on the battlefield.
Is it? Spells your opponent cast with a chosen name cost 2 more to cast?
Yeah, so that's a static ability of the creature when it's
gotcha.
on the battlefield.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Confusing because it's a very similar card to Elite Spellbinder, which works the way that you were alluding to, where it's a sort of a permanent effect attached to the card that you choose.
Right, yes. So, one more time with feeling. Go grab that 3 steps ahead, and that's a lot of lands in hand.
So Chris Botelho's board position right now is literally 5 lands on the battlefield, 5 lands in hand. That's it.
What's a 10-drop he can cost with his mana base?
He could play Omniscience and then still have no lands to cast, or no spells to cast.
Oh boy, Ride's End. When did that get got? Did we miss a discard, or did that just kill something?
That just got surveilled into the graveyard.
Oh yes, okay. Okay, Unholy Annex, card advantage. Here we go. Draw a card, use your life as a resource until you're able to get, I suppose if you wanted to, you could animate Soulstone Sanctuary, but any reason to right now? Nah. Well, fine. That's going to get taken care of before Gavin gets the chance to, so go get another basic. And Jim and Corey mentioned that Demolition Field is not seeing much play outside of Chris Botelho's this year. And it's kind of cool because not too many of the other decks are playing too many basics. So it's just a strip mine.
Yeah, very cool. And I love being able to bring a card like that, especially when people are don't really have it on their radar. They're not gearing for it. Let's keep perspective that Chris Botelho is our tournament leader with Azorius Control. However, the much more popular control deck is Jeskai, which Chris in his deck tech, he actually flagged. I thought that the mana was too bad in the 3-color Jeskai control deck. That's why I went back to the very disciplined, consistent blue-white mana base. But yeah, even the control players in our field are not packing Demolition Field.
Now we'll see Soulstone Sanctuary become a real boy. And we'll be able to attack here after Chris Botelho deploys the Authority of the Consuls. But Demolition Field number, what is that, 3 now? It's going to blow that up too. Oh boy. Just land destruction left, right, and center. Now, that came down. Did we gain life / draw a card off of the Unholy Annex? I don't remember seeing it.
I don't think any animated Soulstone Sanctuary has survived to the end step.
Yeah, but then should have lost life and drawn the card irrespective, right? Unless he has the demon, then he gains life.
Correct, yeah.
Each opponent loses 2 life, you gain 2 life, otherwise you lose 2 life. Huh. Well, we have a demon now, and we did do the card draw, so Archfiend of the Dross hits the board, gains a life for Chris Botelho. It's a big tap, fatty, flying in the sky. And a reminder on top of the library for Gavin to take that down. Each upkeep. Hello, Beza. Gain some life. Probably don't draw cards. And don't draw treasure. Excuse me, make a treasure. Oh, 1 card. Okay, cool. More land. How many are we on now? What's that, 9? 8?
8.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Oof. This is not looking hot for Chris.
No, definitely Chris is behind on a lot of metrics here. What's the hope for him? Well, first of all, his deck is full of card drawing. So with 8 lands on the battlefield, you could draw stock up, and then suddenly the whole context of your hand and the texture of the game is immediately different. Second of all, the Archfiend of the Dross does sort of give Chris an alternate way to approach the game. If he can somehow kind of stall this demon or find ways to gain life, maybe he could win by depleting the oil counters and having Gavin lose the game directly, or at least force Gavin to point a removal spell at his own creature.
Is that Preacher of the Schism? What printing is that? Oh, gosh. Way to make our life difficult here, Gavin. So that'll also enter tapped. And that is going to be enough for Chris Patella to pack it up and go to game number 2. We want to say a big thank you once again to our sponsors for this event, Beckett and Dragon Shield. If you want to get your cards graded, send your cards to Beckett, or, you know, come to one of these events where they generally have a booth and can sort your cards out for you. I'm not sure if they do it on site precisely, but it's a great way to get in, because I know a lot of these card grading services, their backlog is crazy because people want to get their shinies graded, and then to protect all your shinies, put them in Dragon Shield. Go get some of the best sleeves in the business. And thank you once again to our sponsors for supporting this event and for everyone at home watching. Y'all are cool and we like you. Duress to kick things off. Woo! See, that's what we needed last game, right? 2 stock-ups. There's a No More Lies. There's a Nope and a Land Destruction spell once again.
I'll tell you what Chris doesn't need here is he doesn't need the Adarkar Wastes Demolition Field start. That's unnecessarily painful for his deck that he brought to the tournament because of its nice, smooth, consistent, painless mana base. Granted, he should be totally fine if he just finds a 3rd land of any type. But if he does wind up being stuck on those 2. All right, there we go. See Chrome Coast. Now we're off to the races.
Easy peas, lemon squeeze. Okay, so No More Lies taken care of, allowing Gavin to do whatever the heck he wants. Hey, Caustic Bronco! This guy, this caused a lot of conflict, I would say, and arguments among players that I chatted to about it. Some people were like, why would you want to play this? It's just going to kill you. And everyone was like, but it's a free card. It's like, your life total is going to go bye-bye. So people were split on this one. What's your take on Caustic Bronco?
My take is that I'm willing to pay a lot to get a free card.
Fair, but it has killed you before, right?
Yes, and I've seen it kill opponents, and it's similar to my old favorite card, Dark Confidant, which is previewed as a Final Fantasy card. Going to be standard legal in just a month from now.
That's awesome.
But, yeah, I mean, Gavin, he's basically got Thoughtseize Dark Confidant Liliana, you know, for those who remember that deck back in Modern. It's the standard equivalent, Duress, Bronco, Liliana.
Oh, goodness me. Liliana, not like an overly powerful planeswalker, but still just so damn good at what she does.
Exactly. She's so good at what she does. Now, there are Obstinate Baloths, Wiltleaf Lieges running around. She is not particularly strong against the Corey Steelcutters and haste creatures of Izzet, but boy, when you get a Duress Liliana draw against blue-white control, she is still a powerhouse.
Oh boy, because that's how the control deck kills you. It's with card advantage. Not much else. So if Liliana's ripping apart your opponent's hand, then you are having a great time. But Stock Up is going to do what it does best and give Chris Patello more options to look at. I love this version. The new Liliana printing from, what's it, Dominaria?
Yeah, she's so cool.
So pretty. Fishy. Hello. It's like, where did that come from? There's no Into the Floodmaw. Nope, there it is, a Fountain Port. So, stuff to do here for Gavin. This land might not be long for this world with the demolition field hanging around, so gonna take advantage of it while he can. Munch on a token and draw a card.
Gavin's mana base has done a lot of work over the course of the match. Between Fountain Port, Soulstone Sanctuary, he's also got one Restless Fortress. That's a lot of long-term value lands for games that are dragging on, sometimes going to top deck wars. And you mentioned that he got Demolition Fielded 3 times last game. A lot of the 3-color decks in our field would be just decimated at that point, out of basic lands to search for. But because he's the core of Gavin's deck is 1 color, almost mono black, he has no shortage of basic swamps to support this plan as well. So everything kind of paying off in terms of his deck building decisions there.
Nice. Yeah, Chris would need to Demolition Field 3 more times before Gavin ran out of basics. Get to look at the hand once again. Get Lost, we got a Beza, a Jace, and Wiltleaf Liege.
Wow, so Chris actually brought in Wiltleaf Liege in anticipation of the Singleton Liliana in Gavin's deck.
Nice.
That is
Heist doesn't discard though.
That's dedication to the craft, and it's working out here. So thankfully for Gavin, Cruel Claw's Heist is an opportunity to exile a card, which means he clears the way of the Wiltleaf Liege. So kind of like subverting the intention of the card by making Chris actually successfully discard it. And now he's free to uptick the Liliana. Chris did show the Get Lost, so he has the Liliana covered in a number of ways. But hey, she did her job. She knocked 3 cards out of the control player's hand, made him even use the Get Lost and distribute 2 map tokens. So things are going well for Gavin.
They are indeed. And we are running out of time in this round, so we're going to skip ahead to the conclusion of this matchup just to show you what happens here. I do believe Chris Botelho ties things up at the end of game 2 there. And while we get the ending queued up for you, go and order Tarkia Dragonstorm. This set is so sweet. The dragons are amazing. The different art treatments are some of the coolest that we have seen in a long time, and you can get some rad cards in there like Voice of Victory, which has put on a pretty good showing this weekend so far. So if you want to get yourself some staples, go to starcitygames.com/MTG-TDM. Alrighty, so as soon as we can, we'll jump back in and then keep up with the rest of the tournament, because we don't want to keep the players waiting, you know? They got stuff to do. They have Pro Tour slots to win and World Championship invites to get into. All right, and just a correction, apologies from our side, is we are at the end of the game here, and we will show you the conclusion of this one. So not jumping into game 3. And a lot happened since we last saw this board state. That is a Lord Skitter's, Lord Skitter, a Rat King, we got Carsey Revenant, we got a Caustic Bronco with so many things on. There's a Get Lost. Good Lord. All right, Chris, down to 3.
Gavin has so many sweet 1 and 2 ups in his deck. Every time he plays a new creature, I'm like, oh, I didn't know he had that one. Yeah,
Lord Skitter Sewer King makes rats for you. It's kind of like a Bitter Blossom, but with rats instead of fairies.
And Graveyard Hate.
Yeah. Nom 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 nom. Carsey Revenant too, another sweet card that lets you annoy your opponents even after it's died. Oh boy. Map tokens being used to clear off the top of the deck here for Gavin. And even more lands being found, but hey, makes your draws not too sucky. Chris Botelho gets a turn. Gonna take a look at his hand. The judge has a chuckle. Oh, I want to know what you drew now. Meticulous Archive, gonna surveil here. And that is a Ride's End in the bin. Don't tap your pain lands because they'll hurt. Here comes a Jace.
Doing a quick graveyard count here.
Uh-huh.
So Chris is going to have to draw something off of the Jace activation to stay alive.
What can he find? Scratch of the head. Oh, look at the hand. Count of the mana and an extended hand from Chris Botello. So apologies about that, friends. We got your hopes up for Chris, but it was, in fact, Gavin taking it down 2-0, unseating the tournament leader. That's going to feel good.
Fascinating development there. So first, yeah, as you mentioned, Chris was #1 in the standings. Gavin now takes him down a peg and leapfrogs him. So Gavin's going to be, either standing alone or tied as our player with the best record in the event. Meanwhile, that was table 1, and it was like maybe not bruised, but those are not in the top 5 decks represented on our field. So Chris here building a control deck tailor-made to take down, is it Prowess, maybe Omniscience or Jeskai Oculus, some of the other big players in Standard. But here, deep in the tournament, he's facing Orzhov Demons, like all these 1 and 2 of spicy cards, Liliana of the Veil. So just a really interesting development, and it's good to keep in mind that this can happen in Magic. Is like the players who sometimes rise to the top are the ones who are a step ahead, not the ones who are bringing the decks that you expected to face.
Exactly right. So sometimes you got to risk it for the biscuit, and the risk pays off, especially for Gavin Marr and Chris Botello as things stand. Both players looking still very strong for a top 8 finish here this weekend. Right now, though, we are going to take a very short break, and then we shall return for round 14. See you soon. Welcome back to coverage of the U.S. Regional Championship here in Hartford, Connecticut. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Reed Duke, and we are getting ready for round 14 action. This is the time in the tournament where people start sweating, right? They're human.
They are, yeah. I mean, several of them out there are in fact human. This is potentially a win-in round for some of the people in at the top of the standings. Like if you notch your 12th win here, there's perhaps an opportunity to intentionally draw the 15th round and make the top 8. So we haven't had that before this. So we're like really entering a new phase of the tournament. We're actually notching slots in our top 8 bracket.
Yeah, we're going to send some people into the top 8. A lot of the players that we're going to see have already secured their position into the Pro Tour, so that is super awesome. We're going to see a lot more of these players, and I love to see it because, you know, players who perhaps 3 months ago we had no idea about are now making a name for themselves and could go all the way on to the World Championship later in this year, which would be, of course, phenomenal. So let's take a look at some of those players now, where they are in the standings. Up on top, all hail our Demon Overlords in the hands of Gavin Marr, taking down Chris Botello in pretty convincing fashion, is now the tournament leader at 12-1 here, Reed.
Yeah, the tournament leader 12-1. So as mentioned, he has an excellent chance of being in the top 8. Like he likely won't be paired this round against someone who wants to draw with him, but a win or a draw and he's in. If he loses, he could have an opportunity to either play or draw the final round. And even if he loses that, he'll be 12-3 with presumably pretty strong tiebreakers, and who knows what happens then. But yeah, you could see from the standings there's not enough players with the opportunity to get to 13 wins with 2 more wins. So we're going to be talking about players at 12-1-2, 12-2-1, maybe even 12-3 with the strongest tiebreakers rounding out our top 8.
Oh, well, we do indeed have our feature match deck lists ready to go. So let's jump in and take a look here at Xander Nomenko playing Esper Pixie. Now this we haven't seen a lot of. I think this is the first time I've seen it personally on the broadcast. This is the deck that everyone was trying to beat not too long ago. Rock in 4 copies of This Town Ain't Big Enough alongside Storm Chaser's Talon to do this super annoying loop of bouncing all their crap and then hitting you for lots of damage. Why did this fall out of favor, Reed?
It's a great question. This was one of the top decks prior to the release of Tarkir Dragonstorm. It could just be that the rest of the decks caught up to Pixie with, Corey Steelcutter, Tursa Light Shatter, these Meringue River Regent being key cards that upgraded existing decks. You made a great point yesterday about Hopeless Nightmare really becoming a little bit ineffective. First of all, players are just preparing for it with the likes of Obstinate Baloth and Wiltleaf Liege, but also some people are going to discard a Portent Oculus, some people are going to discard an Omniscience. So that card, like playing sort of a naked Hopeless Nightmare on turn 1 is a little bit less appealing than it might have been 2 months ago. So those are some possible reasons why this deck has become less popular, but less effective is up for debate because here we have Xander with 2 rounds to go making a run at top 8.
Certainly is. He's sitting at 11-2 currently. Let's take a look at his opponent's deck list. Julian Corfine rocking the big bad of the tournament, but is it as bad as everyone expects it or expected it to be, playing Izzet Prowess?
Right, so this is going to do a lot towards answering your question, Ailey, of, is Esper Pixie outdated? Can it not hang with the big bad, that's new on the town in Izzet Prowess? Or has it actually been strong all this time and it has the tools and can be well set up, especially in the hands of a strong player like Xander, to beat the most popular, most successful deck in the field?
So this matchup, I do believe, is just a win and in for Xander. Slightly different records between the 2 players. So we're going to be seeing if Xander can lock up his top 8 slot in this round. There's still 2 more rounds to go after this. Yes, we're going up to 16 today. And
1 more after this. So the round we're going to watch, and then 1 more before we make the cut.
Yes. So, yeah, pretty nail-biting stuff here for a lot of players. For some of them, it'll be their first time in the top 8 on the Sunday stage, I guess. It's not just the top 8 today, obviously, but it's great to see all these players doing so well. And one thing I wanted to point out with the standings too is that in the top 16 there were 6 Izzet decks, but everything else was just like random, hodgepodge of, Omniscience and Oculus and Control and Demons and Pixie. So again, just a testament to how healthy the format is and the fact that you could basically play whatever you want.
For the most part, whenever I've taken a look at the standings in any snapshot, any round, the number of Izzet decks at the top has been somewhat proportional to, it was 1/3 of the field at the start of the tournament, which is enormous.
Yeah.
That's a huge percentage for one deck to take up in a big field event like this. But it's kind of held steady. It had a pretty good day 2 conversion rate, but yeah, as you mentioned, 6 of the top 16, that's what, 37% or so. So not like wildly different from what you would expect if all the decks were winning at a similar clip.
Well, yeah, as soon as the players are ready to rock and roll, we'll jump down into the feature match area and see how the Pixie deck can do against the most played deck here this weekend. Our players are ready, so let's go down there and see who is potentially going to be our first top 8 player. Xander Nomenko up at the top of your screen. He is on a Malta 5. Up against Julian Corfine, who looks to have a healthy hand of 7.
And Ailey, this is a high-stakes match, not just for the players who are trying to make top 8 here, but also in our respective top 8 predictions. One of the key differences is that you had a 3rd copy of Izzet Prowess, whereas I was only predicting 2. And in place, I had 1 Pixie deck.
Oh, you think you're smart, huh?
Well, we'll see. Based on the result of this match, one of us might look very smart.
Yes, indeed. You could thank me for that, actually, because you just put wild card initially and said, that is non-committal. Pick an archetype.
Yeah, you called me out on that.
So I'll take half the win there. We can share. Nice start here so far with the Pixie, nurturing Pixie, hitting the board, bouncing. What did it bounce? I did miss that. Did it bounce back the Storm Chaser's talent, which I believe was in Spell Pierced?
Yep, that's exactly what happened.
Okay.
And we should note that Xander started this game on a mulligan to 5, but if there's any deck that could recover and put up a nice early game showing, it's probably Pixie, because the whole idea of nurturing Pixie, this town ain't big enough, fear of isolation, is that you get multiple uses out of your most impactful cards.
Yeah, no, certainly an excellent deck when it is at a disadvantage in terms of cards in hand. And we will now see Drake Hatcher alongside an Opt to create a Mug token. This is a card I have been wanting to see do some cool stuff, so maybe Julian can deliver for us this time around.
Opt? You've been really excited to see Opt?
No, the birdie maker. The Drake lady.
I knew what you meant.
I'm just making sure everyone else does. So, hopefully we'll get to see some Drakes off of the newest addition to the archetype. On the other side of things, though, Julian's tapped out. Xander has the perfect opportunity to kill this Drake Hatcher if he's got a way to do so, courtesy of one of the enchantments. But first things first, Optimistic Scavenger. This card was an all-star in the limited format for Duskmourn.
For 1 mana, it can really unload a lot of power and toughness, especially when you start seeing Hopeless Nightmares and Storm Chaser's talents being bounced and recast.
Yeah. So just a pre-combat Scavenger. 3 mana available for Xander. He's going to want to start drawing some cards.
An interesting thing about the Pixie archetype is, as the card pool of Standard has expanded, there becomes so many options in how you want to build it. One of the cool new cards from Dragonstorm is Sun Pearl Kirin.
Yeah.
Really, really powerful 1-2 punch with the Spiteful Hexmage, because Spiteful Hexmage enters the battlefield with a curse roll. Then you can bounce that roll with the Kirin and free up your 3-2 creature and draw a card. That's turn 1, turn 2. However, Xander not electing to play that.
That sounds way more fun.
That particular combination Also, we've seen Pixie players sort of diversify into a wider range of color combinations, sometimes plain black-white, sometimes Mardu, Abzan, whatever it might be. But Xander's deck is pretty traditional, I would say, as far as Pixie decks go.
I don't think I've seen anyone playing the Spiteful Hexmage. At least not in any recent events. That sounds so sweet, because as soon as I saw Sun Pearl Kieran, I was like, oh yeah, this is going into Pixie. It's just like a slam dunk include, right? But you don't really get the value off of it if you're not bouncing a token too. Not getting maximum value. You want that, right?
Meanwhile, the story of this game, I think, is just the mulligan to 5 really catching up with Xander. He had a great opening couple of turns. And maybe I'm counting him out too early. If he has an instant speed, a bit of interaction here, the game continues.
Looks like he's got something, and it's going to be... This town ain't big enough. So, bouncing the 2-1 and the Drake Hatcher. Or at least an attempt was being made to do so.
So, a nice way to sort of avoid disaster and not take a bunch of damage from Monstrous Rage. Yeah. It's not really a full value. This town ain't big enough because Xander, unfortunately, with his Storm Chaser's talent having gotten Spell Pierce, he doesn't have any value-generating permanent that he was able to bounce, which he really needs given the resource deficit.
I mean, thinking of it now, Julian, that was an excellent thing to Spell Pierce to make sure that Xander isn't able to get incremental value off of it.
So here's the Scavenger being replayed, a pass of the turn. If you're a Xander fan, you really hope he drew an instant, you know, another copy of this town or a removal spell, maybe a Sun Pearl Kieran.
He does have the 4 copies of Nowhere to Run. I was kind of expecting that a couple turns back to kill off the Drake Hatcher, but doesn't look like, at least currently, that that's an option.
Yeah, I'm not super optimistic that Xander's going to survive this turn based on the double slick shot show off. I mean, the best he can hope for is an answer to one of them, but even then he's taking a bunch of damage, and the ground creatures don't line up particularly well as to be able to block those.
Yeah, Torch the Tower was revealed there alongside a land, I believe, so that gets rid of one of these creatures. And then, gotta think that's lights out unless Xander has some instant speed interaction.
So an interesting thing having Julian being forced to play into the open mana and the uncertainty. What you could do is just attack with everything, let Xander line up blocks, and say, okay. In which case Xander could survive at 1 life, but basically lose his whole board.
Yeah.
Or if you think, hey, I'm spelling blood here, I don't think you really have the right interactive card, I'm just going to Torch the Tower, one of your blockers, and get you with these slick shots. It's actually, if Xander has a single removal spell or a this town, I think the Torch the Tower might just wind up being lethal up front, because you remove a blocker, Xander bounces one of the slick shots, but then one of the ground creatures gets through. So yeah, I can't think of any single card Xander can have this is going to end well for him.
Yeah. So Xander essentially needs 2 pieces of interaction here. This is our second spell cast after the sleight of hand. So another monk joins the battalion. Okie dokie. Got some mana. Can you survive, Xander? Let's see. Ow. Oh, yeah, I'd have to hit myself with them lands. Ouchies. Sun Pearl Kieran. Okay. So that enters, gets the Pixie back to hand.
Yeah, so one of the slick shots, which is a 5 power creature, is going to go unblocked, and then one of the ground creatures, which are all at least 2 power, is going to go unblocked as well, and that's the end of the game.
Whee! Turn things sideways. No other piece of interaction for Xander, so the multi-5 unfortunately undoing him at the end there, so Julian picks up game 1 here in round 14.
Sometimes you see a game where it's just so clear-cut that the resource disadvantage made the difference. Like, after Xander played a flurry of, 4 or 5 spells in the first 3 turns of the game, if he had a strong follow-up, just spot him a Kaito or 2 removal spells or, some kind of value-generating permanent that he can bounce and replay, it's pretty easy to imagine him having gotten ahead and stayed ahead there. But instead, it's like, here's all my cards, go, nothing to trigger my optimistic scavenger, nothing to follow up and press my advantage, and that's just what a mulligan can do to you sometimes.
You know what the problem is? He's only running 3 copies of Stock Up, not the full 4.
Stock Up would have been nice there.
Unfortunate there for Xander, but the show must go on, and the match must go on too. And you know what else must go on? No, it's not my heart. It is my hype for the upcoming set in Final Fantasy that is coming up next for Magic the Gathering. Go and pre-order your cards at starcitygames.com/MTG-Fin. Go get some sweet, sweet card art. Even if you just like the characters and you don't give 2 hoots what the text says, I'm sure a lot of players are just going to be buying them for that. So yeah, if you know any Final Fantasy fans out there, well, you just found their next Christmas/birthday present. You'd be pretty happy if you got Final Fantasy cards, huh?
I'm in there. I've placed a pre-order. I'm getting ready to gear up for Pro Tour Final Fantasy. So this is a set that's going to have a huge impact on basically every format in Magic. Standard, Vintage, Legacy, Modern, Commander, whatever it might be. It's going to be a fully supported draft format. So any Magic player can have some fun with Final Fantasy, and I think lots of us will.
I'm looking forward to it. I am not the biggest Lord of the Rings fan, but I really did enjoy that limited format. And, I don't want to say that the other sets aren't as loved or as polished, because there have been some excellent ones, obviously. But I do think that a little extra care is taken with the Universes Beyond ones, just because they have to do the IP justice, right?
AKA appease angry fans.
Yes, make fan happy. Then it's going to be a good set, I think. I really like Vivi. Is that his name? VIVI?
Yeah.
Yeah. That card looks so cool.
Yeah, Vivi is one of the more iconic characters from the series, and yeah, super, super cool. I like a lot of the way that they have treated the Black Mage and Wizard class, where it pays you off for.
Look how cute it is.
There we have it.
It's adorable. I want to build this. Some of the CDH community, well, actually quite a lot of them, are going nuts about this card. So I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. I just want to play it in a dumb spells deck, but yeah, this is so cool. Do you think it can find a spot in Standard?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's just a high potential card, right?
Yeah, just put it in the Izzet decks. Izzet prowess here. Have a new friend. I know you don't like 3-mana stuff necessarily, but this looks kind of fun. Players consulting the sideboards and just making sure they have what they need going into game number 2 here. What is Xander going to be leaning on the most, would you say?
Well, as is usually the case, the players in this event have probably given a lot of attention to Izzet prowess with their main decks. So, if somebody's out there going, I'm going to bring in 10 sideboard cards against Izzet, I would reply with the question of, hey, why aren't those 10 cards just in your main deck in the first place?
Yeah.
But certainly there's opportunities to round things out, perfect your interactive suite of cards. So Duress is an option. Grim Bauble, if Xander decides he's a little bit at risk of falling behind. He has some counter spells. Preacher of the Schism is a card that we've talked about as just it's pretty difficult for Izzet to get that off the battlefield because most of their removal is the red damage-based type of stuff. So yeah, I think this is going to be largely about small tweaks here and there. Maybe bring in the 2 Preachers and perfect optimize your suite of removal.
Xander looking at a hand of 7. I think he's on a mull to 6. Julian, I think, is happy. I'm not sure if he mulled, though.
I could see one of the stressors in Xander's hand is he has 2 Dark Slick Shores as his only sources of, as his only lands, so no white mana available.
And he's on the play, so that's not great.
Yeah, I mean, that's a real thing. Like the consistency issues of a 3-color deck leading to some awkward openings, some extra mulligans, does add up over the course of a long event.
Gonna keep. So I don't think that was a mull then. Great. Both players, 7 cards in hand. Top of the deck needs to be kind to Xander. Dark Six Shores to kick things off. And we are gonna make Julian discard here. Goodbye, Monstrous Rage. Wow, discarding the best card in your deck. What the heck, man?
Jim and Corey in the morning had a really good discussion about when and if you sideboard out Monstrous Rage. Like, is this a card that is just always great, or can it be a liability if your opponent is prepared with a lot of removal and board sweepers? And yeah, I don't really have much to add to how they broke it down in the morning, which was basically like, you can think about it. But yeah, definitely a great card that could be part of a balanced configuration even after sideboarding.
Yeah, it's like the ultimate gotcha card right now, as we're going to see another copy of Hopeless Nightmare hit the board. Now what does Julian chuck? I don't imagine he's got any Obstinate Balos in the sideboard, huh?
No, I did check just to be thorough, but I don't think there's anything that can really be discarded for profit in the Izzet deck.
That's so funny. I did see a couple of control decks playing these green behemoths in the sideboard. I'm like, what on earth? Okay, clearly Pixie is a problem. Sleight of hand, helping shore up Julian's draws a little bit here. Hopefully he won't be dealing with too much more discard, and hopefully Xander finds a white source of mana. Goes down to 2, goes down 2 to 18. Ugh. Rat-row, spaghetti-o.
Yeah, poor Xander, I think, has just drawn only white cards for his draw steps so far.
There's nowhere to run, so sure, that can kill this little guy if he gets too big. Or kill a monk if needs be, but I mean, this is not exactly a juicy target right now, and it can get out of range if there's enough nonsense in Julian's hand. Never mind, it dies. Okay, nothing.
Wow.
Huh. Duress, let's see. Yes, please. This is the only way we get hand cam. No! Never mind. Well, we know there was a negate.
I like Julian's position because just even on the board, he can level the Storm Chaser's talent to get some slow long-term value.
Let's get the negate again. What would you pick? There's some nonsense in that bin. It's negate, sleight of hand. Oh, no, never mind.
Oy.
Hi, Ral.
That is a powerful sideboard card that Julian has brought in here. Really anticipating a heavy resource trading game and bringing in the Planeswalker that if the opponent's just packing all Grim Baubles, cut downs, nowhere to runs, and you drop a Ral Crackling Wit, you're going to be in great shape. Alternatively, if your opponent's mana screwed, unable to cast their white spells, this thing is going to absolutely run away with the game.
Goodness me. So, Ral hits the board. Pluses. Gets triggers off of any non-creature spell being cast. Gets counters. Loyalty counters off of any non-creature being cast. And this is Trainwreck City for Xander. Got a feel for him.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate string of 2 games here. Some bad mulligans in the first one and just being unable to cast white spells in the second one. Yeah, there's no way to sugarcoat it. That's heartbreaking in a high-stakes match like this.
Yep. And on the other side of things, though, Julian is going to press the advantage. And mana screw happens in Magic, so don't muck about. Get the game one and done, and on to the next one. That is going to be it. So heartbreak there for Xander. Unable to lock up his top 8 slot this round, but still one more round to go. Julian Corfine improving his record to 11-2-1. Tough beats there, huh? Sometimes lands just don't play nice.
Yeah, very tough. Now, as we get into the final round of Swiss, we don't know exactly what record, how things are going to play out, what's going to happen in the final round, what record is going to be the cut for top 8 or for even for top 32 for the Pro Tour slots for that matter. I believe anyone with a record better than 12-3 will definitely make the top 8, and then 12-3 will be, maybe the folks with the best tiebreakers wind up making it. But Xander takes a 3rd loss, still having a great tournament. I would advise, you just try to win that last round and maybe sweat the tiebreakers and see what happens. But at worst, he's going to have a deep money finish and qualify for the Pro Tour. So
there's always a silver lining. Our backup match is ready, so we're going to jump in and take a look at what is happening here between Forrest Wang and Max Medeiros. Woo, Monterey Aggro. Those are the wrong names. Never mind. I was like, we saw this guy earlier.
Yeah, that's
Does he have a doppelganger?
Jesse on the
Hi,
bottom.
Jesse.
We know him as our Jund Roots player.
Curses. I was hoping for Monterey Aggro, but alas, I have been foiled. Instead, we get our Snarling Gorehound. Likes to draw some cards here. We're going to get that fixed up quick, and jump right back in here to see how our players do in this matchup. So it's Jund Roots up against, let me...
Surprise. Is it prowess? But I actually appreciate this. We've seen plenty of Is It on camera.
Yeah.
But that's fine, right? Because that's the story of the event, is how are these brews and these players who brought their unique decks approaching the Boogeyman matchup, right? So we've gotten to see Jesse play, kind of a range of matchups with his Insidious Roots deck. But this is the real test. Like, hey, you got a bunch of ground tokens. You're doing some cool stuff. What about a slick shot show off that's going to kill you on turn 3 or 4? What's your plan there? So this is one that I've actually been dying to see.
All right. Well, they're still playing. So let's jump into game number 2 here between these two players. Is it prowess in the hands of Connor McKenzie up against Jesse Pylan playing the sweet Jund Roots deck. Picking up game 1. And this is a win and in for both players, we'd imagine.
Yeah, most likely.
Most likely, in inverted commas.
Yeah, so the most likely scenario would be somebody wins this match, advances to 12-2, sits down for round 15 and offers a draw. Now, you don't know what your opponent's, situation or preferences are going to be. They might accept, they might not. You might have to play. So we can say that these folks are in good position to make the top 8, but I guess I'm just trying to avoid promises because the final round of a tournament can always be a bit messy.
Let us remain vague as not to incur the wrath of our lovely chat/audience. And possibly the players, But the commentator said, and what they say is binding. No. We just like to yap and pretend that it is.
Trust me, if we could pick the top 8 players, we would probably abuse that power in some form or another. But we actually have no bearing on the actual running of the tournament.
Nope. Rebel Maverick and a Malt Tender, 2 1-drops. Making their way onto the board, and it's the bin for Jesse. On the other side of things, we've got Corey Steelcutter and a little Archer friend.
Jesse Paland is becoming a crowd favorite player because 2 regional championships in a row, he showed up and had deep runs with unique, unusual decks, different each time. Last time it was Boros Monument, if memory serves. So yeah, just a player that's becoming easy to root for, really, really strong and doing it in his own way, which we appreciate. Connor McKenzie, also a really accomplished player. I played against him at the last Pro Tour.
Nice. Yeah, I've seen him a couple times on coverage, so definitely showing his consistency and his prowess, if you will. And I wanted to make a pun about rooting for Jesse because he's playing Roots, but I'll just leave it there on the table. We carry on.
Nicely done.
Thank you. Rebel Belt Maverick hits the board. We're going to have a squiz, surveilling a couple things into the yard. That's a lot of War Elves. And Disruptive Stormbrood. No, get that out of there. That's my favorite dragon. He's so cute.
Gotta love round 14 of the regional championship. What does that card do?
Yeah.
I've never seen that one before.
I don't think our pirate deck made it into day 2. That would have been sweet. That would have been so much reading in those matchups. Insidious Roots now hits the board, giving critter tokens the ability to add mana of any color.
So I would describe both players as having really strong draws in this game, and it's really just the die roll heavily impacting the dynamic, because if Jesse had been able to set up a stocked graveyard and Insidious Roots before Connor had assembled any kind of aggression, I'd be really loving Jesse's position, because pretty soon you get to go wild, you get that snowball rolling down the hill, you clog up the ground with all these big blockers. However, things are a lot more in question at this point, because Connor is on the front foot pressuring Jesse's life total. So if it's like, hey, you're at 7 life by the time you start triggering your Insidious Roots, that's a much different story. Leaves a lot more room for Connor to try to steal the game or put together something special to get over the finish line.
So Connor going for the bargain torch the tower to kill the Rebel Belt Maverick, or exile it, I should say. Valuing the scry there. Trying to find a way to deal with the board that Jesse's got going. Still nothing crazy powerful going on. But we will get some triggers and we will get some plants now with Insidious Roots cleanly on the board. So yeah, for Jesse it's very much a case of, can I assemble my engine and get that value going and churning, etc., etc. And for Connor it's just like, all right, can I kill you before you are able to do that?
So pretty modest turn for Jesse there. Got a little bit of value, took out the steel cutter, preserved his life total. I think it's going to be a lot about if Connor has a strong draw, and he does not. He cannot even attack his 1/1 prowess creatures into the 1/2 plant. That is about as bad as it gets.
Yeah, that's rough. Oh, hi, guy. Obstinate Baloth, speaking of big dum-dums from the sideboard.
Whoa.
Don't see that hard cost often.
Yeah, Jesse brought in Obstinate Baloth against a deck that doesn't make him discard. Just, hey, 4/4 body, gain 4 life. That's exactly what the doctor orders in this matchup.
Turns out you can just cost it.
Okay, sleight of hand. Connor really looking for stock up here.
Yeah.
Needs to just refill the gas tank at all costs.
Pressure and permission is what he needs right now. Up against a 4/4. And a plant. It's not much, but it's honest work.
So that's Thunder Trap Trainer. That's one you don't always see in Is It Prowess, but looks like Connor has designed his deck to be a little bit more geared for a long game. Lower on Slick Shot Show Off, higher on card advantage, which both cards pretty nice in this situation. You know, Slick Shot Show Off, I highlighted as something that might be able to fly over Jesse's ground army. But of course, in a game where you have tons of mana and you're kind of stagnating, Thunder Trap Trainer finding you the stock up is about as good as it gets.
This is wild. There are no Slick Shot Show Offs in this list.
Nope.
Huh. Well, ain't that fancy. Instead, going for the Otter Wizard. Which, it's kind of weird. It doesn't do anything beyond its initial enters effect. Personally, I prefer the bird, just because it can hit things really hard. But, hey, sometimes you gotta find cards. Turn passes back now to Jesse, who is sitting at a healthy 18. Dredger's inside, gets to mill things, so cash grab, Verge, Blooming Marsh, and Overlord into the bin. That is gonna hurt. Oof. Another life gain here too. Another plant as the Overlord left the bin. Yeah, Jesse's cooking.
So the last time we saw Jesse play, he played Dredger's Insight against Omniscience, and we said, oh, the life gain can't possibly matter in this matchup. What about this game where, you know, Connor is trying to stagger across the finish line, piece together like some kind of offense that can get around Jesse's big board. And the accumulation of, hey, 4 points from the Obstinate Baloth, a point every turn from the Dredger's Insight. Now I'm at 19.
Yeah.
It's a lot different from being at 12 for the purposes of the Is It Prowess player.
Yeah. Life gain is cheats for the aggressive decks, is what I've been told.
I actually wonder if Jesse made if Jesse went off script and brought in the Obstinate Baloth because Connor doesn't have Slick Shot Show Off.
Maybe.
I could see against some Is It decks, it's like, okay, I play Ground Blocker, Obstinate Baloth, gain 4 life, and then I take 9 in the air, and I kind of feel silly. But here it's like blocking on the ground is effective. Connor can't do damage in quite as large of chunks. Kind of makes sense.
Connor McKenzie upped. Doesn't like what he sees, sends it to the bottom. Let's see if he can find an answer for the growing army on Jesse's side of things. This is getting real grindy. And this is exactly where the Jund Roots deck wants to be.
I was just going to say the same thing. If you tell me grindy, then I like the position of the Jund Roots deck.
A wild Corey Baumeister appears behind Jesse. What is in hand? Looks like there's a Corey Steel Cutter for one. Might be a stock up.
Typically in games like this, where Is It can't get the quick and easy win, it becomes about setting up for a big turn.
Yes.
So what you don't want to do is spew off a bunch of resources for kind of a meager, non-lethal attack. Oh, I got my monk up to 4/4 and I got to trade with your Obstinate Baloth. Great. That's not really the key to winning the game in this case. Instead, what I'd be doing if I'm Connor is I'd try to be quite patient, sculpt my hand, take a long-term value approach, try to go wide, and then, you know, maybe if you're lucky, you get to set up a turn where you play 5 or 6 spells, give trample to a key attacker, make a huge attack, and in the meantime, of course, doing what you can to kind of keep Jesse from popping off, maybe bounce the Insidious Roots at a key moment. I don't know if there's graveyard hate to be found off of these stock-ups.
Well, speaking of going wide, I think the only real way for Connor to do that is with like level 3 of Storm Chaser's talent.
True. That's a pretty slow, laborious way to do it, but there's the card you just mentioned.
Maybe that's the plan. Who knows? Maybe we'll finally see it hit that level.
Could also offspring your Thunder Trap trainer. That's a big value play to make.
All right. Getting in there. 1 red mana open.
So I believe this was sleight of hand, opt, stock up, Storm Chaser's talent. So are these 5/5 creatures?
I believe so. There was a lot happening on that turn.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is one of the big turns. Like, you can't really just take 10 here. You could maybe try to line up a double block.
2 mana available. This plant is able to tap for mana. Yep, make sure we tap the right one. Cash grab. Okay, let's mill some stuff. Dredger's Insight, Rebel Maverick. Hey, Swarmweaver. Gee, I wonder which one he's gonna pick.
Wow.
Nice. So we get another plant off of that. We get another counter on all of the plants.
And the moral victory of another opponent reading one of your cards.
Yeah. Make them expend more brain power. Yes, yes. Sweet. Cool, so now that plant's a 2/3. Can block along with the Baloth, kill one of these critters.
So if we counted correctly, and these are 5/5s, I kind of imagine Connor just trading against the 2 plants, which is a pretty good outcome.
Yeah. I mean, he could risk it and only block with 2 critters, but, you know, there's a chance for a blowout then. If there's a Monstrous Rage in hand, or I don't know how many Torch the Towers, etc. he's running.
Plenty. 4 Torch the Towers. Yeah, so if we counted right and and the monk is a 5/5,
yeah,
then you could Torch the Tower with Bargain, make the monk into a 6/6 and kill the 2/3 plant. Then you get to keep your monk on the battlefield.
Sweet. That would be nice. And a pretty great exchange for Connor if that is in fact the case. Okay, Monstrous Rage. So that
could make it as large as a 9 power, 9/7.
9/7, yeah.
Just trade with everything.
Yeah. All right. So Jesse goes to 14 after that attack. 3 creatures down, though, for him. But you got to feel like he doesn't really care too much about that, based on what we've seen him pick out of the graveyard. Overlords, Swarm Weavers, all that fun stuff. Connor's tapped out. We're tapping out. Oh, Harvester of Misery. Goodbye board, right? You killed my 3 creatures? I'm going to return the favor, friend.
Oh, my goodness.
That was my preview card. It's so nice.
It's a nice card.
Owie. 5/4 menacing body as well to boot, so. Icky. Oof. Just when you think Connor was clawing back into this, snip, Misery arrives.
On the board, Connor could level the Storm Chaser's talent, pick up stock up. He had a few turns where I think making plays like that were acceptable, but time is running thin because he could be taking 8 or more damage from the next attack, and then after that you have to start sweating your own life total and actually blocking, which is not something that Izzet quite likes to do.
Blocking? In this format?
Somebody's got to do it.
Blocking is for blockers. No, wait. That's not how that goes. Alrighty, what are we doing here, friend? Spire Bluff Canal. Okay, cool. Into the Floodmaw. Get out of here, token. So at least that's 3 points of damage not flying towards his face next combat. Now what do we do in leveling that up? Getting back stock up. Played a land, so he's able to cast that as well, I believe. Nope. Just going with the Storm Chaser's talent.
Yep, so that's just 1 card in hand for Connor McKenzie, which is the stock up.
Yeah.
But that means anything can happen next turn.
Yep. This little guy's not going to be able to block the menacing Harvester of Misery, so down to 9 goes Connor. Oh, gosh. Hello, Scoos. Oh, gosh. And then every time that eats a creature out of Jesse's bin, that's 2 extra life gained with the...
2 extra life and a plant created. So this is going to be, Connor... Connor needs to answer the Scavenging Ooze immediately.
Yeah. And it gets counters. Don't forget to up your life. There you go, 16. Man. Hey, neither of us had Jund Roots in our top 8 prediction.
Yep. So we're, it didn't take long for us to both be wrong.
That's my secret, Cap. I'm always wrong. Personally, though, I'm real happy to be proven wrong. This deck is so cool.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's the best thing about a tournament like this is you can't predict what's going to happen. So you're just showing up, watching, waiting to be surprised.
Yeah.
What players know something that I don't know, and in this case, Jesse Palan does.
Mm-hmm. Love to see it. 3 mana now. Stock up. Let's see what the top 5 cards of Connor's deck have to offer in this situation where time is starting to run out, and the life total, too, is getting pretty low.
Yeah, I think I'm ready to call this one because with the remaining amount of mana, Connor's not going to have any kind of clean, satisfying answer to the Scavenging Ooze. Even if he can bounce it with Into the Flood Maw, it's just going to come down and keep doing its dirty work. So I think if Jesse doesn't win this turn, he's at least going to be able to generate an overwhelming advantage. And I'm really not optimistic for Connor's chances in this game.
Game actions almost grinding to a complete halt here for Connor, and the handshake is extended. Seeing how many creatures are in the bin there, wouldn't be able to kill Jesse in time, and just way too much value on the board for Jesse Palan. So congratulations to Jesse. We believe that is enough to get him into the top 8. I want to see it though, so fingers crossed. That was a sweet, sweet victory for him, and it's going to feel pretty good beating the big bad of the tournament. Now he's hoping... Is it Dex, please? All of you.
Yeah, the Jund Roots deck has not... It's proven to be multi-dimensional. Like, this is not a joke, right? It's not... He's not here to beat one matchup and fold to everything else. We've seen him beat everything on the spectrum from Is It Prowess to Azorius Omniscience.
Yeah.
That's a pretty wide range, and, you know, this deck seems to be the real deal.
It's awesome to see, and we still have one more round to find out who is all going to be in the top 8, friends. So that's going to do it for myself and Reed for now. Corey and Jim will help set up that after this.
All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here of the U.S. Regional Championship here in Hartford, Connecticut. Corey Baumeister here, Jim Davis joining me, and we have winning in Magic, Jim. There's no better round, in my opinion. It's a close second, I suppose, to the top 4 match when they're playing for the world slots.
Sure.
But winning in Magic, there is nothing like it. So let's pull up the standings here and kind of take a look what it's looking like. So we have a little bit of the behind-the-scenes knowledge. 1, 2, 3, 4, Drew, Jim. They are almost assuredly in the top 8. So I would assume 5 and 6, 7 and 8, 9 and 10, and about 11 and 12th are the winning ins as far as we go there. Everything else, you got to get pretty lucky when it comes to the tiebreaker sweats.
Yeah, the sweat you have when you are 11 and 3, and you're at the whim of first you got to win.
Yeah.
Right. You win your match, and then well, I could be 6th, I could be 10th. It's just it's going to be on tiebreakers, which are based on how all of your opponents did over the course of a tournament. So if all of your prior opponents have a really good or a really bad last round, that can swing the numbers. A little more than you might like.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, what's the kind of biggest amount? 3, 4, 5% gets to be kind of a crazy swing in the last round, right?
Yeah, it really depends, but around that is where you see the kind of crazy swings. And you sometimes have someone who'll be like, yeah, my breakers were insane. Going to the round, I was the number 1 breakers. And then all of a sudden, you drop down, the 4 or 5 places or whatever, and that's that. So for those players, though, you got to win to be in that spot.
Yep, absolutely. And our top 4 players, Orzhov Demons, Zoria's Control, Mono Red, Izzet Prowess. 4 different decks, almost assuredly locked in, which is impressive. Gavin, I also want to tell a quick story, just was playing at Table 1 and won Game 1, which was about 45 minutes long, to naturally decking out a Jeskai Control opponent, assuming Nate Green there in 14th. Nice, huh?
I'm sad we didn't get to see that.
I know. You think they'd run it back if we check it out? So everybody, about till 12th, 13th place is live. Kind of bad news from got to be our hero at this point, Jesse Pilon. Playing Jund Roots, we just saw Jesse win on camera. Had the lowest breakers of the 12 and 2, so got paired down. So more than likely, Jesse will be playing. That's kind of the brutal one. Excuse me, Jesse Pyland. I got that wrong there. My fault. Let's take a look at our second page of standards now. All these players will not be competing besides this last round, but top 32 is Pro Tour invites. So all these players still got a lot to play for, Jim.
A lot of names here.
Yeah.
We saw Peter round 1 or round 2, long-time SCG Tour player. Sky, teammate of mine for Pro Tour, Chicago last year, phenomenal player. Andy J., a good friend of mine, my former teammate in 21st place here, ran through the grinders. Went through the grinders, had a bumpy day 1, but has been won every round since then. And it's a lot of great players. It's going to be an exciting finish to the event.
Yeah, absolutely. Great players. You start to see some of these players that will actually draw when they're in that position, when they cannot make it. But, you do have to be a little wary, because if you draw, when we are at the bottom of that standings, people are going to come up and overtake you, so that's not for certain by any means. But we are going to start shifting our gears. Every single match that we have in our feature match area is going to be a win and in. So let's take a look at our first deck list here and see what we got. I mean, come on, Jim. This is the nicest one that we have seen really all weekend. This is Jesse Pylan and playing Jund Roots. Walk us through this deck.
By far the surprise of the weekend.
Yeah.
Insidious Roots, a card that has just never been able to completely take off and hasn't really had that big finish. And Jesse has been just flying through this tournament, and in a manner almost unexpected, where I would think this deck would have trouble with Izzet Prowess.
Same.
Just beat it on camera.
Beat it on camera, and
no problem.
Connor McKenzie is a phenomenal player. Pro Tour caliber level player for sure. I think Reed was just saying he played against him in the very last Pro Tour, so no slouch. And, I watched that match firsthand. It was incredible, and Jesse kind of made it look easy. I only saw the end of the second game, but, it looked pretty impressive. And let's hope for any Jesse fans, which there are plenty, that he can do it again. Because let's take a look at Jesse's opponent. It's Julian, and there it is.
It's the bad guy, if you will. Bad guy of the event, Izzet Prowess, and this is a classic last round of really, really fun brew versus the big bad of the tournament. I know who I'm rooting for.
Yes, it is Julian, right?
That was the pun, yes.
Okay, okay. But this list also has 4 Into the Floodmaw in the main, which I think is quite wild, I must say. But the players are ready to go, so let's head on into the feature match. It's Winning in Magic here at the U.S. Regional Championship. All right, everyone, put your serious caps on. Jesse's already got his serious cap ready to go. And we got ourselves a winner. We started off with Monastery Swiftsphere being shredded to pieces. I didn't think I'd, say that sentence.
I mean,
but hey, I just commentate what I see on the screen.
59 cards, legal deck list. That's just the top 8.
Yeah. Oh man, do you think that was a statement that we're like, why play this Monastery Swiftsphere card anymore?
Yeah, yeah. That is an interesting feature of Julian's list. There are no Swiftspears, so that seemed like
not anymore.
Yeah, I mean, clearly treat them like that. But yeah, big stage. Take it to soapbox, make it a statement.
Dang right. All right. Now I just want to see Jesse rip up one card. I don't care what it is, but.
Oh yeah. Well, Snarling Gorehound, rip.
One of them's got to be slightly higher value, that's for sure. So.
There's a rule where if a card you own is damaged over the course of a tournament, a judge is allowed to issue a proxy.
That's true.
What happens if you self-damage it, though?
That is also a very good point. I think it's null and void if that's the case. Not going to be ripping up that island, I guarantee that. So we had the Gorehound into the Molt Tender. Get that Surveil. And here is a removal spell, the Abrade. I would say on the good dog, but that feels like the bad dog.
So it's interesting here where I would say that this is not the kind of game Izzet Prowse wants to play against this Roots deck. You kind of get in the board, definitely the aggro deck. But the way Julian's deck is constructed, there are no Swiftspears. There is definitely a lower creature count. There's just more removal spells. So naturally you're going to draw them, and that's what you're going to have. So definitely on Julian here to find the pressure and get this game going before Jesse can get the engine online.
What do you think of Julian's list? Like, broad scope of things. 4 Slick Shot, 2 Drake Hatchers. You almost never see both. It's one or the other. And clearly no Swiftspears. Yeah,
it's interesting where, people have been shaving Show Off to make it like a little more robust, and a little less, kind of all in. It's weird to cut the Swiftspears, which are very aggressive and all in, but then add the Slick Shot. So looking more as like a pseudo combo deck going for that big burst damage with the one huge Slick Shot attack.
Yep. Yeah, really interesting. So here is a bunch of otters. Takes a pain to cast the second one. And we're heading back Jesse's way. Let's see if we have the namesake card. I think that would be ideal here. Get the roots.
Yeah, Molt Tender is a great tool for these decks. This card, if you don't got it, you can mill. It's just a free, repeatable way to use your roots. And then, of course, adding mana is great, too. It's just a good mana dork as well.
Feeds the roots, generates the plants by tapping it, and mana. I mean, that is a phenomenal card when your 3 modes kind of help out your deck.
Yep. And for the cheapest cost possible.
Yeah.
It's a 1-drop, super easy to play.
If you could play 5 of either Molt Tender or Llanowar Elves in this deck, you probably play Molt Tender, huh?
Not close, yeah.
Yeah. Insidious Roots to the yard, not exactly where you want it, but here comes an impending Overlord. And let's see what we hit.
This play shows that Jesse is just a master of this deck, just understanding, all right, I want an extra card for Overlord here, I want to make sure that I hit. That's more important than mana on this stage of the game. Just the kind of little play, it looks a little weird. Why would you randomly mill like this, But want to get that Overlord value and then make sure things are rolling along.
Yep. Makes sense to me. There is a Gorehound, which looks like it was brought back. Can't bring back Insidious Roots with that. That would truly be busted. You can bring back some permanents with Overlord. But the Gorehound comes into play and feels like just a very big setup turn, honestly, from both players so far. 3rd Storm Chaser's talent coming down for Julian.
So the good news here is that following up these 2 removal spells, which just looked a little iffy, into some actual aggression.
Yeah.
No Swiftspears, but these are very, very close. And again, kind of get this combat going.
A block on the 2/2s. Monstrous Rage boosts it up to a 6-power Trampler. So that's going to be 5 damage from the one otter and then 3 from the other, totaling 8.
This is kind of my fear of his Roots deck against the the Prowess deck, where Monstrous Rage is when you're planning on chump blocking, kind of as your part of your plan to stay alive. Monstrous Rage becomes a real liability.
Puts a wrench in it, to say the very least. That is for sure. But, hey, Julian, looks like that is the end of the spells. There's one more card in hand. Didn't do anything this turn to push over the top. So if Jesse is able to find something, that shake of the head, though, leads me to believe that maybe our hand is not the absolute best, but we will see. But if Jesse can have a good turn here, we still got ourselves a game. But this is a must.
This is the kind of round in a tournament where I really appreciate the player cams.
Yes.
Where, we have two human beings playing Magic here.
Yeah.
Perhaps, one of the bigger matches of their career, playing for top 8 of a major event. And it's tough. There's a lot weighing on you in these moments, and you get to kind of see all the little wrinkles and everything. It's excellent.
Yeah. And I would totally agree with you. For sure for Julian, we haven't seen a ton of Julian. I don't know a lot about him. But for Jesse, he had a moment exactly like this 2 weeks ago. Had double win-ins for top 8. Lost them both. Did not make it to our elimination rounds with that Boros Monument deck. And, just now got paired down where he has the record where he could draw. If Julian says, yes, I'd like to shake hands, we're in the top 8, he would be there. So, I don't even want to channel it into existence here, but to be this close twice would be really brutal. So Jesse wants to lock this one up.
So cool to have a chance again, though.
Yeah.
These tournaments are huge. They're difficult. So it's pretty rare to have a player playing for top 8 in 2 tournaments in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, says the guy who I feel like I tuned into a top 7 plus Jim Davis at an SCG tour quite often.
Who, me?
Yeah, you. So like you were top 8 in every event. It was a top 7 plus Jim.
Those are good days.
Good days. Simpler times. All right, there's a stock up. I see 2 lands. Slick Shot Show Off, Corey Steel Cutter, and it looks like a cantrip as the options. And that is boosting up these otters as well. Anything in particular that stands out to you?
I mean, definitely want to cast another spell here. If Julian doesn't have a land in play, land is a must. I think land spell is excellent. The trample, again, what makes Monstrous Rage so good is that obviously that big turn, you cast it, you trample over for a lot of damage. The monster roll is like a big deal in these prowess decks,
it's annoying.
Because the prowess creatures always size up pretty well, and not being able to chump block them is an issue. So, 9 life here, 2 otters can be chump blocked. The Haywire Might's certainly expendable, but Jesse's got some work to do to kind of get things rolling before these otters really take it down.
My question was going to be, do you take land spell? Because I don't know really if you need to cast a spell this turn, or what if you get 2 spells to go off next turn. So I think even with another spell, it doesn't look like lethal to me, depending on how we block.
I think I guess the land, even without taking this, the land represents more damage too.
Though, Jim, isn't this actually lethal? Well, Monstrous Rage almost assuredly lethal, but I was going to say, even with the Haywire Might, an Opt would have been lethal there, right?
So we have stock up 3/6 and then trample. Yeah.
Because the Haywire Might ability would go on the stack. Oh, that's cute.
That is very cute.
That is cute. That does remove trample when you take the roll away. That's a true chump blocker where you gain 2. So now we're taking 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, but gaining 2. So I think Jesse will be down to 2.
That was cool.
That was really cool.
You always kind of forget the roll as a card.
Yeah.
We saw one sacrifice to a Torch Tower earlier for bargain.
Yep.
And then, of course, here, it is an enchantment. It can be removed.
Yep. Okay. Jesse did the unthinkable, survived 2 monstrous rages.
Now the problem is, now what?
Concede.
All right. Problem indeed.
Hey, it was still cool. That is for sure. So that is Jesse falling on the first game here to Julian. And what are we doing from Jesse's side to help out in this Is It matchup? Because like we were saying, Jesse did just win this matchup last round against Connor. And I saw some of the cards. The Harvester of Miseries looked excellent. And we saw him bring in the Obstinate Balos and the Swarm Weaver and the Scavenging Goose. Sorry, I'm doing your job because I remember seeing all these cards in his hand.
I think this is different, though, because without Suspir, there's more focus on these Slick Shot show-offs. So a card like Bailoff is good when your opponent's kind of on the ground, kind of nickel and diming you, chip shot damage and stuff. But if they're going to attack for 9 in the air with a slick shot show off, the bailout looks much less exciting.
Yeah.
But I do agree. Harvester basically looks pretty good. Scavenging seems solid too. Storm Reaper is nice. I think things that block slick shot show off are important because Jesse doesn't have a lot of ways to kill a slick shot show off.
Yeah.
So a lot of Jesse's deck is predicated on blocking. So the things that do that make sense.
Okay, sounds great. And then from Julian's side, how are you sideboarding against, this really tough deck to sideboard against Jund Roots? And that's the one thing I'll stress on. Jesse has tested against Izzet Prowess 1,000 times. How many times do you think Julian has tested against Jund Roots?
Maybe one random arena match.
Yeah.
While in Platinum 3, I don't know.
And shrugged it off and was like, nah, this isn't a real deck. Well, it's real.
Yeah, this is tough, how do you really attack the Roots deck with the cards that are available? You can't remove it. You can't disenchant it. You can counter it, but you're bringing a gate in the gate. There are so many creatures in the deck also, and I think you kind of want to just go fast. Julian knows that there aren't that many removal spells, if any, in Jesse's deck, so Julian can kind of just do the thing.
Yep.
So I don't think that Julian wants to go overboard with interaction here. I think it's mostly about executing a fast game plan with Slick Shot Show Off. Probably going to bring in a gate, bring in a Spell Pierce, bring in a few little interaction here and there. But for the most part, I think it's just try and get Jesse dead.
Yep. Makes sense to me. So if you've been watching coverage this whole weekend, first of all, thank you so much for joining us watching some live Paper Magic. We really, really appreciate it. But if you want to be a part of the next show that we will be putting on, this is a couple weeks. We're taking next weekend off, and then we are heading to the beautiful city of Indianapolis. And this will be May 30th through June 1st. Go to StarCityGames.com/SCGCon if you are interested. Now, this is Magic Spotlight Secret Lair. This will be a modern event, open entry, and if you make it all the way to the top 8, you're heading straight to the Pro Tour, as well as a ton of fantastic prizes, including winning that event. You get to have a heavy hand. We'll see how heavy of a hand you get in designing or helping to design a secret lair, which definitely a prize that has never been offered, Jim.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool one.
Yeah.
And we've had many fun discussions so far. So what would that look like? My son's artwork, my favorite T-shirts.
Yeah.
Maybe not that far, but hey, you get in the room with them, you talk to them, and you figure it out. But win the tournament first.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll let you know if I win that tournament, I'm gonna start as greedy as possible. I'm going to try to do the most Corey thing ever. I mean, granted, I won't be winning this. We'll be sitting exactly right here in 2 weeks. But if I did, I would start as greedy as possible and see how far they dial me back. Maybe just pure comic value.
So advice to the future winner.
Yeah. Hey,
right?
hey.
Don't let Wizards push you around. All right? You hold firm.
All right. Yeah, maybe that. Maybe let them push you around. That'll be okay. That is a really cool prize that they are offering there. So big thanks to Wizards for just putting up these fantastic tournaments, as well as Star City Games for hosting them, bringing all this really, really cool action to your screen. And most importantly, wherever you're watching this broadcast, whether you're watching it live, you're watching it recorded, thank you so much for being here. For Jim, for me, Reed, Ailey, everyone for the production team. We really appreciate you hanging in here, and thanks for being cool.
They're cool. We're cool.
Everyone's cool.
Being cool is nice.
It's just been a cool weekend, I must say. Hartford's a cool city, too.
Yeah, we had a great lunch.
Yeah.
Nice little downtown spot.
Absolutely.
Definitely a lot of the fun of these events, it's just the actual traveling.
Yeah.
Indy in particular, I've been there so many times for events, and it's just a great city. Skywalks are really, really cool, good food, just great, just fun,
That's where I scootered for the first time, one of those, Lime or whatever kind of brand scooters. I was leaving a tournament after Ely and I just took 5th in a team event where a top 4 makes the, the cutoff, And I'm like, we need to make ourselves feel a little better. Let's ride these scooters around town. And believe it or not, he had an absolute blast. And we made ourselves feel better. So here we go. Llanowar Elf, Bolt the Bird here. Torch the Elf. I don't know. Still works. Llanowar Elf is dead. Jesse heading to his second turn. And, hey, that was a good recipe for Julian for the last game. Kill the first creature, kill the second creature. And, Jesse really needs to plan his routes so that he can really start developing a wide battlefield. If you do not have those early creatures, your deck looks less impressive.
For sure. Yeah, a lot of utility creatures happening here, and a lot of work to set up too. You know, like the issue that the Roots decks have had historically is that like there's just so many moving parts.
Yeah.
You want to get Tyvar, you want to get a Roots, you got to get cards in the graveyard, to have things to leave the graveyard, have a payout. You know, it's just a lot of things happening, and they don't always have time to set that up.
Yeah. Yep. That's really the problem, especially when you're playing against the deck that has prowess in its name. You know, you don't get that much time.
One interesting note here is that there are only 3 Monstrous Rages in Julian's deck, which makes sense. The deck is less creature focused.
Yeah.
A very important card in the matchup, though. Had 2 in the first game. Very, very beneficial. We'll see how frequent they are in this game.
Rumor has it he ripped up his Monstrous Rage when he started round 1.
Ah, yes.
That's not true, but
That's why it's a rumor.
exactly. Yeah. Don't confirm it. All right. Insidious Roots, but no third land. And no graveyard right now. Another advantage to torch the tower.
Interesting choice here for Julian. So plot of his Slickshot show off. Okay, it works for Cutter.
Now
okay, there you go.
yeah.
Sure. Okay, so because like a lot of people, I think people plot too much on average.
Yeah.
You want to plot to usually play around removal, but there isn't really any removal in Jesse's deck. But Cutter makes sense here for sure. So wanted to guarantee it. Didn't have a third land. Perfect.
Yep. And the way that this works out, if you plot it or play it, with the fact that you don't have your second land and your Corey turn ready to go, you do the exact same amount of damage, right? Oh, I guess you do an extra point. Yeah, you do an extra point.
Right. So like just playing Slickshot on turn 2 is 1 point of damage, which is not a lot, and not always the thing you want to expose. But if your opponent can't take advantage of it, then,
I guess technically you do 1 less damage if you do it this way, but you get material on the battlefield. You get an extra monk. Because if you play Slickshot Show Off, you'd get the prowess trigger. You'd deal 4 total damage. Now you dealt 3. But still, the monk is definitely worth 1 point of damage in a game like this.
Yeah, that's a real thing. I think it's important at this level is kind of the asking yourself why. So why did Julian plot that? And you think about it. Well, it doesn't make a lot of sense because there aren't any removal spells. Why would you do that? Okay, well, 2 lands and a Corey Steel Cutter. Just no third land. Want to guarantee a double spell. So, and there you go. And then on Jesse's side, you kind of always, why you do that? Why you do that? Why you do this? So,
yeah, that's a great lesson, in my opinion. My brain, when I'm playing an event, I am asking myself 15 questions a game.
Yep.
I was like, why would he do this? Why? This doesn't make sense. If you had this, you would have done this, wouldn't you? My brain's basically just a madman just chatting to himself nonstop. But I think that is a healthy thing. To be constantly asking your questions, don't you?
Wow.
Was that a brick?
That was a big miss there.
Oh, man. Jesse's like, come on, not like this.
That's tough. So Jesse managed to find the Tyvar and the Roots, which can kind of go off where every plant you make taps your mana immediately, but it has to start somewhere.
Yeah.
And Tyvar not returning a creature and is now vulnerable. That's tough.
Really tough. So here's Opt. We're probably going to – we kept that on top. Would be shocked if we don't play land 3. And now this is Julian's game to win. If he can capitalize on Jesse's double miss land drop, the fact that he just cast a 3-mana gain 1 life, is pretty much what it's going to come out to. Mill over 3 cards, gain 1 life, I guess. Just really, really brutal sequence of events here from Jesse. That being said, Julian did torch the first Llanowar, so, easily could have done some other things with extra mana if Julian allowed it.
If that had been a Burst Lightning, Llanowar was coming back.
Yeah.
And then we would see 2 mana, the mana from Llanowar and the mana from the root token.
Yeah, 100%.
More monks just flying in from the left, flying in from the right. Every Judge Rourke in the feature match area is ready with a monk for this tournament.
These monks are getting cray. There's one of the 4 into the Flood Maws. And this game already is starting to look unwinnable from Jesse.
That was a rage, too? Oh, my God. Oh.
Is that just lethal?
Wow. That is tough.
Slickshot had 3 spells, so that was 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 damage right there. Turn 4 win from Julian, and a huge, huge brutal aspect there from Jesse Pyland. Really feeling for him. One of the nicest guy. I've chatted with him, after I remember he had a really unfortunate sequence, like couldn't hit land 3 in one of our win-ins in Minneapolis too when he had Monument. So like just knocking on the door with his awesome brews, like has the greatest beard of all time. Like really, really feeling for you, Jesse. Tough loss, but incredible win there from Julian. Julian will be our 5th person into the top 8, Jim.
Yeah, it's tough. Magic obviously rewards players to make top 8. That is the metric which we judge all the Magic players on.
Yeah.
However, I think that, if you have told me a player top 8 in RC and 0-4 in RC, and a player lost playing for top 8 of 2 RCs, I would think that the actual I am more impressed with result is the lost to win and lost to win.
100%.
Because the consistency to be there twice in a row, that's hard.
It's really hard.
That's the hard part. It sucks not to get rewarded. You feel for it, but great finish.
Yep.
Already has the Pro Tour invite, right?
Yeah, already got the Pro Tour invite.
Need it.
Racked them up. Got 2 of them here in this season. Too bad they don't stack. But, oh well. That is one of our win and end. We got 5 players in the top 8. We need 3 more. Let's go find one of them. Head into our backup match. And let's check this out. We got Alex up top. We've seen a lot of Alex. This was our tournament leader going into the morning up against John. On the bottom here, Orzhov Pixie up against Izzet Prowess. Should be a bad matchup for the Izzet decks, right?
This is the nightmare. Yeah. You're playing your winning in, and you're playing against a deck that is built to beat you. The Orzhov Pixie deck's claim to fame is it is phenomenal against Izzet Prowess. Constructed for that sole purpose. It's not great in a lot of the other matchups. There's a lot of pretty polarized matchups and things like Domain. But this is what John came to do. And I'm sure John is very pleased to see one more Izzet opponent in the way of top 8.
Yep. And a discard to hand size? What?
I'm shocked.
Isn't this how we started our day as well?
Yeah.
With Alex with that one lander?
Alex operates on the Seth Manfield School of Mulliganing.
Honestly, I respect it.
Yeah, I mean.
I respect it.
Unfortunately, the Liliana here, super punishing as well.
Oh, God.
You can see a sly smirk on John's face, too.
Yeah.
All right, found the lead. We got a game, folks.
Yeah, no kidding. So there is Corey Steelcutter. And back to what you were saying about Orzhov Pixie. I mean, we saw this at the Pro Tour where Matt Nass won here at this last one. Ben Stark would XO with this Pixie deck. Or X1, I can't remember. But either 9-1 or just straight 10-0 with the deck. And, Izzet Prowess wasn't even a deck, but Domain was. He did beat it once, which was kind of cool, but. All right, Shieldred and pass. Now, Alex, got to see what you can do, but, man, it feels like this might be a little too late, though, Jim.
Yeah, I mean, the 1-2 punch in this Pixie deck is a phenomenal temporary lockdown deck. It is a deck that is playing temporary lockdown not only defensively but also offensively.
Yeah.
And then it buoys that with these black creatures that are fantastic, because we've seen from Dimir, Mono Black Demons, Iron Preacher of a Schism, Shieldred, and that 1-2 punch is really the ticket to beating this Izzet deck. You know? Put them off their game and then play these things that are very, very hard to deal with in quick succession.
Yep, and that's exactly what John's doing. I mean, got a little help from the discard to hand size for sure.
Yeah, getting a free time walk is good.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
That's some high-level commentary you got there.
Thanks.
We see Sleight of Hand coming down. Let's see if we got second spell. We sure as heck better. I mean, if not, what is going on in that hand from Alex? Here's going to be spell 2, and the Monk's going to come out, but, I mean, there's a couple problems. Liliana has to be dealt with at some point. Shieldred is a problem on every battlefield that it comes on. But the one good thing going on from Alex is John does only have 2 cards in hand, so there might have been some mulligans here from John as well.
Yeah, Liliana, of course, eats away at both players' hands.
Yeah.
You know, Liliana's the kind of card that wants to get things to a kind of a null game state. Players don't have cards in hand. What's in play, that is what you have to work with, and, of course, your top decks.
So just a Monk coming in at Liliana. Why not the Swift Spear?
All right, so range on Spear would be 2, 3, 4.
Still trade with Shieldred, right?
That's fine, yeah.
So what does this represent if you don't have Rage? Is it just Burst Light? It's Burst Lightning, right? It's got to be.
Yeah. I mean,
or torch the tower, where if you block, you torch the tower on Shielder. That's the only thing that would represent to me. And I think that's the red card in hand.
that makes sense, yeah.
I saw Into the Floodmaw as well, so that was a conscious choice where Alex could have dealt with Bounce Shieldred and killed the Liliana here, but decided not to.
So kind of a cute play that Alex could look for is if he can get John empty-handed.
I know what you're picking up and putting down here.
A little Floodmaw in response to the Liliana. Say goodbye to that Shieldred.
Ooh, it'd be like, oh, how many cards in hand? 0? It's about to be 1.
Yep.
All right, there was the Torch Tower. That makes sense as far as that Monk. And I think that is, once again, a lesson where that was a very fishy attack. What makes sense? And there was a very small amount of things. So I think deducing that kind of thing, if you're playing in that spot, is an important level-up moment.
This is what we've seen a lot of this tournament too, but it's lockdown plus something else that's good against is the ticket.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's High Noon, whether it's Shieldred, but you can't play just lockdown. You got to do something else too, and this is a perfect example of that.
Yep. 100% agree. Looks like we have Stock Up, Sleight of Hand, and probably a Drake Hatcher in hand from Alex. Sleight of Hand, we saw land, and what looked to be a talent. None of that. Kills Shieldred, I'll tell you that. All right, Drake is here.
So that's interesting to play the Hatcher into the Liliana. Where, I mean, John's got, what, 1 card in hand?
Yeah.
Going to 2. You're playing into the Edict. You kind of almost want to try and get John empty-handed if this unsummoned plan works. But now, with an Annex here, too, things are really starting to stack up.
Yeah. Starting to stack up, and Alex is going to try to stock up next turn, but that's just not going to be enough. As Shieldred is just looking far too dominant on this battlefield. Unholy Annex, you also lose the life, but Shieldred regains it.
Yeah, it's like an honorary demon.
Yeah. And to nobody's surprise, Liliana's about to win a game. Reed Duke popped in right to the side here.
It's funny how that works.
It's
weird.
It's Liliana's senses were tingling, that's for sure.
The siren's call.
So now just 1 Otter in the way. We know Alex had the stock up, but just stock upping on this battlefield does nothing. Liliana heads to the board along with the Otter. And now you get to attack with Shieldred. Sure, there's that Into the Floodmaw that can either just bounce Shieldred, or you wait for the Unholy Annex and you bounce the Demon. That's what Alex wants to do. But no matter what, however way you slice it, one of those threats will win this game.
Yeah, Shieldred, when you're down on life and down on board, Shieldred closes out the game really fast.
I mean, you could have just left out all those first few words you said. Shieldred just closes out the game very fast and has in Standard for literal years.
Yep. It's a real demoralizing feeling, too, because typically your way out of a bad situation is you draw a few cards, you can fire off some card draw spells and try and find an answer, and it's just every time, ow, 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 I'm dead.
Well, here's Into the Floodmaw, not on the Shieldred or the Demon, but we get back the Swift Spear and the Quarry Steel Cutter. Everything's just delaying the inevitable, right?
This is kind of cute if Alex also has like an Opt, or I guess Opt you'd still lose some life too, but like if you get behind a block with a Monk,
I think he has 1 card, and it's the stock up.
All right, yeah, then we're
not stocked up at all.
We're going somewhere.
Yep.
I don't know where we're going, but we're going somewhere.
To game 2, I'll tell you. That's where we're going.
All right, good. That's true.
All right, so Swift Spear blocks. And now the room is unlocked, however way you represent it. Going to end step, Alex is going to lose 2. John is going to gain 4. And then Alex is going to go to 2 in the draw step from Shieldred. And then almost assuredly pack it in.
That fish really turned the tide,
Yep.
Little Nemo there.
Take the fish as a present for the end of game 1.
It's a gift for beating my face into this wooden head. Yeah, I mean, obviously a missed land drop there is a bit of a bummer.
Yeah.
But still, this is a deck poised to beat this Izzet deck. So Alex has a real uphill battle here, and listen, you want to top 8 a tournament. You're going to have these matchups. It just is what it is. You got to pull through.
Absolutely. And we don't know how far Alex mulliganed already, what the scenarios were when you jumped in. So stuff like this can definitely happen. So Alex, our tournament leader at the start of the day, has went 2-3 today. So not a great day, but still has the chance to make the top 8 cleanly. I'll add, this is 7th and 9th place going in. Both breakers are very strong, so I would assume for both players, John does have the lower breakers, but still, clean winning in here. Alex, how we sideboarding?
So I think that the Planeswalkers are pretty good in typical these kind of grindy matchups, but the problem is that it's a 1-2 punch. You got to beat the lockdown stuff, which normally you'd want like Spell Pierce, the extra Flood Maw, but also knowing that there's Preachers and Shoulders and big demons lying around too. I don't know if a card like Ral is even that exciting where you play a Ral and they play a Sheoldred and now you can't really draw off it. You're making these tokens. So Spell Pierce is a card that is – there are a lot of creatures in his Pixie deck, but I think you just need it. I think you want to be able to just tag that lockdown, even tagging in Nowhere to Run. We saw a game earlier in the day where our Pixie player was unable to find the Nowhere to Run against Mono Red. And when you can't find the removal spell or whatever, so you want to keep it off the board. So if you could Spell Pierce and Nowhere to Run, it's a lot better than just stopping a removal spell because you're keeping it off the board so it can't be bounced anymore. So like a Spell Pierces, the Flood Maw's got to come in, I think, against the lockdowns, but you just got to go fast. A lot of these like slower, for the mid-range matchups kind of cards. I don't think it'll be very good here.
No, not really. This is not exactly the matchup that you wanted. And I mean, hey, this is the reason to play Orzhov Pixie. I mean, we have our win percentages here from the last couple events, and Orzhov Pixie has a pretty strong matchup against Izzet Prowess. 58%. 93 and 66. That's pretty strong. Nothing crazy, but that's still pretty impressive here. And then from the Pixie side, what are we sideboarding?
I mean, not too much.
It does seem kind of pre-boarded.
Yeah, I mean, a low rank can come in, try and have more inches to cutter.
Do you like Duresses? Are they even needed against, because you want Duresses, like we saw from our Dimir player earlier, when you cannot deal with Corey Steelcutter. When you're playing a deck that can, do you still bring that in? I don't know.
I would agree strongly that no.
Okay.
There are so many other answers, and if you're scared of counterspells and stuff, but I think John wants cards that affect the board. Just let's kill things, let's play good things. The Duress battle is not really an exciting one to play.
Yep. Makes sense to me. So we know our next event was Indy, but the one after that, if you are really interested in Standard and maybe Modern isn't your cup of tea, Orlando is going to be an incredible event. So Orlando will be happening exactly when we will see this gigantic rotation. Final Fantasy plus planetary rotation will be into the mix. Then we'll lose some sets. What do we lose, like 4, right? Or do we lose 5?
I think it's 5.
5. Okay, so we'll be losing 5 of the oldest sets in Standard. No matter what, when you have one set that comes in, 4, 5, 6 that leave, you're going to have a phenomenal Standard tournament where you can pretty much do anything. I mean, you can literally do anything. You can head to space. Where we have not done that very often on a Magic plane. So this will be a Spotlight series, so that is going to be the event. You just show up and play. We're watching a regional championship now for anyone new to the competitive Magic system. You got to qualify to play in these. They are tricky to even get into the door. Spotlight series, no. You just enter the event. You play this gigantic 2-day tournament. You make it to the top 8. You're heading straight to the Pro Tour. And most importantly, you get to play Standard after that rotation, which is always the most fun tournament to play, to watch. I've been glued to my screen when it comes to Week 1 Standard. And this will be slightly before the Pro Tour as well in Atlanta, which these players are qualifying for as we speak. August 29th through the 31st. Head on over to StarCityGames.com if you're interested in more information on that. Plus Florida. Pretty nice.
A format-defining event.
Yes.
You bet all the players who are qualified for the Pro Tour will be watching that event with great interest.
Yeah. Going to be a ton of fun. Make sure to come on out and join us. A lot more stuff to do than just the event as well. If gigantic tournaments are not your scene, there's always command zones, side event drafts, 5Ks, 10Ks, different formats. You can play some Modern. You can usually play some Legacy, Pauper. There's a pre-Modern event going on right now. Let me tell you, you walk up to a crowd of people that are playing pre-modern right now. I've never seen more people excited to show me their deck and just are having an absolute blast. So all different kind of events like that, Star City Games always offers. So some cool stuff.
A friend of mine is playing in the pre-modern event. That's a format that's always interested me, but I've never found the time or reason to actually play.
Yep.
But it looks really, really fun, and I'm definitely gonna pop over there after our shift and take a peek.
Yeah. So pre-modern, they just mean extended, right?
I mean, I don't think folks know what that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how I qualified for my first pro tour, Jim. I played extended. I played dredge with Icarid.
Ooh.
And I brought them back from the graveyard and attacked for 9 often.
I played goblins.
Back in my day. All right, here we go. Game is on. Alex has, well, at least one land. Here's the Storm Chaser's Talent. Otter comes down, and here is Hopeless Nightmare. Looking at a hand of, oh, Jim, I see another land. It's another island, though.
Doing the whole blue-blue thing again?
I think we're doing the whole blue-blue thing here. Alex's draw sponsored by Eiffel 65. I'm glad I made all 4 of you laugh that got that reference.
I mean, it is true in this tournament, if you're green, you will die. So,
yes. All right, so we have Storm Chaser's Talent number 2. I don't think I saw that in the opening hand, so that must have been the top deck. John, it's just like you didn't, right? Okay, land number 2 comes down. All right, so here is a second Concealed Courtyard. Pixie, pick it up, put it down.
All right.
And Spell Pierce to get rid of. You were saying how important this is.
Right. So unfortunately, Nightmare's a little less important than their rule spells are.
Yeah.
But you got to stop the engine. You know, if you can leave a Pixie player with a Pixie and a Sunpearl Kieran in hand and nothing to bounce.
Yeah.
That's a great place to be.
Definitely. All right, here is the Corey Steelcutter. I want to say that last card in hand, it looks like one more card in hand from Alex, and that was the Slick Shot Show-Off. So not great, but at least these can attack. Pretty clear, maybe even just by body language, that there was not another spell. Never mind. Clear by body language and the fact that you have a Corey Steelcutter in play. If you have a second spell, you're going to play it. So that was a very easy block there from John.
That would be a pretty sick bluff.
Would be a sick bluff.
I don't know if it's worth it, but
no,
it'd be cool.
It is not. I can answer that for you right now. It would not be worth it. So basically, we're one lockdown away from this being over. Preacher of the Schism still looks pretty good. Let's see what we can pair with this for Alex with that Slick Shot Show-Off.
Interesting where Alex could have plotted last turn and played Corey this turn to go for the double spell.
Sure.
So, you know, there's an amount of, I think when you're in a bad matchup, you need to plan for what your best draws are. You know, so if Alex feels like, all right, maybe I can, we draw a cantrip next turn, I can go Slick Shot, cantrip, token, and kind of have like a really big turn.
Yeah.
But recently, you know, so far, only one mountain to climb here with this Preacher, but that's a good place to start.
The other cost for that was the Otters couldn't get in. I don't even know how much that matters. You know, as I say that, I'm not sure Alex has another card in hand, so it might have been a Slick Shot or a Corey instead of a Slick Shot there.
That makes more sense. Oh, boy.
Either way, if it's a Slick Shot or if there's no cards in hand, Alex is in a rough spot right now.
Now, there is a buyout here for Alex, of course. Into the Flood Maw being absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah.
The quality of cards under the lockdown really changes what that, you know, future turn could look like.
Yeah.
Double Cutter and 2 Otters is an army at the end step.
Yeah.
To the point where you could even see end step, Flood Maw your lockdown, opt, make 2 tokens, untap, spell, 2 tokens, and attack for 1 million.
Yeah.
So it's a very good lockdown, but it's also a dangerous one.
100%. But when your opponent was hellbent, I'm going to play it. That's for sure.
not saying you shouldn't play it.
Yeah,
I'm just saying,
yeah.
like, you know, it looks like a knockout blow, but there is an inherent amount of risk here on John's side.
So, looks like this was an attack, and Alex took a pain to just be at a lower life. It looked like to avoid the the dream, quote unquote, of Preacher when you get both of them. You get the vampire and the life. So Alex said, I'll lose a life, keep a vampire off your battlefield, and small victories. But hey, here we are. Second Preacher comes down. John is taking Alex to church.
Yeah. Say a prayer.
Yep. This slick shot has to be incredible. And the thing is, just into the Flood Maw is not enough. When you're hellbent, you need like stock up into Sago, end step, into the Flood Maw, something like that. But we'll see what this is. 2 mana, nothing for 2 mana is that good. In this, I mean, phenomenal card, of course, but not looking great here. You can play it, you can equip it, you can attack for 4. But John does not look like a human being that is scared. Might even have a removal spell for this as Alex goes to equip.
Yeah, looks pretty nonplussed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to involve Flood Maw and some sequence of, like you're saying, we got to stock up and, get multiple things going here. I mean, it is a lot of Seal Cutters.
Yeah.
But lifelink chipping away. John's also produced a good blocker every turn.
Yep.
So, all right, go for the equip, but
4. Down to 10. 10 to 9. Now these Preach, oh my goodness. So plays that, that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's lethal with the creature land. This is going to be John Schildendecker, excuse me if I butcher your name, John, heading to the top 8, almost assuredly. And that is another Is It Prowess list that not only fell, but another anti-prowess deck making it to the top 8. And that is 2 Orzhov decks already in. Very different Orzhov decks, John, but 2 Orzhov decks nonetheless.
Yeah, I like how Kieran almost didn't attack there because John's so excited that there's the win, you're tapped out, this is it.
Yeah.
And Kieran's half tap, come on, buddy, across the finish line.
You can do it.
Come on. But the fun part now is we've seen a couple of these Izzet decks get knocked out. What happens when the Orzhov decks play against each other?
Yeah.
Or play against other decks in the format too. But yeah, great to see. Obviously, that is the ideal matchup for John.
Yeah.
You sit down for your winning in against the deck you want to beat.
Yeah.
And the games went to script.
And when your opponent discards the hand size on turn 2, that is also something that doesn't happen very often in your winning ends. But hey, I feel like we've both been there where winning in time, you either get lucky or you get really unlucky, and one of them's a lot cooler than the other.
It's it goes to show the risk taking. We make fun of Seth a lot because he keeps a lot of bad hands, but there's an amount of that's definitely correct.
Yeah.
And there should be times where I can recall SCG finals where I mulled to 6. I kept a one-lander, literally never played a land and died.
Yeah.
And I wrote an article the next day about how I would keep it again every time.
Yeah.
Because the mad hand was great. I didn't hit my spots, whatever it is what it is, but sometimes calculated risks are necessary.
Yeah.
Was it a proper risk? That's to be said.
Yeah. We didn't have the perfect information.
Would
But
require an article to analyze, honestly.
Yeah.
But yeah, and you got to take your lumps and.
Yep. Nope.
Your shots.
I think that's important. Too many people are afraid, oh, I'm on camera. My mom's watching. I don't want to just not play Magic on camera. I mean, if it's the correct decision, it's the correct decision, and you should do it, even if, you might look silly or whatever if you brick. That kind of stuff happens. So, like you were saying, Seth might keep some bad hands, but you know what? He wins a lot of trophies, and
right.
He's one of the best to ever do it, so we'll never question him by any means. So that is going to do it here for our winning in round. On the other side of this, we'll be bringing you the top 8. Who made it, and we'll be bringing you that first quarterfinal action. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here at the USRC. right, everybody, welcome back here to coverage of the U.S. Regional Championship. It is top 8 time, my favorite time of the year, of the weekend, I guess I should say, and that is Elimination Sunday when we get to the top 8. We got players seated and ready to go. They're filling out their surveys, so we are going to take a look at the standings and see who made it. See who our top 8 is, and there it is all the way down to 8th place. It was not a clean cut at all. Percy Fang made it in on Breakers, where we unfortunately lost Jesse and Xander to tiebreakers there. Jim, pretty brutal for those players, but huge congrats to the top 8.
Yeah, still going to the Pro Tour, still a great finish, Finishing this, it's a virtual top 8, as we like to call it in the business, where same record as top 8, still a wonderful accomplishment. You don't see it on the scoreboard, but, still a very good finish.
Yeah, absolutely. Big shout out, of course, to our top 8, but one last time to Jesse Pyland. Losing 3 win-ins in 2 events is always brutal. So big condolences, especially with playing those suite of decks. But our top 8, we have 3 Is It Prowess, so that's about right in what we would expect. And the other thing that we have going on with all 16 of these players, they're all heading to the Pro Tour here a little bit later. Let's take a look at our second page of players. These players are also going to the Pro Tour, so we have a ton of really strong names here. We have Steve Stillman, Andrew Jessup made it here to the Pro Tour, our buddy. Any other big names you want to shout out that made it?
Chaz Hinkle is a long-time grinder.
Yep.
Chaz forever. Zachary Kine, Pro Tour regular.
Yeah.
And we also got here. It's Tarek, right? Not Tariq, right?
Yeah, I believe it is, yes.
Right. Tarek Patel, always
Tarek.
Always mortified to say things wrong. Back on the Pro Tour as well.
Yeah.
And congrats to all of these players. We're not going to see any more of them in this tournament. Mm-hmm. But they're going to the Pro Tour.
We'll be seeing them a little later.
I will say my bathroom walk before, I walked by 2 players who were hugging. Obviously just won a big match. Whether it was I don't know if it was on camera or not, but it doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
That big Pro Tour match, the big hug, tears are coming down. And I teared up myself a little bit. Honestly.
I know.
You love to see it. So great stuff.
There's nothing better. We also ran into Julian, who ripped up that Swift Spear to start. We shared a good laugh with him. That was absolutely hilarious. So now we're going to shift gears. We congratulated the players that had a phenomenal weekend. We gave condolences to Jesse for coming so close with that really sweet Jund Roots deck. Now it's time to take a deep breath and get ready for the top 8. The top 8 time is here. Let's take a look at the bracket that we are going to be seeing. Starting from the top, that is actually going to be our main feature, and it's going to be Gavin up against Percy Fang, Orzhov Demons versus Mono Red Aggro. Jim, we're gonna go through all these matchup and kind of talk about them. What do you like here between the number 1 seed, number 8 seed? Remember, the Swiss rankings going into this, that does dictate who's going first and second.
I know we had a lot of Roots excitement here, but for me, Gavin's deck might be the deck of the tournament.
It looks sweet.
It's a really, really innovative take on the Demons archetype. Cutting some Sacred Cows, don't Deep Cavern Bats, playing this kind of weird Cruel Claws heist instead, but has plans across the board, where ready to do the thing. I'm going to discard your stuff. I'm going to kill your things. I'm going to play a big idiot. I'm going to kill you with it. That lines up pretty well into Mono Red. Kill a bunch of things. Play with creatures that gain life. Shieldred, Archfiend kills quickly. So looking pretty good for Gavin. And also important to note that a higher seed is always on the play.
Yes.
So very, very important against Red. So we got Demons on the play here. I think Gavin's a favorite.
You think Gavin's going to be favored for that one? Interesting. Okay, so we got Julian versus Connor. I would say, out of all our players, I see 2 big standout all-star names that have, been a Pro Tour mainstay at times, or just phenomenal players with Chris and Connor. And honestly, I'm gonna go with both Connors. They're both great. Connor Mullally is someone we know as far as events goes, dominates other circuits, as well as made it to the Pro Tour plenty of times. Connor McKenzie, more the up-and-comer, but he plays really phenomenal Magic as well. So next, we got our 4 and 5 seed. Is it Prowess Mirror? Who do you like there? Is that just whoever's on the play that you're going to give an advantage to, or?
One of the issues with the Prowess Mirror is breaking service tough.
It is.
It is very tough.
These decks don't block very well.
Yeah, and people are trying a variety of different things. So it's cutting Suspir, tearing them into pieces on camera, playing bounce packages, all variety of things. But when it comes down to it, it's still just pretty hard to break serve. So Julian will have the edge here. I actually ran to Connor, talked to him yesterday when he was like 4-0, and saw him earlier. He's like, well, you didn't put me on camera yesterday, but I forced your hand.
Yes.
Now you got to put me on camera at some point. And I love the saying, be so good they can't ignore you. Connor exemplifying that this weekend.
Very true, but he is in an Is It Prowess mirror, so believe it or not, he didn't make it to camera here in the top 8. So he's gotta earn it one more time. He's got to win one more match, and then you best believe, no matter what, Connor's on the broadcast. Then looking to our bottom half of the bracket, we have John Schindeldecker up against Jerry Gao. Mono Red on the play versus John's Orzhov Pixie deck on the draw. Who do you like there?
So it looks similar to our 1-8 matchup, right? It's an Orzhov deck versus a Mono Red deck, but two key differences, of course, one being Jerry's in the play. So Mono being on the player draw is a huge difference. And also, the Pixie deck is a little more suited towards beating the Prowess deck in particular. Where Temporary Lockdown is, of course, it's good against Mono Red. It's not incredible. It doesn't, like, knock out every threat, you know? So I think that Red being on the play here, and then, you know, the Pixie deck being a little less tailored towards Red, going to be a little closer.
Okay.
I'm going to give it to the Red deck on the play.
Okay. I think that is very reasonable as well. You know, Screaming Nemesis, I'm thinking that Sunspine links out of the board seems really great against John as well. So that could easily go Jerry's way for sure. And then our last match, we have Chris Patello, our number 2 seed, playing Azorius Control up against Connor McKenzie, playing Is It Prowess. Now, this will be our backup match. I think this is going to be an incredible one to watch as well. Who do you got there?
Two great players. Chris 2 seed here, not the 1 seed, but paced the field for most of the tournament.
Yeah.
And Chris's deck is phenomenal. The Azorius Control deck, we saw Chris absolutely dismantle Is It on camera earlier. And the matchup looks good. Chris is on the play. I think this is Chris's tournament right now. Chris, I'm all about Chris here.
I'm definitely going for Chris there as well. And I think, you know, those players are both phenomenal. But that's what Chris came to beat. Was on the play. Has only lost once, 12-1-2, shook hands that last round and had an unintentional draw the day before. So that is our bracket. Now let's start looking at the specific decks that we have for the rest of the top 8. Let's start with our match that we're about to see. This is going to be Gavin up against Percy. Let's take a look at these deck lists and really break it down. You know, Gavin, the number 1 seed, we love the innovative take. We think Gavin is favored in this match, but I will say another deck that I think is very favored against Is It Prowess, as the way that that's set up, you know, Burst Lightning, the removal spell of choice, doesn't kill anything. Mono Red, a little different. You know, there are some other removal spells that we'll see in a second that can actually deal with some of these bigger creatures.
Yeah, I think on the whole, though, there are just so many big threats here, and this deck list is great. You know, I really, you know, Mono Black Demons has been kind of like a quiet dark horse for the last few weeks. Has had a pretty good win rate, you know, and this is taking a lot of the things that deck does well, but adding in the versatility of these white cards, a little more flexible, a little more, you know, a wider net on their removal spells as far as what you can hit. A lot of innovation here, like we were saying, with Cruel Claw's Heist. This list looks great, and, you know, this is an innovative take on this deck list.
Yeah.
And for me, like I was saying, deck of the tournament, I think Gavin's got a great shot here.
Yep, I would have to agree. I think this deck looks awesome. Excited to see where it goes. I mean, just the fact that we have 4 Cruel Claw Heists instead of the bats. Like, I love that, you know, change. That is a very clear, conscious choice that, you know what, bats just aren't good right now. So says Gavin, you know, with this deck building. So will be interesting to check that out. Let's look at Gavin's opponent. This is our number 8 seed that snuck in on Breakers. And let me tell you, I was right next to Jesse and the other competitors when they were announcing it. And believe it or not, Perry was pretty excited.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I know.
Was it
crazy?
Wow. Yeah. The best part of a tournament is when the top 8 announcement goes. The players at first, they know they're top 8.
Yeah.
But when you get down to that 7 and that 8, quite exciting. But yeah, so we've seen these main deck Mage Bane Lizards be excellent against Is It all tournament. This is the big innovation for these red decks. Not going to be nearly as good here, you know, so a bit of disadvantage. Like you were saying, though, Witchstalker's Frenzy, 4 copies, you know. That's a lot of copies of Witchstalker Frenzy. Usually we see like 2 or 3 in the main deck, but they will serve parry well here against these larger creatures.
Yeah, I truly think this match could go either way. Like, I love Gavin's deck paired up against these other Is It decks, especially being on the play, but the Lizards, bad against Gavin. The Witchstalker Frenzy's good. So you get a little bit of a trade-off with these main decks. And then, I mean, Twisted Fealty threatens pretty good against 6/6s, right?
It's not
Last
bad.
time we checked.
And then the one real wrinkle here, you look at innovation in the deck list, the things you gain.
Yeah.
You do lose things too. All right.
Sure.
So adding white to the mana base, it's not free. There's pain lands and stuff. But the other real caveat here is Sunspine Links, where Sunspine Links it's okay against the black decks. It tags you for a few points, stops life gain. Against this Orzhov deck, it's going to be doing most of the damage you're going to want it to do against all of their lands. So a lot of links is good against their removal spells, and stopping life gain could be a key card.
We'll see if Sunspine Links can do the heavy lifting when your spine is made of the sun. So sounds like our players are ready to go, though. Let's head on down to the feature match and see who advances to the top 4. Okay, top 8 Magic time. I am so excited. It's going to be a lot of fun. We have Gavin on the play up against Percy Fang on the draw. We've seen a lot of Percy, maybe not as much of Gavin as well. Gavin's just been absolutely crushing it. And we've seen Percy do quite well as well. Sneaking in on 8th, shadowy backstreet to start, likes the card on top. A mountain. I was going to say Hired Claw. We've seen Percy, cast so many Hired Claws so far. But here we go, just like we saw last round. Swift Spear is the first card we see. This one's just not ripped in half.
I do like the irony of Percy's sleeves being Orzhov themed.
Yeah. Do you think that's on purpose to get in your opponent's head until you show them your deck list anyways?
I think it's more so trying to get into Gavin's head and be like, I am the Orzhov master.
Yeah.
Sure, Percy resleeves each round based on the opponent's deck.
Really?
Really get it to him, yeah.
Wow. I mean, you have so much extra time when you're playing mono red. You're either winning or losing pretty quickly, so it checks out.
Gotta use it somewhere.
Yeah. Person needs a sleeve sponsorship, then I'll tell you that. if you're using up that much. Here is the hand. We have Nemesis, Burst Lightning, 2 utility land, as well as the Witch Stalker's Frenzy. I know what I'm taking almost assuredly, depending on what the cards in my hand are. Screaming Nemesis seems like a slam dunk, right?
Yeah, it depends on Gavin's hand. If there's like a large creature to protect and a kill spell for the Nemesis, Nemesis is not as good against these decks that can kill it directly. One of the cool things here, though, is if this is a Deep Cavern bat, you're almost priced into taking Burst Lightning.
Yeah, you have to.
Whereas because it is Cruel Claw's heist, the option is here to take anything that you want. So protect a large creature or stay alive, take Nemesis, and take the threat. Both are valid options, but very much indicative of what Gavin has in hand.
That was easy for you to say.
I know, right?
So my question with this Cruel Claw's heist, how often do you think Gavin has actually gifted a card? Probably not much. Maybe against Control. I don't know.
I would say very matchup dependent.
Okay.
Against Control, against Domain, matchups where they have cards that are like really big hits. Casting a Shiko, casting an Overlord, that's well worth it. But giving your opponent a card is a major, major cost. So I would be very surprised to see that in these low to the ground matchups.
But you're also always giving your opponent a card, even in Domain and stuff. I would not be shocked if Gavin, I'm going to go ask him after this. I would not be shocked if Gavin says, I've never gifted a card with that. Are you crazy?
I agree. I think that the gift in that card is a bit overrated. This is more of a distress than anything else.
Yeah. Now, gift and fish, sure. Gift a card, that's a whole different thing. All right, so Monstrous Rage was the card drawn. And now with that village being the other land, the Burst Lightning that we know about in hand is not castable.
Yeah, and we see kind of the awkwardness of Rage in the matchup, like we were saying earlier about boarding it out.
Yeah.
You just kind of a lava spike, and then your creature gets killed, and not quite the the powerhouse we're used to.
Yep, absolutely. And here is the powerhouse we're used to, though. Emberheart Challenger enters the fray. And I mean, hey, if this card can live and you can start gaining some value off the village, I mean, that's exactly how Percy can take over this game. 3 mana from Gavin. That looks like a Preacher to me. Roadblock number 1 for now, but there are answers in Percy's hand already.
Yeah, leaving the engine intact, which is pretty important. The village plus the Challenger, a way to get those cards back.
Here is Swift Spear, attack for 2. I know what costs 2. Frenzy to deal with the Preacher here.
All right, so there's the, the not taking the Frenzy earlier. The first big creature is dead.
Yep.
But there are plenty more follow-ups in Gavin's deck. Would not be surprised to see a 6/6 next turn or Shieldred. Something of a large variety.
Yep, absolutely. And Gavin's going to need it because we are down to a low amount of life. Burst Lightning still in hand for Percy that we know about. Let's see what the play is. Big turn here from Gavin. 5 mana, could just be a 6/6 demon. Would that even be enough? So far, this Frenzy looked amazing. Something to kill a creature with 4 toughness. I bet Gavin hasn't had his Preachers and Shieldreds killed, much this tournament at all.
Yeah, and that's metagaming in action, Oh, these big black creatures are good against the red decks.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's good against large black creatures. Wishsucker's Frenzy. Of course, the 6/6s throw a wrench in that.
Yeah.
They do dodge that. So we see a demon here, but now Gavin's low enough where maybe Percy could just sneak it through and get it done.
I think this is the turn for Percy. So right now, Gavin is at an effective 4 because you have Burst Lightning to go to the face. The Challenger gets blocked. So Percy needs more to push through.
Also important to know, only 1 red mana that can cast spells, not creatures.
Yep. the Rockfall Village, Soulstone Sanctuary, they have a real cost. And it looks like we might be starting by getting ourselves a fresh card off the top. That'll make that 3 power. Manifold Mouth is probably not what we wanted to see.
Big sigh of relief from Gavin there.
Yeah.
You could see him sit up in the chair a little bit like, okay.
Yeah.
That's a big step.
And now if the turn is past the turn, I think this game is basically over. Because you can't attack as it stands right now. Okay, so there was a mountain. Okay. So here is Manifold Mouse. Manifold Mouse can give this double strike force. I guess it's not forced.
Yeah.
You could take 6, block the Swift Spear if they both get in there, and then start gaining life off the Unholy Annex. Do you block if this 6-power Challenger gets in?
It's extremely contextual to the cards remaining in Gavin's hand, I think.
Yeah.
It feels like it might need to happen, though, because obviously you're saving yourself the life, but now you're stopping the engine as well. With a Village in play and a Manifold Mouse in play, Challenger is a card that really needs to be dealt with.
Yeah.
It's kind of an ugly way to deal with it. We do have the extra point of power from the Village, so this is a 3/2 double striker. So offering a trade, and Gavin has to decide if this demon is going to get frisky or Gavin's going to go to 1.
Yeah, and it looks like there's 1 card in hand from Percy, and we know it's Burst Lightning from that early heist. And we take the damage. Or we don't take the damage, excuse me. And now you don't really want to just unlock Unholy Annex with no plan. And you got 2 decent creatures, and your opponent might deal you 4 with a kick Burst Lightning. So by no means does Gavin have this board under control yet.
Certainly up against it.
Yep. Duress takes that Burst Lightning. Nothing in hand, Hellbent. And now, do you animate the Swift Spear or the Soulstone Sanctuary? I mean, if you're not doing that, maybe the 3 damage just doesn't matter, or Gavin maybe has another piece of interaction.
So Gavin proposing an interesting conundrum for Percy. I didn't activate my Soulstone Sanctuary attack for 3. It looks like that's what's going on here for a block.
Yeah.
Do I have a spell? Do I have an activation?
Okay, well, we're going to find out because this Manifold Mouse can give the Soulstone Sanctuary double strike. And that would be a force block if we attack with everything. So if that's the case, and Percy can just turn all 3 of these creatures sideways, not the Soulstone Sanctuary technically since it has Vigilance, but you just have to block with Gavin's Sanctuary and take 2, right?
Yeah, I mean,
no other option.
All the 2 get through, down to 5, and if there isn't an interaction point here already in hand, and it has to just be the block, top of the deck's going to have to be really friendly.
Yep. Okay, so now if Gavin does have a removal spell for the Sanctuary, that would be ideal so you don't have to chump away your land, and that looks like what we do have.
All right.
Soulstone Sanctuary may just be a land, but it still has a throat when it is summoned, and it gets destroyed. Big draw step from Gavin. We're Hellbent. It's not a great sign for Gavin if that's the only thing you got. It's not the worst, but...
Yeah. With the Village, the Manifold Mouse getting double strike is pretty threatening.
Yeah, it trades with the Sanctuary. But it's not lethal. You could take 4.
A lot of pressure, too, of course, unlocking this Unholy Annex and trying to get some more cards and some life.
Yep.
The land is a demon, but you put yourself in a spot where if the land dies, you're in a whole world of hurt.
So if that is a land that we top deck, one play that Gavin would have available is animate the Soulstone Sanctuary, attack for 3, second main phase, annex, go up to 7, hope he's not dead. Dead to so many top decks, of course, but it is a line. If it's a concealed courtyard, you just get to cry and be like, come on.
Yeah, it's not the worst, as far as taking a step towards winning the game. Getting the annex rolling, game of life, drawing the cards.
This looks like what we might be doing. Yep.
All right.
Oh, no. Did we not attack? Oh.
Pressure at top 8.
All right. It's minor, of course. Might not matter at all, but it has vigilance. Heartfire Hero, give it haste.
Hello.
Oh, the game 1 handshake. Denied by Percy. No, I'm just kidding. He probably didn't deny it, but he said good game. And I don't know if there was much that could have done. Even if Gavin has, perfect information that that's the card that's going to be on top, and Gavin decides to just Soulstone Sanctuary as a blocker, does anything even get better with that Heartfire Hero getting double strike? Like, not really, right?
I like the play.
I like it too.
And the thing is that
besides the not attack, you might as well get in your 3 damage.
For sure. But yeah, you ask your opponent to brick for 1 turn. And then not only is Gavin going to untap, but it's a card from the annex and a card for turn. So now it's 2 more cards. And then if there's a removal spell or a good blocker there, and one more thing to get going, because now the land can block also, that's a huge swing, and again, you're really, really behind. So I like the play. Didn't work out. Doesn't mean it was wrong.
Play to win. Don't play to lose. So from Percy's side, what are we sideboarding in against this Orzhov Demon deck?
So yeah, Likey's Links is a lot. Links coming in. Mage Millis is going to go out of the main deck, of course. And then Case of Crimson Pulse is pretty sweet, in a grindy matchup where you are, you're going to be losing cards to removal spells and discard spells. The case is, it is removable because they are, Gavin is playing white, which most of the black decks aren't doing, but I think it's a solid one to bring in. And we can cut some of these small ball removal spells that just don't really have targets,
Yep.
You can kick a Burst Lightning to kill a Preacher or something like that, but that is
it's pretty slow.
Not an avenue you really want to go down here. Yeah. So I think we can lean pretty hard on the Witchstalker Frenzies, bring in some of the bigger cards, and try and get it done.
So if you were playing in this event and you just had a bad experience with the deck that you had, and you see one of these really sweet decks that you want to play from now on, Jim, like what can you do to turn that cardboard into different cardboard?
Throw it in the garbage.
Okay, perfect. Next question. All right.
If you're someone with has a little more value oriented,
or a little more sanity.
Yeah. You could sell it.
Yeah, I think you should.
StarCityGames.com is all ready to buy them from you, and of course you can get some cash. That's great, but you're going to buy some more Magic cards. You're going to replace the deck you just threw in the garbage. So hop on over to StarCityGames.com where you can sell your cards. Also in person, walk right up to the booth, sell your cards there. And if you take a store credit option, you get a little markup there on your money for cash you're going to spend in the future anyway. And the next time you're on the website or at the booth, you say, hey, put it on my tab. I'll buy that Ragavan, and I don't know what the second card is actually, but I'll buy that one too. Just buy all the cards. Put it on my tab.
I don't know. I'm not sure of that one either. But yeah, buy that Ragavan for sure. Or if you've been following Jim Davis around during his career and you found a deck in the trash and you want to sell that too, come on down to sellyourcards.starcitygames.com. If someone threw it away, Jim's trash could be your treasures.
Well played. Well played.
All right. I don't think we talked about it. Gavin, any other kind of changes that you're really looking to make, or is it just everything that kind of gains life, everything that kills creatures?
I mean, most is Beza. You know, nothing else here stands out. I mean, Pest Control is like kind of interesting. It's mono red, but there really aren't enough ones to want to lean that hard on that kind of effect.
Yeah.
You don't want to be in a spot where you feel inclined to cut down their Heartfire Hero, and they play a 2-drop and a 3-drop, and you draw Pest Control. Yeah. Don't want to be there. So, for the most part, I think Gavin's pretty well set up. That game didn't quite go Gavin's way, unfortunately, but the tools are definitely there. And, it's mostly Beza and ready to rock and roll.
So, Jim, let me ask you a kind of a strategy-style question. You've been in these type of top 8s plenty of times. You went in as the number 1 seed. You went in as the 8th seed. Is there anything that, like mentally, any hurdles that you have to face as you're the number 1 seed and the world's coming against you? Or are you relaxed as the 8th seed? You feel more free? Is there any of that kind of stuff that comes into play when it comes to these kind of dynamics?
It's almost the opposite, where you come in as the 8th seed, you played your last round.
Yeah.
You're coming in with momentum. You're coming in hot. I mean, most of the time. I guess you could have lost. It doesn't really make sense though, because you would have drawn. So most of the time, you're coming in hot.
Yeah.
You just won a big match.
Or you just snuck in on breakers. One of the two.
Right.
Yeah.
But you have to wait to do that most of the time. So you're coming in hot. You're coming in ready to play, and there's a power to that. You know, if you just won a match, you're feeling good. You're ready to rock and roll. You are in battle mode.
Yeah.
Whereas Gavin took the draw in, had about an hour to kind of walk around, maybe get some food, talk to a lot of people, kind of potentially mentally get out of the tournament.
Yeah.
And the danger is that, when you locked up top 8, you feel like you're accomplished. You did it. You kind of dust your hands off and say, I did it.
Yeah.
And that's a dangerous thing to say if you want to win the tournament.
100%.
So, for some people, that hour is a good break. For some people, it's too much of a decompression, and you want to kind of keep yourself hot. See in sports a lot, right? Where you have like this team that makes it in the wild card. They played the last game, they snuck in, and they play the 1 seed who's been resting players for the last 2 weeks, and they're cold.
Yeah.
They're not
that
ready to play.
That whole first quarter. Yeah.
Right, for sure. So I like how you said quarter, I'm thinking period. But
yeah.
That's okay either way. It's a very common thing in sports. So, a bit of a mental test for both players. And Gavin's got some work to do here.
Yeah, makes sense. Hey, the last RC we went to, you took me to a Minnesota Wild game, and I got to see in-person live playoff hockey. And, I wasn't necessarily a hockey fan beforehand. I am now. That was a lot of fun. So, yeah, really cool stuff. Percy also did win last round against this Zachary Keeney guy and made it in by winning Game 3 up against that Azorius Omniscience list of an established, amazing player in the form of Zachary Keeney. So condolences to Zach, but man, yeah, you got to be feeling good if you just take down arguably one of the best players in the room.
Yeah, nothing like it.
Yeah.
Playing for top 8, winning that big match, like it's that's the kind of match you sit down for and you're like, whew, okay. You don't say that, but mentally you're like, wow, all right, I have quite a hill to climb. I have to beat a phenomenal player. I'm in a pressure spot, and you win it, that feels good. I don't know what else to say. It's awesome.
Yep, absolutely. Nothing better. And then Percy by no means was locked, because when you win a match, when you win that last match before top 8 versus if you lose that last match before top 8, your breakers usually go down a little bit. Mm-hmm. Versus, we saw Jesse in 10th place there, lost that last heartbreaker. Breakers usually go up. So even if your numbers are close or it looks like you're in the top 8, you never feel good if you won that last one because your numbers are going to drop a little bit to a lot. It can be a small amount or it can be significant. So Percy was pretty jacked to be able to sneak in on breakers here.
Pretty exhilarating.
Yeah.
You win, you put it in Fate's hands, and then you just kind of, all right, here we go. A little bit of a die roll there. And, Percy did what he had to do, got out and into top 8.
You got any sweet stories where you made it in on 8th on breakers?
I'm sure. I have a 9th story.
Yeah.
So Grand Prix Columbus, I think it was like Legacy, like a million years ago. Was playing Goblins, and they decided when they posted they had like a projector showing the top 8. They decided to put all 8 players, and then losing the tiebreak lottery, Jim Davis in 9th. Like, guys, why did we need to put that on there? Thanks. I was the one player who was X2-1 who didn't make it or whatever.
Yeah.
I actually played the match of my life to win the last round.
Yeah.
I played against a landstill player, and I made them crack their own standstill. I played out of my mind. I won this incredible match, and I came in 9th.
Let's see if we got standstill available. Can we throw up that absolutely horrible card? That's a really brutal one, that's for sure. I think the only regret from that tournament, I don't know if we had if that event had coverage or not, but there it is. I wish we would have got an immediate interview with you right after you took 9th as well. That's what we really want to hear. That was a card that no one loved except the people playing standstill, huh?
I think it hurts sweet.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's sweet because I made my opponent crack it.
Yeah.
We played a game where it's not a lock, and like I have my Rashad boards, my wastelands and stuff, and I was able to force my opponent to break their own standstill and played a really good match. And
wow.
I didn't feel that bad, honestly. I was obviously sad I didn't make it, but winning that match was a real high.
Yeah.
And I knew I did what I had to do, put myself in the best spot. Just didn't work out.
Just didn't work out. That happens, that's for sure. All right, Gavin is on a mulligan here. So, man, the #1 seed, just thinking, all right, I got a decent matchup. I'm on the play. Lost game 1. Now I'm mulliganing on the play. Like, how did I get here type thing. Shadowy Backstreet putting a land to the yard. And let's see what Percy has. We got a Hired Claw. We got a Swift Spear. The Claw.
Great one drop.
Yep. All right, just a pass there from Gavin. You were going to see a lot of that from Gavin's deck. There's hand disruption for the first 2 turns. Otherwise, Gavin does not play to the board on turns 1 or 2. He just does not, based on his deck. Post-board, things can change a little bit, but you have plenty of removal there from Gavin. So here is Hired Claw #2. And is this Monstrous Rage to counter it?
Oh.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Gavin could have did this during his turn.
Yeah, I honestly felt there was a second cut down there. Gavin kind of feigned immediately. It must have been more shock than anything else.
Even if there was a second cut down, you don't want to be. I mean, it's still a 2 for 2, right? But
agree. But
I did not like that, Jim.
Yeah. The whole instance at sorcery speed, instance at instant speed, instance at sorcery speed thing.
Yikes.
Yeah, and this is now a major problem.
I mean, when Monstrous Rage gets the improvement already, and it just countered a cut down. Oh, but Legion to Ash.
I'm going to slow you down here. It's not Maelstrom Pulse.
Oh, okay. You knew me.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm happy to see it. Like, yeah, got Corey. It gets everyone the first time. So this card destroys a permanent and then all tokens with the same name. So it does work against Manifold Mouse.
Sure.
Yeah. So I've been on stream 100 times. So I'm like, oh no, my stuff. Oh, yeah, it's okay.
It's only one. All right. That could have been an absolute blowout. But, I mean, just think if, Gavin cut down on his turn, got that claw out of there. Was that 6 more life? Legion to Ash, the other claw, whatever. Gavin's at 14, and he's got to beat this one giant mouse. So, yeah, that could definitely be a spot where Gavin looks back and would love to have that one back. Here's the Peacekeeper, and Percy's hand, still pretty good, Jim.
That is a good hand, yeah.
It's a pretty good one.
So the Sunspine and Link's looking terrifying here, but we see Emberheart Challenger alongside the Village. That's the 1-2 punch that kind of gets these red decks through the mid game.
Yeah.
And this is a very difficult decision. I think that the Link's costing 6 seems more appealing than the Challenger costing 4. We could just see the Challenger next turn.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I would think I would agree. The problem is, the fact that if you play Challenger, you can Village on the Heartfire Hero, leave the Challenger back if you want. There's still a lot of play that Percy has. A lot of good options. When your mono red player has a lot of good options against your mid-range deck, you feel quite bad.
Yeah, for sure. Boards are looking great. Utility lands doing their job.
Yeah. Lynx was named, so that is a 6-drop. Still looking good if we can eventually get there. And now let's see what the play is. One play Percy has that I wouldn't love is get the Challenger down, give it the boost with the Village, get in with that. Not great. Don't want to give away those resources. But if you can Village here, looks like cut down. If there's another Monstrous Rage.
Don't even say it, Corey.
Okay.
Don't even say it.
I was going to say, shield your children's eyes.
Now, that was more calculated, right? Because Gavin just saw the hand, and also there's a lot of value in waiting for the Village activation to waste the mana, too.
Yeah.
So that was a very, very reasonable risk.
We had to have just drawn that recently, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we had the damage from the hero, and that allowed this Hired Claw to get boosted up instead of playing the Emberheart Challenger. That's interesting, but easily could be totally correct.
Yeah.
Now this Claw can attack into the Peacekeeper next turn.
Correct, yeah. Valuing the ability to attack next turn over having a Challenger in play with the ability to possibly Village it and get more cards. Does expose the Challenger also, though.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's big boom boom time.
Whew. Archfiend coming down. That's a gigantic creature. And, you know, amazing card. Not taking anything away from it by any means, but, man, when you're really behind on the battlefield, the clause of this card where you can lose the game is real. It is totally real. Like, you want to be somewhat aggressive. You want to not be in complete defensive mode as, you know, Percy at some point could just be like, okay, go.
Yeah,
like, are you going to attack with it or are you going to block with it? Or just die with it. You know, these are your choices. Either way, this does shut down the attacks of Percy pretty much full stop.
Yeah, if Gavin has a good follow-up here of another big creature. Okay.
As I was saying, this doesn't shut down the combo or the combat full stop at all.
Okay, let's get busy, Percy.
So it's got to be Rage or what?
Yeah, I mean, Rage. I mean, we could just see, you know, kind of Burst Lightning team up with the Prowess trigger on the. No, it's not enough. It's only 5. But the 6 is the big number here. If you're a red player, you got to count to 6.
Sorcery only. We were double checking that. 2 cards in hand. One of them is the Lynx.
Yeah, I mean, Rage, I guess.
It has to be Rage, right?
A Witchstalker's Frenzy, like, combo. That seems pretty bad also. Trading a Frenzy and a creature for the 6/6.
That does feel bad.
Wow.
Okay.
Love it. I love the squeeze.
I love it too.
Am I a sick person, Corey?
Yes. Yes.
Well, besides the obvious.
Oh.
I just really enjoy the face cams, and love watching the players squirm.
Yeah.
You know, like, big pressure moment. This attack comes in. You know, what's Percy going for here? You know, I think Rage is reasonable. It does seem like the logical choice.
It has to be the only thing.
Right. Now that
oh my God.
Okay.
Oh my God. That is just so good for Percy. Being able to play something off this too.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. And like we were saying, the Lynx is still there.
Yeah.
It costs 6. We're 1 land off that too.
Oh man. I mean, here's the choice. Does Percy want to level up the claw or play the Manifold Mouse? I'm playing that mouse.
It's got to be another creature, yeah.
Yeah. Here is the trade. A 2-for-1. A solid exchange, honestly, for Gavin. And an amazing draw there from Percy. Percy has drawn some nice ones off the top. Here's Manifold Mouse. The last card we know is the cat that is a little bit more expensive. So if this Peacekeeper ever dies or we draw land 6, I mean, the game's basically over if Gavin plays a land, a non-basic.
Yeah, basic swamp, you know, looking like it's not too shabby here. You know, these dual lands are great. Splashing colors is great. There are certain benefits to playing white this mono black deck, but this is definitely the big downside.
Yep. Big things here. Gavin well and truly up against it here, and I hate to go back to the cut down, but that changed the game. You know, that you'd have a lot more life on hand. This is going to be something that we could look back on. That is a brutal moment. That's non-basic number 4, though. Okay. Legion can deal with one of these cards. You basically have to hit the Manifold Mouse. So a land off the top is lethal for Percy.
There are so many hits.
So many lethal cards here. But a Mountain gets it done straight away. Monstrous Rage gets it done. Burst Lightning close. Doesn't get it fully done. But even just this Hired Claw attack, you're forcing a chump block.
Any haste creature, any removal spell.
Yeah.
Attacks are so great. Ooh.
That's the one play I actually don't like.
This is cute, actually. So the ping from the Hired Claw puts Gavin
forces the Soul Sanctuary block,
right.
I guess. Yeah.
It forces a trade with the Soul Stone and the Sanctuary, and it stinks to lose the land when you have a 6-mana Lynx. But when you have a 4-mana Lynx, not too bad.
And now that's true because Gavin loses no matter what if you either draw a removal spell for the Claw or some way to gain life from the cat. The cast costs 4, and that is it. That is it. Percy Fang takes this down, takes down the #1 seed in impressive fashion with mono red. Just beat Zachary Keeney to make it to the top 8, gets in on breakers, and then takes down the #1 seed on the draw.
Got to be feeling good.
Yeah.
You know, that's... You know, they say aggro decks have an advantage because when your opponent stumbles, you can take advantage of it.
Yes.
You know, control decks can't do that. The slower decks can't do that. We saw it right there. Great stuff. Maybe a bit of a little nerves there, maybe for our number 1 seed.
Yeah.
That cut down. Probably wants that one back. But great finish overall. A great run of a tournament. And Percy's going on.
Absolutely. And it sounds like our backup is still live, so we're either going to start at the beginning of Game 3 or we're just jumping in live. We'll wait for confirmation. Sounds like we are just jumping in live. Chris Patello is in game number 3 with this Azorius control deck up against Connor. Wrong Connor. That is Connor McKenzie. But, all right, what do we got here? We got a Biza. We got some fish. And it is Connor's turn. Jim, how does this look?
Lot to come into,
Yeah.
Pretty gummed up board where no player is clearly ahead. Cutter, obviously, what Connor wants to have in play. Beza, obviously, what Chris wants to have in play as far as a stabilizing agent. Can't see cards in hand for Chris, which I think is a really, really important number.
Ooh, okay.
And we're seeing here, this is kind of a different version of the Izzet deck from Connor. This is the more bouncy version. So you have this town, Thunder Trap Trainer, little card advantage. So Connor's not really afraid to play a longer game.
Yeah. Connor, really awesome player. I went and gave him a congratulations. And he's like, hey, thanks, man. Do you remember playing against me at GP Portland? And I was like, I'm sorry. I have a bad memory. He's like, that was my first GP. You destroyed me in a Teamer Energy Mirror. And it was a lot of fun. And it said it maybe ignited the fire a bit. And now here he is, crushing.
I was hoping that story was going to go to, and I've wanted revenge ever since.
Yes.
I will play you again, and I will beat you. Get out of the booth, get into the game so I can crush you.
Exactly. I think he's going to try to take that aggression out on Chris Patello instead. But as it stands here, Connor just bounced, got some value here, didn't have any good attacks into the Biza, and the game goes back to Chris. As long as Chris has a solid amount of cards in hand, you got to think this is the kind of game that Chris is okay with here. River Regent coming down to do some bouncing. Looks like just killing otters, killing monks.
Yeah, and this is what happens a lot in these post-board games where the games become less smooth draw-go games and more, all right, this game's getting scrappy.
Yeah.
Let's just jam, and not usual to see the control deck on the offensive here. When you have a 12 power in play, a huge flyer, it's very, very hard for Connor to remove. And also, Connor is playing this Thunder Trap Trainer, a little more of a card advantage game. So that can be exploitable by just attacking.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. And, one surefire way to know that Chris is ahead at the red zone. If Chris is attacking, Chris is probably ahead. So I would lead me to believe those 2 cards, maybe 3 cards in Chris's hand, are still pretty strong. So Connor is definitely up against it here.
Could be the inverse, too, honestly, where they could actually not be that strong. And Chris says, you know what? I want to put the power in play now and try and end this game. Because I think if this town loops keep going on and so on and so forth, it's going to be a struggle with the cards that I currently have. But
sure.
It could be either or. One important thing to note here is the Restless Anchorage that Chris also has. So there's 8 power in the air. Of course, Connor's at 16. That's a lot. That's 2-turn clock.
2-turn clock.
Kind of out of nowhere.
So Chris entering the red zone means nothing except a 4/5 is coming to attack.
4 damage is getting through.
Exactly. So we've been stocking up here from Connor. We got one more spell here to trigger the Corey Steel Cutter. But that being said, still not going to be great attacks unless you get the River Regent out of the way. But man, that doesn't feel good either if you're into the flood mining that and then you get your tokens bounced again.
Yeah, one of the weaknesses of this Izzet deck we've seen all tournament is these large toughness creatures, especially with ETBs. But just in general, that the Flood Maw is a great answer to a lot of the problems that kind of vex the Izzet deck. But, it is a temporary answer. Now, to be fair, Connor's deck does have this town ain't big enough. So there are these, there are more bounce spells as well as possible kind of bounce loops, which can be good against the bigger creatures. But that's the kind of long game Chris wants to play anyway.
Really good against the bigger creatures that don't have a lot of ETB effects. That can be a problem. So from that sleight of hand, I think I got a quick glimpse at the Rage. Monstrous Rage, I think, was one of the cards. We'll see if it was picked up. This attack definitely signifies that that's probably the case, as that Swift Spear is a 3/4 right now. This Monk should be a 2/2. So I mean, I guess Swift Spear or the Monk with Monstrous Rage would not be able to kill the Regent, but Rage plus Opt or something would.
And I kind of like this, honestly. You know,
is that a Rebel Salvo?
Rebel Salvo. Affinity for Equipment. There's one of those in play. Very,
very common thing. Affinity, meh. The ability of affinity for artifact or for equipments though. Now that's what I'm talking about. All right, Rebel Salvo able to clean up a creature. So that leads me to believe, was the plan to deal with this River Regent just a Monk getting in there and then Rebel Salvoing it?
I mean, when you have the ability to make more monks, you know, it's an answer, a thing that must be answered.
So that fish got in there for no reason, you know, air quotes, no reason. So I'm sure there's a reason for it.
Lock it up.
Lock down. So these are the spots when you're playing blue-white control. If you can lock down and you have a piece of counter magic as a backup, and then why not if you throw authority on top of all that, that's the games where you just lock it up. So, I mean, if there's a negate, change the equation in hand for Chris or whatever, sign the slip.
Yeah, and even without that, the authority goes a long way in that regard. You know, 1-2 punch, you know, and again, the answer to lockdown is not disenchant. So Connor has to go for it, bounce the lockdown, gets one big shot until Chris can just cast it again.
All right, could be the last couple turns here of Connor McKenzie's tournament. Not lethal yet here from Chris Patello on the other side with the Restless Anchorage, but we are getting very, very close to getting that way. And you know, I've seen Connor do it plenty of times in the feature match. Let's tap 3 and stock up and figure it out.
Pretty deliberate here. It's interesting. You know, if you have a stock up and you're kind of at this stage in the game, you gotta start somewhere, you know?
Whoa, and negate to take down the stock up. Chris Patello didn't even wait for maybe a way to bounce the lockdown. Is that an aggressive negate there, or does that feel reasonable?
It is reasonably aggressive. I think that's predicated on
You can't say both. I was like, is it reasonable or aggressive? You're like, that's reasonably aggressive.
I answered the question.
Come on.
Sort of. I think that's predicated on the authority of the consoles, you know, where authority provides a decent amount of insurance against the lockdown being bounced. It's hard to get one big burst of damage in through the authority, and then, of course, Chris can redeploy the temporary lockdown.
All right.
So Chris is saying that, you know, your hand is bad enough where I'm happy to make this exchange right now. 2-turn clock in play. The 2-for-1 and the quality of the cards of stock up maybe you have to overcome, but I don't think you have it yet, and I don't think one Flood Maw is enough.
Does look like Connor has a lot of cards, though. And when you have 5-6 cards, a stock up when your back's up against it maybe is not that scary. But, yeah, it does look like we only have 3 cards. So here is an Otter. 2 more cards. The Otter comes in sideways.
I think the fact that Connor started on stock up, you know, is a pretty big telling of I don't really have an answer.
I mean, it could be bait too. You know, like that is for sure an option as well. But
are you implying?
I'm with you.
Are you implying that I took the bait?
I am. Yes.
Counter that. Let's go. You got nothing.
Exactly. Hook, line, and sinker. That last card's into the Flood Maw. And even if it is, I don't know. If the last card's into the Flood Maw from Connor and Chris doesn't have another negate, no more lies, anything like that, is Connor even in a good spot?
I can't imagine it's not a counterspell with this Anchorage attack.
Okay, that is into the Flood Maw. It bounced the River Regent. Okay. Now, I mean, hey, you can't just recast that right now. You get to sack this map. And this Storm Chaser's talent can level up. You can get a 2-drop. I don't see any ways to counter the River Regent from doing damage when it comes back. What do you get? Because we're hellbent from Connor, so that's the play, you know?
Man, I mean, Chris has left. I mean, it's not total shields down with the authority in play, but
do you just get another into the Flood Maw and just keep bouncing things? Like, the problem is you're bouncing a River Regents that's double destroying your creatures, you know?
Yeah, that's pretty tough, you know. And again, the setup on bouncing lockdown requires a lot of setup. You have to end step it. There's the authority in play.
I mean, we're probably stock up now when you draw land 7, huh?
For sure.
Yeah. I've only watched like 3 games of Connor McKenzie in the feature match area, but I think he's cast 15 stock ups. Okay, he did pull up this town or stock up. I mean, this town, when you can get authority and temporary lockdown, is a heck of a thing to do. You pay 5, you know?
It's tough, though, because against the deck playing counter spells, tapping 5 is a huge commitment.
Yeah, that's true. Here's a stock up.
Yeah, this is pretty good.
This is fine. Yeah, these 2 otters are going to get in, put Chris down to 10. And then with Connor being at 8, the turn feels pretty scripted to me, where you're just playing River Regent, saying go, maybe having 1 or 2 mana available. But that play is just very good.
Yeah. Double Chupacabra. And then Authority. Authority's looking really good here, kind of stopping that. Or not stopping, but stymieing that big potential of burst damage.
Yeah. Also, shouldn't there be a counter on the Restless Anchorage? I believe the No More Lies was put to the yard.
No, it was a land. It was a Scryland or Surveilled.
Oh, okay.
And then the No More Lies was Surveilled.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
Not the case. Here comes a couple of the otters. Puts Chris down to 10. And let's see. River Regent sending these otters to the Shadow Realm, I assume.
That's a big dragon.
Okay, is there another land? There is, but it's tapped, so almost assuredly no interaction. Chris Patello's list does play a couple of Elspeth Smites, so you might have those. But this feels like the turn for Connor. You have 6 power in the air. You got 2 more power in your land spot. So this is well and truly do or die territory.
Yeah, and with Authority mucking things up here, this is going to be a tall hill to climb.
So do you do the same? Do you just level up Storm Chaser's talent to 2, get this town, wait to see if Chris Patello makes the same play of animating the land, and then just bounce River Regent and one of your talents again? Like,
having the option,
I don't know what it's like accomplishing, but that's an option, right?
Having the option there is pretty cool because you can deter for a turn, but even if you don't bounce, you could threaten to bounce something else. You still take 6.
Yeah.
You're still 2, and then you still have 2 lethal attackers next turn. So it is a lot of wheel spinning for these towns in a spot where we need to build a rocket ship.
Yep. All right, so Opt kept it. I mean, that's got to lead me to believe that Connor is not dead right now. Otherwise, I wouldn't recommend keeping the card. All right, here's a level 2. No interaction from Chris, no get lost or something to be able to work it. And it looks like here is this town. So it looks like to me, Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, this is I have it this town, and now Connor has the choice to make. Do I bounce it right now so I for sure don't die next turn, or do I wait till you animate the Restless Anchorage, get a little greedy, and all right, this question's been answered immediately?
Yeah, there's definitely some value to waiting.
I think I would have waited there, and I would have just lost to a negate and been okay with it.
Right.
Because I think you lose to negate anyways would be where my mindset was at. And if I can make it to a spot where I can make it so Chris, doesn't have lethal on the battlefield ready to go for another turn, similar to what he did 2 turns ago, that's how I feel like I maybe could squeak this game out. But instead, the River Regent bounces nothing, and we send it back Connor's way.
And now just kind of
same thing.
In a similar spot, yeah.
And now, now the thing is, Connor can do this again, but now the 2 mana is available. So now I think Connor is forced into I'm going to wait until you animate because you could have the negate right now and I die anyways. Might as well go for it, right?
Kind of a funny stalemate loop, where just like Connor can just keep doing this over and over again, but Chris is not in stalemate. Chris is just going to keep drawing cards and making land drops and playing other things, drawing counter spells and so on and so forth.
Yeah, it's a stalemate in the sense that Connor can keep doing this, but if Chris can ever break up the cycle, then it's GG. So an opt, that does make it so the only play available that we know face up is Storm Chaser's talent, level it up, get into the Flood Maw, survive that way. Or you could play land 8 and still do the this town shenanigans.
What a squeeze.
What a squeeze indeed. Talent, Sideways Otter. Chris to 11. And here it is. If this is a level 2, if Chris says I respond with a get lost, the game would be over. It's not the case. Into the Flood Maw to the hand. And now does Connor wait till that creature land gets animated, or you go for it now? I don't think there's a reason to go for it now. Wouldn't you agree?
That's a draw step, you know, but I agree. I think you just gotta wait. Like, and this is just, you can see it on Connor's face here. It's just a really, between a rock and a hard place, you know, like.
Between a fish and an otter. Untapped. You could do it at upkeep to prevent the draw step. Doesn't seem the case. Chris is moving fast. Chris is aware of this line. This leads me to believe that this attack is going to get this. Chris is going to meet this with a counter spell. No more lies. And Chris Botello takes it down. Huge sigh, a huge shake. Chris advances to the top 4. Condolences to Connor McKenzie. But you know what? Chris has been playing Azorius Control this entire weekend and has been beating Izzet decks left and right. So when you build a deck and you prepare it for the best matchup and you keep playing it, that's just good deck building.
That deck's looked very, very good every time it's been on camera. And it's kind of been this splinter twin of the lockdown, which is good against Izzet, with something else. High Noon, Authority of the Consoles, a counterspell to defend it. Just some extra step that's really been hammering the nail in the coffin for these Izzet decks. So Patello's looking great.
Is it the most evil Splinter Twin ever? Lockdown plus Authority? Like, that's a Splinter Twin if you don't want to make friends with your opponents, right?
Very lawful, I suppose, you know, but...
Respect and authority there, that's for sure. So that is going to do it for the top 8. We'll see. Do we have any updates on the other matches over there, directors? Okay, we had Julian taking it down, 1-2-0. That was another of our Izzet Prowess player. Okay, and our last one is still finishing up off camera, so we are going to take ourselves a short break. But on the other side, well, that'll do it for us. That was the end of our weekend. But on the other side, it will be Ailey and Reed. So, Jim, any last words before we head out?
It's been an awesome tournament.
Yeah.
Really a lot of surprises, you know, and many more to come as well.
Yeah.
But seeing kind of, you know, a lot of great metagaming going on, you know, especially with this Demons deck and this Blue Light Control deck, you know. 2 decks that were not really on the radar, definitely not on the top of the metagame spreadsheet, and doing really, really well. Taking down Izzet. I'm pumped to watch these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, and the biggest match of the tournament is next round. The top 4, when you feed into those World Championship slots, it doesn't get any bigger at a regional championship. So do not go anywhere. We will be right back with the top 4.
Welcome back, everybody, to coverage of the Regional Championship here in Hartford, Connecticut. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Reed Duke, and we have seen some stellar magic thus far. And would you believe it if I told you that we are not done yet, Reed?
Not
2 more
close,
rounds to
not
go.
close to it. We got the most exciting part yet to come.
I cannot wait to put some people into the World Championship. It's going to be phenomenal. I am super stoked to jump into our semifinals. And if you are just joining us, let's take a quick look at the bracket and chat about what's happened thus far. So any major surprises here for you, Reed?
Well, it's hard to say surprise because to see any of these 8 players do more winning, you can't really surprise you at this point. You know, they've all shown multi-dimensional, well-rounded strategies that can take on all comers. They've all won a lot. And, you know, so far 3 of them have continued that. We saw Percy Fang with a pretty quick and straightforward win over our #1 seed Gavin. That's Mono Red beating Orzhov Demons. We did not get to see the Is It Prowess match on camera, but Julian advanced there. And we caught tail end of game 3, Chris Botello with the Azorius control deck notching another Is It Prowess win. He advances at the bottom side of our bracket, waiting to face the whoever winds up winning between Jerry Gao and John Schindeldecker, who are still playing. Yeah,
still playing. It's the Mono Red Aggro versus Orzhov Pixie match. So that is getting real grindy. You got to think John is putting up one heck of a fight against Jerry in that matchup. So as soon as we do have that result, we'll let you know. But in the meantime, we're going to take a look at our first semifinal here. It'll be Percy Fang up against Julian Corfine. This one could be over before that quarterfinal's finished, to be honest, Reed.
Yeah, they're going to lap them. So it's going to be somebody waiting in the finals. Well, another pair is 2 matches behind.
Oh, wouldn't that be fun? Let's take a look at the players' deck list, starting with Julian here first. Is It Prowess, the lone representative of the biggest deck in the room this weekend? Julian Corfine rocking the Hasty Friends, trying to keep control of the board, buff up the creatures, get your opponent dead is the name of the game, up against Mono Red that you and I don't think have seen on camera at all, really. So again, similar kind of game plan here, but no blue stuff to rely on.
It's true we haven't watched Mono Red, you know, at least for our commentary pair, bringing it to you, but we have a lot of respect for it. We both predicted 2 in the top 8, which is kind of a massive overperformance of this archetype, which was really not the most popular way to use the red cards. It was only a tiny fraction of the metagame share that Is It showed up with.
The players are ready to rock and roll, and we still don't have a result of our other quarterfinals. So let's just jump into this and see if we can lap those slowpokes over there, shall we?
Let's do it.
Here we go. Julian Corfine on the top of your screen. Percy Fang down below. Mono Red Aggro. Julian is on the play, kicking things off with a Storm Chaser's talent. And for anyone who gives 2 hoots, Reed and I decided that we tied in our predictions with 3 Is It Prowess, 2 reds, and then, you know, a couple others chucked in there. I think we got like 6 out of 8. That's not bad.
I'm giving us credit for 7 out of 8. We both were 1 off. So I was missing Omniscience, which did not appear in the top 8, and you were missing
Oculus.
Pixie? You said Oculus, and it was
I said
Pixie
Oculus
instead.
and Pixie,
okay.
Yeah, so not too bad, huh?
But you nailed it with 3 Prowess, 2 Mono Red. That was impressive.
Oh, thank you. Speaking of impressive, we got Julian showing his prowess as these little otters, getting in some chip damage here and there up against Percy. Hired Claw on the other side of things, holding his own thus far. Can Percy get a Magebane Lizard down on turn 2? I would love to see it.
Right, Magebane Lizard is a card that is starting to appear as a sideboard option against Is It Prowess. We talked about how being a step ahead of the metagame can really reward you in these big tournaments. Percy brought 3 copies in his main deck.
Heck yeah.
So not only was he on the ball in terms of identifying this as a desirable card, he said, I'm actually going to structure my deck to be able to fit this card and justify it in my main deck.
I love it. And, you know, no shortage of 2-drops. Pretty sure you still got the entire package you'd expect to see of all the mice. But just adding in these little Magebane lizards, and tough to deal with for the prowess decks. Toughness being the name of the game. Magebane lizard says, no thanks, I'm going to zap you there as you kill my other lizard friend. So that's one problem dealt with for Julian. How do you kill a 1/4 as this deck, though?
Maybe you don't. Maybe you just try to kill the opponent.
Yeah.
Take your medicine a little bit and keep crashing in for 4 or 6 damage at a time. Julian certainly representing Monstrous Rage there, and Percy electing not to block and risk his valuable lizard in combat.
Yeah. Some combination of block damage or double spell would get the little lizard dead. So Percy's going to use his life total as a resource here, not offering up any blocks with the lizard unless absolutely necessary.
That said, he also didn't attack with the lizard. So to me, that represents that now he's ready to block, which, what's different this turn than last turn? Well, now Percy has open mana.
Witch Stalker Frenzy. First things first, let's get another point of damage there off of Julian, courtesy of the Magebane lizard. No Witch Stalker? Come on, there has to be, right? There's something. Now, this is, okay, Burst Lightning in response to the Monstrous Rage. This is also going to ding here. So it's a global effect on Magebane lizard.
Wow, Julian, I thought was going to be able to put up a little bit more of a significant fight there, but Percy's defensive plan worked perfectly there, lining up the block, forcing Julian to act first, and then blowing him out with Burst Lightning.
It's good stuff there from the Mono Red player. Drake Hatcher, the follow-up play for Julian. End step, what do we have? Now remember, we're going to be taking 2 damage here if this is a removal spell. And it sure is Witch Stalker Frenzy now. So it was there, haha. Just not used on the smaller targets. Oof, big think now for Julian. That's going to get the Drake Hatcher dead.
Wow, what a turn for Percy. Just totally flipping the script. Exactly what he needed, given that he was on the draw against a good hand from Is It Prowess. But just, you know, the perfect defensive and disruptive creature in Magebane Lizard, followed by sort of walking his opponent into 2 perfectly placed removal spells. I mean, hindsight's 20/20, but I wonder if Julian would like the opportunity to reconsider attacking that turn, like maybe just playing Drake Hatchling and passing and not playing into your opponent's open mana would have been more desirable.
Now Percy Fang is switching gears. Magebane Lizard as well as Monastery Swift Spear getting in there. Monstrous Rage gonna help deal some extra damage. It'll also ding Percy for 1. Now the question is, can Julian do 8 damage in one fell swoop? Let's see what you got. Percy at 8, 1 mountain untapped. Gotta think he has a way to deal with the otter on the board, the only valid attacker at the moment. Kick things off here with a sleight of hand. Ding! Man, this lizard must be a pain in the butt against Arclight Phoenix decks.
Against anyone, honestly. Yeah, particularly these blue spell-based decks that are looking to actually cast multiple spells in the same turn. But I could see that being a headache even against, you know, Chris Patello if we see that match later today. Like anyone who's coming with 20, 30 non-creature cards in their deck, it's going to really accumulate.
Just an extra little tax you have to pay for your card advantage. Julian having a big think as to which one he wants. Not a very well-played card is this little lizard, so just double-checking what it does. I have a feeling that we'll see it show up in many more decks going forward. Okay. Attack time. Here comes 2 power in. Percy should go to 6 here. Okay.
All right, so Julian taking the gamble that he will get another turn in this game. Percy has 3 damage showing.
Can use the Rockface Village to pump up the lizard if he wants to.
Very nice.
And then what, in addition to that, can get Julian dead this turn?
You also figure if he can put Julian to, like, you know, 1, 2, 3 life, it really makes it difficult for him to play against the Magebane Lizard. So every damage counts this turn.
Absolutely. So Percy doing some math here. So 4 damage at face value. Monstrous Rage, trigger. So one of those Monstrous Rage auras falls off. Takes 2 to go to 4. That's irrelevant. Plenty. Yeah, that seems like more than enough to get game 1 to Percy Fang.
Really impressed by Percy there. There's like a really negative and I think not true stereotype that mono red decks are easy to pilot. And
only uneducated players will say that.
I think people tend to think that because the game plan tends to be straightforward. Sometimes the games are short. However, the decisions that you do make are so impactful towards the result of the game. And Percy made them all really crisply. I would even frame that as like he walked his opponent into a trap on that turn 3 where he made a really, really, really effective defensive play by combining a blocker that forced the opponent to play into his open mana, 2 removal spells, dismantled Julian's board, and then by the time Julian was able to rebuild and threaten Percy again, Percy was then able to win the race with the Monstrous Rages of his own.
Super, super sweet. Picking his spots and then striking when the iron was hot because he likely set them on fire. We finally have a result from our other quarterfinal. John Schindeldecker on Pixie winning against Jerry Gao. So we're going to have Chris Botello up against Esper Pixie in the hands of John Schindeldecker. So that's going to be a fun, very different matchup, I feel, to this one that we're seeing.
Very different. 4 distinct archetypes in the top 4. That's always fun.
Good job.
And I think Chris Botello was likely rooting for John and the Pixie deck to advance there because I think it's almost as simple as saying the slower the deck, the better the matchup for Chris. And Mono Red is probably one of the scarier ones for him to go up against.
Oh, absolutely. But if Chris does win and Percy wins, well, he's going to have to figure out how to beat him then. But that's a future round problem, as we are in the semifinals. The second semifinals will kick off shortly as the players get their sideboards done and dusted. Friends, just a reminder, if you would like to join us at future events, well, SCG is hosting a ton of them. Come and check out the Spotlight Series in Orlando and Baltimore in August and October, respectively, as well as the regional championships in Houston and Las Vegas. Those 2 events are in October and November. You can find more details at starcitygames.com/SCGCon. Be sure to go follow them on socials, sign up for their newsletter, and then you will never miss out on a thing because they're really good at telling you when stuff is. So, sideboarding. Julian is behind. What does he need to do here up against Percy's mono red deck?
I think for this game, too, it's basically try again. You know, he had a good start on the play in game 1. That's what he wants to do again, and just kind of have a little bit of a more effective follow-through. Maybe hope that Percy is missing one of the pieces that he had in game 1. You know, the Magebane Lizard plus 2 well-placed removal spells is quite hard to fight through. But Julian's basically just going to do the same thing all again. He might turn to that Drake Hatcher, a couple more removal spells. Obliterating Bolt is a very nice, clean answer to the Magebane Lizard. Could see him going for the Enduring Curiosity, kind of like a sticky threat if he wants to really drop the hammer in the mid-game against the mono-red player.
And also a surprise blocker. Haha.
That's right.
I've heard cats enjoy eating mice, so maybe we'll see that in this game too here.
That surprise blocker concept in a number of forms is going to be important in the way these next 1 or 2 games play out. Basically what I want everyone to keep an eye on at home is open mana.
Yeah.
Now, both of these decks are very fast and aggressive, so there's a temptation like, I just want to spend all my mana on my main phase, play my cards as quickly as possible, and hope for the best. Just be aware that style of play, it makes it a lot easier for your opponent to make good decisions. Whereas if you have 1, 2, 3, 4 mana open when they're going for their big prowess monstrous rage turn, it's a lot more they have to worry about. They might hesitate to commit. They might play it more conservatively. So open mana, playing tricky, making things difficult on your opponent. That's really the name of the game if the cards aren't playing themselves in a straightforward way.
Chat, aren't you lucky? You get a free lesson in Magic strategy from Reed Duke as we're watching these 2 players fight for a spot in the World Championship.
Yeah, stick with us here. You'll get a few more hopefully before the day's out.
Couple more tidbits. That's certainly one area that I'm terrible at, where I just want to attack and do my combat trick things. It usually goes poorly when you attack into open mana, but when I attack into open mana, I should say.
Yeah, they always have it.
Always have it. It's so annoying.
That's the thing, Ailey, is Magic's such a challenging game. It's plenty hard enough to just play your own cards effectively. When you get to the extra level of like, okay, well, now I have to make plans based on the range of actions my opponent might take against me.
Yeah.
It's, you know, it quickly becomes overwhelming unless you've really have had a lot of experience and honed that good judgment.
Yeah. You know, looking 2, 3 turns ahead, trying to figure out what your opponent's trying to do to mess up your fun plans. And so we get things underway here. Storm Chaser's Talent hits the board. We got a little Otter Friend on the board for Julian. Percy. Do we have a turn 1 play in response? Yes, indeed. Hey, Heartfire Hero. I feel like I haven't seen him in a hot minute. There are 4 of him in the deck, though, so.
I remember when folks were talking about, oh, Heartfire Hero needs to be banned. This card is way too strong. Little did they know there are just going to be even scarier red aggressive cards on the horizons.
So quick to panic. Let the professionals play with the Magic cards. They'll figure out an answer for you, friends. Well, looks like we have a judge getting in here. The game continues apace. Heartfire Hero getting in for a point of damage down to 19. Goes Julian, followed up by a Hired Claw. And a Burst Lightning. Sweet. Okay.
So
Otter down.
Triple 1 mana opening is really effective from either side of the battlefield. In a fast matchup, the best way to keep pace is just to make sure your plays are crisp and efficient.
And also, there's no time limit in this, so you're not worrying about a clock. The tournament has to now wait for you, so none of that pressure. Is a nice change of pace. Torch the tower, takes care of Heartfire Hero. The turn passes back. What's Percy got here for turn 3? Rockface Village, land for turn. In for 1/2. Courtesy of the triggered ability on Little Hard Claw. Okay, and just leveling it up. Giving itself a counter.
Really interesting. Julian's turn was main phase Torch the Tower and then no second play, which would have, of course, been quite nice with Corey Steelcutter on the battlefield.
Yeah.
But makes me wonder what could he be setting up? What could be in his hand?
Counter spells, perhaps? I mean, how many of those do you have or want in this matchup?
It would mostly be Spell Pierce that we're talking about.
Ah, this town ain't big enough. On the stack, sends back Little Hard Claw, as well as Storm Chaser's Talons, so getting some extra replay value there is Julian. And triggering Corey Steelcutter as well.
Yeah, pretty effective turn. Just going to flag for everyone watching, Julian does not have any mountains or islands, so those verges don't represent blue mana right now. That's why he tapped the Shivan Reef and took a damage.
That, I think a lot of people will miss with the verges. So you're like, yeah, of course I have a mountain or oh, no, I don't. The mana fixing in Standard is also really good at the moment.
The mana for these two-color decks, like the fact that Izzet is able to play 12 dual lands and almost never have a land enter the battlefield tapped is really special.
So a chip shot here and there between these two players. This game is very slow for what the two archetypes are and what they can get done in a short amount of time. But this is what high stakes Magic looks like, where they're not rushing through their turns. They're going to take a while. They're going to think, and life totals will go down eventually. Neither player playing life gain.
A common pitfall that I know I personally fall into is when I'm playing a fast strategy, I start to play faster.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I'm aggressive, I'm rushing, I'm trying to get you dead as quick as possible. But actually it should be the opposite, because if the game is compressed into a smaller number of turns, then each one of those turns, how well you navigate it has a larger impact on the outcome of the game. So really, like, you should kind of copy the table presence of Percy and Julian here, where it's like, I'm attacking fast, I'm not giving you a lot of strategic breathing room, but I'm making my plays deliberately and carefully and not, walking headfirst into a boneheaded blunder.
Yeah, because at levels like this, it's so easy to have that 1 point of damage matter in the end of a game. So got to make sure you're optimizing, doing the right thing. And it's kind of funny that you say, you play faster when you're playing the fast-paced strategies, the aggressive decks. I remember a match I covered with LSV playing against Shota. Both were on a control deck, and they just blitzed through it. I have never seen two players play control faster than those two. It was insane.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it. It's just more processing power.
Yeah, they got their upgrades
in their supercomputers than most of us have.
They got their orders in before the scalpers got all the cards, I tell you. No, I haven't been looking for a new graphics card. Can you tell? Speaking of processing power, both players using all their thinks in the tank here.
This game, I think, kind of shows the advantage of the Izzet deck over the mono red deck, where if both players just have really good draws and play, optimal cards on every single turn, the mono red deck looks great, right? Because its mana base is all untapped, painless lands. It doesn't have to waste any time or mana setting up its draw.
Yeah.
It just plays creatures and bashes you. But the flip side of that is you don't have these, card selection spells to smooth your consistency.
Yeah.
So I would describe mono red as having a larger gap between its best draws and its worst draws, whereas the Izzet deck's always going to have to take a little bit of time to do its opt sleight of hand thing,
yeah.
but it's less likely to kind of peter out and run out of gas in this mid-game stage, as it appears Percy is now doing.
Yeah, he's just at the mercy of Julian at the moment, wishing that there was a Magebane Lizard on the board, because that's a lot of damage coming in now, and plenty of spells cast on his turn. Witchstalker Frenzy can deal with one of these critters. Can Julian say no thanks and get us to a game 3? Not quite. So how large is that? It was 5. Goes down to 3. One burst lightning away from getting a little dead here is Percy Fang. Needs 2 pieces of removal to deal with these threats. Otherwise, we're going to go to game 3. Draw go. That's not what Mono Red's supposed to do. Reed, they're not doing it right.
Yeah, does not bode well for Percy. I don't think there's really any combination of cards where he's going to have a good time here. Julian is casting stock up. Even failing that, he has the talent that he can level up. He's ahead on the board already. He's ahead on life total.
More options. All the options. Card advantage. Board advantage. Julian is about 3 seconds away from winning game 2 here in our semifinals. For anyone just joining us, we are watching Percy Fang and Julian Corfine in our first semifinal, and we'll catch up with Chris Botello and John Schundeldecker in our second semifinal shortly. That's a lot of tokens. And Percy's seen enough. Cool, red. Let's go. Game 3. Percy gets to be on the play. That's a pretty big deal.
Very big deal, yeah. So this will be the first game in the match where Percy gets to... Actually, Percy as our 8th seed, he doesn't get a lot of games on the play.
No.
Especially since he hasn't done much losing yet. But
that's rough.
He'll certainly cherish this one where he gets to come out of the gates fast. If he has a good draw, then he'll have the Izzet player on blocking duty, which, as we know, is not the strength of that Izzet prowess deck.
It's going to be interesting to see if players are happy with their opening 7, because I know that, you know, opening hands in this situation, it's very dependent on whether you're on the play or you're on the draw. So, you know, Percy Fang's ideal opener would probably be Heartfire Hero into either a Lizard or another hasty threat into then just remove whatever nonsense Julian's got on the board. So let's hope the top of the decks play nice.
Yeah, exactly right. Whichever player is on the play wants to deploy some threats early, and then in those mid-game turns, you want to really be interacting and making sure you can remove your opponent's most important cards off the battlefield, multi-spell on the key turns.
Just realized Julian has a lot of cards, you know, just one of fun-ofs in his sideboard. Thank you, judges, keeping our players hydrated.
The 1 and 2 ofs is actually a pretty common configuration for blue decks with a lot of card selection. And the reason it works so nicely is, okay, you have 1 Disdainful Stroke in your sideboard. That's not a lot. You don't think about having that in your opening hand that often. But when you play a long game in a matchup where Disdainful Stroke is good, you get to see 20, 25 cards out of your library between your slate of hands, your stock ups. Sometimes you get multiple uses out of it with Storm Chaser's talent. So this is a strength of the blue decks in that you get to actually make your singleton sideboard cards give you a lot more mileage on average. As compared to Percy's deck, okay, great. Case of the Crimson Pulse, that's a really cool card. It can be good in the right situation. It's kind of just, you know, random chance if it's in your top 11 or 12 cards. So it's a different ball game in that sense.
Yeah, you can see the cards. He's like, it'll be fine if I don't see this versus Sunspine Link's a 4 of. If he really needs that in a matchup, he's really going to bring all of them in and try and find it. Friends, if you would like to keep up to date with everything happening at SCG cons, at regional championships, at the Spotlight Series, go and sign up for the newsletter at starcitygames.com/, well, you guessed it, newsletter. Tarkir Dragonstorm is available to order now. You can check out the upcoming events, the next one being Indianapolis at the end of May, and our flash sales, which is also happening now, and that ends tomorrow. So if you want 10% off singles, you got to go to starcitygames.com, man. All right, Magic players. Are you ready to rumble? They sure are. They were so fast, they were just like, yeah, let's go, let's boogie. A mouse died while I was shilling for a newsletter.
Seems like both players kept 7, both players with, you know, ideal first turns at least.
Heartfire Hero had a backup. Okay.
That's a plotted slick shot show off. I love that play since Percy happened to have 1 mana open there, representing a possible Burst Lightning or Torch the Tower.
Is it the first time we've seen that bird in this matchup? I think so.
Yeah, this is one of the matchups where I think a lot of players perceive Drake Hatchling to be the superior 2-drop, or I should say the more desirable 2-drop in the matchup compared to Slick Shot Show Off.
Ooh, nice. Manifold Mouse alongside our Heartfire Hero. So that's going to apply some extra pressure to Julian's life total here. Got to find some removal for this little rodent friend. Julian looks like he needs some caffeine.
I'm sure the adrenaline
will kick in.
of a high-pressure match like this is worth something.
Oh yeah.
Can you let us know what's at stake here? Give us a little bit context about the top 4 of the regional championship.
Read all the marbles. This is a pretty big deal. This matchup, like Corey and Jim alluded to, is probably bigger than the finals itself. Yeah, sure, there's 20K up for grabs for the winner and 10K for the runner-up, I believe. But the winner of this goes on to the World Championship. And that is probably a once-in-a-lifetime chance or opportunity for a lot of players. As we see a Braid take care of the Manifold Mouse here. Are we going to see a response? Yep, Burst Lightning to take care of our Flappy friend.
Yeah, World Championships, the most prestigious tournament of the year. Almost like a Super Pro Tour in terms of a smaller, more elite field, bigger prize pool, more difficult to qualify for. So I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I would presume there's only like a couple of dozen people in the world who currently know that they're going to be going to the 2025 World Championship. It's that exclusive. Even the mainstay Pro Tour players, it's not a given that you're going to be there.
What was your first World Championship?
My first World Championship was 2010 in Chiba, Japan.
Sweet.
The World Championship has gone through a number of iterations in my time. Back then, it was basically equivalent to a Pro Tour, except that it had 3 formats that the players had to play instead of just 2.
Oh, cool. What was the third one? Assuming draft constructed.
Yeah, draft and then 2 different constructed ones.
Oh,
so
cool.
So for my first Worlds, I want to say it was standard and extended, back when extended was a format.
So kind of like modern day standard and pioneer?
Right.
Okay. Sweet. Any memorable moments from that tournament for you? I'm putting you on the spot here, seeing how well you know Reed Duke.
Yeah, I had a good deck in standard, a middling, 3-3 finish in draft, and then a really bad extended deck on the third day, unfortunately. So I had fun getting to kind of go deep into the tournament, but I did not wind up with a positive record.
Focusing back here on the match, Percy Fang is applying the pressure. 2 Manifold Mice now, and Heartfire Hero growing, so taking Julian down to 10. Desperately needs an answer for these 3 mice. Or Percy might be our first finalist and first player this weekend to make it to the World Championship.
Okay, Julian gave a lot of thought to what he was going to do on his main phase there, decided to pass. If you're a Julian fan, you want to hope he's got at least 2 removal spells, and love this from Percy. He's starting with the Magebane Lizard, which, I mean, he might activate the Rockface Village to give it haste, but more importantly, it's like, all right, man, it's up to you. What are you going to do now or never?
Oof. In response to the Lizard, we're going to opt. It's one of the coolest ops with Yargle on it. Anything to kill these little friends before they get out of hand. Oof, okay.
Yeah, we could be moments away from Percy notching his ticket to the World Championship.
2 lizards! Look at Julian's face. Wowza. So how much damage do we have here? That is a 3 power, which will become a 4 power double striking trample. Ow.
If the Heartfire Hero connects in combat, Julian can't play the game anymore because he's going to take so much damage that he can't cast a non-creature spell. So, I mean, Percy could even play it really conservatively, give his Manifold Mice double strike and kind of spread his attack damage out among the 3 attackers.
Anything he casts now, though, is going to deal 4 damage to him because of the previously cast spell, right?
Yeah, so it looked like he responded to the second Magebane Lizard.
I hope that's the case, otherwise he's going to have some owies coming in.
But, yeah, I mean, he's in trouble. He's going to take 2 damage from the original one. I hope this removal spell exiles. This is the fiery annihilation.
Yeah. I think it exiles any. I could bring it up on screen here. I think it exiles any equipment. I think it does exile. Otherwise, that would be some more pain coming to the face, and Julian would be dead, and that is going to do it, though. Percy Fang has enough pressure and enough damage on board to take down Julian Corfine on Izzet Prowess. So, the big bad of the tournament has fallen, and Mono Red in the hands of Percy Fang reigns supreme.
Yeah, great point. No more Izzet. Not only
Rejoice.
no Izzet mirror matches, but no more Izzet mages at all in the tournament. That's it.
You can all go home now and stop complaining.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, first of all,
oh boy,
we should say, for starters, huge congrats to Percy. He's going to the World Championship. He's going to the finals today, so we are not done. That was a big match, but it's not over. The trophy and $20,000 are still well worth playing for.
Oh, absolutely.
I also wanted to kind of highlight what Percy has done in approaching this tournament. We've talked all throughout the weekend about, how are people choosing the best cards and leveling up against Izzet, and Orzhov Demons has this, and Chris Patello's blue-white control deck has this. Percy went at it a whole different way, which is, I'm going to bring the pressure to you.
Nice.
I'm going to focus on the fact that your deck is not good at blocking, that you're taking damage off your Shivan Reef, that you can't handle Magebane Lizard being on the battlefield, and it's worked for him. So he's in the finals. Excellent metagame call against Izzet, and then the normal built-in strengths of the mono red deck against everyone who's playing these slow game plans, enters the battlefield tapped lands. I mean, mono red is just as scary as it gets.
Sure is, and Percy needs a opponent in the final. So let's jump into our second semis and see how that's going. We've got Chris Patello up on top of your screen there, up a game on Azorius Control. Wow, look at that board. Holy guacamole, that's a lot of bugs. Someone call the exterminator.
Yeah, I suspected that this would be a positive matchup for Chris because the Orzhov Pixie deck is just a bit slow. It has a lot of removal spells that are going to be ineffective in game one. Sure enough, Chris did win the pre-sideboarded game, so he's up 1. And then this one looking about as good as it gets to, with both the board presence advantage and potentially card advantage going in favor of Chris. Although it might be a little bit closer than it looked at first glance, because the tokens are not equal on both sides of the board. That 6/6 demon token for a moment was the biggest, most important permanent on the battlefield, but now coast is clear. Stock up finds get lost, and now John is down to 6 life.
Good grief. Things are looking super good here for Chris Botello. Has all the pressure on the board. That's not something you generally say about a control deck, but the way he's constructed this list and built his sideboard, he just seems to have the answer for everything in the field today.
Yeah, so really the only thing John can do is make another Ritual Chamber, 6/6 Demon. If he doesn't do that, he's going to be dying to his own Unholy Annexes, let alone Chris's board. But here he's going to, pick up some nice card advantage, stay alive, even assuming Chris can remove the demon. He should survive at 2 life.
Gain some life, get some cards. Can Chris Botello, does he have a sneaky reef or anything hiding in the lands there? Momentum breaker, all right, we got some speed going there too.
So right now the judge call is about the start your engines and the maximum speed dynamic. It's kind of an afterthought a lot of times with Momentum Breaker, but John probably just said, oh, hey, I never announced that I was starting my engines. This is something that's supposed to happen automatically. Now, let's keep track of how many times Chris has taken damage. But yeah, Chris not taking his foot off the gas pedal here, removes the demon, puts more on the battlefield. John now facing lethal from his opposing creatures and his own enchantments.
Yeah.
So I think we're moments away here.
Look at his face, he's smiling. I think he knows, unless he's got a board wipe, that this is going to be GG either way. No demon, no board wipe. Just checking every last card here before extending the hand and saying, congratulations, Chris Botello. You're in the finals. Oh, man. Another great call here from John Schindeldecker, making it to the semifinals here. But Chris Botello, look at the relief on his face. He has had an absolutely stellar weekend with an archetype that not many people brought, and he has made it look superb.
He's been our tournament leader for much of the event. Former MPL player, one of our most accomplished, late in the stages of day 2, and he's going to Worlds.
Congratulations to Chris Botello. You, sir, are also in the finals up against Percy Fang. So we are so looking forward to that matchup. We are going to get set up for it. Take a quick break, so run, go do whatever you need to, and we'll see you shortly after this. right, everybody, let's find somebody to call regional champion here at, well, the regional championship in Hartford, Connecticut. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Reed Duke. It has been an absolute pleasure to bring you coverage of this event so far. Our players are ready to rock and roll. They are not waiting around. So, Reed, let's chat about this matchup as we head down to the feature match area. It is going to be Percy Fong up against Chris Botello. That is how they got there, dismantling their opponents along the way. Is it prowess? Nowhere to be seen, and it's a tale as old as time. Mono Red versus Azorius Control.
That's right. As classic as it gets, you know, could be 2025, 2015, 2005. You can find just the archetypal aggressive versus controlling matchup. Percy Fang trying to go fast, get in underneath Chris Botello before he's able to set up. Chris trying to prolong the game, keep his life total high, leverage some of those more impactful cards like Meringue River Regent.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's gonna be dicey, and it could go either way. Generally, I like the mono red side of the matchup, but Chris is the higher seed, gets to go first, so I think that's going to equalize it and really make it a toss-up.
And I will say, every time we have seen Chris Botello, he has been hanging on by the skin of his teeth and somehow finding a win, a line to just get out of that. So I think he's got a really well-built deck list here up against pretty much the entire field this weekend. So let's take a look quickly at the deck lists to give you an idea of what Chris Botello is rocking here. Plenty of ways to gain life, plenty of ways to gum up the board with creatures, and also, obviously, ways to just get stuff off the board.
Yeah, so the key here is just a healthy mix, lots of 1 and 2 ofs, plus the card selection to be able to find it. One of the only 4 of spells in the deck is stock up, which no secret at this point how powerful of a card advantage and card selection spell that is. Leaning really heavily on Beza, the Bounding Spring, which could arguably be the most important card in this particular matchup. And yeah, he's just trying to live long enough to leverage that and you know, use it as a bridge to get into his 6 mana and 7 mana plays. Live
long and prosper, right? Something along those lines. Let's take a look at the opponent's list here in the hands of Percy Fang. We have I would not say it's a stock mono red list, as 4 Hired Claw in the main deck. Excuse me, not Hired Claw. 3 Magebane Lizards, as those little guys have been putting in a lot of work, making the non-creature spells cost or controllers have a real big think about how many spells they're going to cost while that little guy's on the board.
For sure. I'm really excited to see how the Magebane Lizard plays out in this particular matchup, because what it gives up in terms of its just raw damage output, it makes up for in the fact that it is going to be a persistent source of damage, even if he has to pump the brakes and stop attacking in the face of, you know, something like a Beza, a blocker on the other side of the battlefield. Magebane Lizard is going to keep chipping away against a deck that's basically entirely non-creature spells.
Who needs to win by attacking when you got a lizard that's just blasting? Let's get down to the feature match area and send somebody home with $20,000 and a pretty cool trophy to boot. Here we go. Chris Botello on top of your screen. Azorius Control in red sleeves. That's funny. Up against Percy Fang on mono red aggro. Surveilling a Meringue River region into the bin as the first game action of the finals. But first blood, of course, goes to Percy Fang. Mono red aggros, I would say favorite 1-drop. Maybe Heartfire Heroes taking that spot, but Monastery Swiftspear still doing a great job. And an excellent first play here from Chris Botello. You like hasty things? Well, sorry.
Yeah, Authority of the Consuls is exactly what he wants. It's the single best play he can make for 1 mana. He would have loved to play it turn 1 on the play.
Yeah.
But, you know, this is one of the differences between a 20 mountain mana base and you know, a more complex multicolor mana base, including value lands, surveil lands. Sometimes you do miss your play on curve while you're setting up.
But I mean, if you see your, I think that's the 1 of in the he's got 2 in the main deck. If you see that in your opening hand, though, you're going to be real happy with it, irrespective, as Ride's End will take care of the Emberheart Challenger. So no extra damage or cards coming for Percy Fong off of that card. Well, already the mountain to climb has gotten quite steep for Mono Red.
Standard 10K players, welcome to round 9. You have 50 minutes.
A replacement Emberheart Challenger joins the Monastery Swiftspear. And Authority of the Consuls gaining a bunch of life for Chris.
Yeah, it just crazy. Like, that card has already represented an 8-point life swing in terms of the 3 that it's gained him plus the 5 haste damage that it's saved him from. So, I mean, that's night and day. Like, can you imagine how much differently we'd be discussing the game if Chris was at 12, you know, and not having this really impactful defensive measure on the battlefield? Like, he has the luxury to cast Stalk Up here because of Authority of the Consuls. If he didn't have that, he'd be at 12 and, like, very possibly just dying, you know? So, okay, I'll stock up and play my 4th land tapped. Now you have a single Monstrous Rage and the game is over. But that's not the case because of the Authority of the Consuls. So if Chris can find, say, Day of Judgment or Temporary Lockdown, maybe even Beza will be good enough, depending on what Percy's turn is like.
Beza would be great, because you get the creatures along with the big ol' elk. Authority of Consuls should just read annoy target red player, right?
It is brutal. This is a reprint in Foundations, but I remember the first time it showed up in Kaladesh that it was also, you know, similar. Mono red was really effective there, and Authority of the Consuls was one of the cards you could turn to try to shore up your matchup.
So Percy is going to have to navigate this a lot more differently than he would have otherwise if Authority wasn't a factor.
He does have that appealing moment of shields down where he can kind of start his turn, know that all of his... Okay.
Convenient.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage.
So what's it? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage through? Yeah, that's half his life total.
Yep, I count 10 as well.
That's a silly card.
Oh, 11 actually
11?
with the Rock Face Village.
Oh, yeah. Missed that one. Icky. All right, well. Still, again, Chris is sitting quite happily there. Not in range of a kick burst lightning or anything.
Plus 5, 16 damage.
Yeah, he would have been dead without Authority. Good grief.
So, just like this draw from Percy, he would have output like 30-something damage by turn 4 if he had been uncontested. Like, it's crazy. He has his opponent down to 4 life.
Yeah.
And Chris has, we talked about the Authority of the Consuls gaining him, you know, upwards of 10. He had Ride's End.
Good grief.
So the game is not over, but just like real respect to the mono red deck's ability to fight through even some very serious stumbling blocks.
Absolutely. Board wipe? Oh, Beza. Okay. So life. Creatures. We get to see the fish again. Not going to complain about that. But it's hard to block against Monstrous Rage, so things are still looking all right here for Percy if he's got one hell of a follow-up to that incredible turn.
I predict Percy, you know, if the game is going to remain competitive, he's going to be attacking with all of his creatures here, and then what he has in his hand to support them will be the real determining factor. If he can have some Monstrous Rages going uncontested, he's going to be in great shape.
We are going to combat. It's a land, but still.
The Swiftspear is coming
Double
in
strike.
too. That's pretty nice because, like, the 3/3 trample double strike.
Oh,
whoa.
That's got to be enough, right? Oh, we need one more thing to kill these fishies, but it looks like we are able to block the Swift Spears. Monstrous Rage number 2. Oh boy, Chris is in a lot of trouble.
It's 8 damage from the Emberheart Challenger.
Chris is real chill about about going to, what, 1?
This is a player announcement for Jesse Parnell. If you were in the hall, please come to the main stage for a lost item. Jesse Parnell, please come to the stage for a lost item.
Good grief. Okay. So, there is a creature. Well, if there's a board wipe, there's no creatures. Does Chris have a way to answer this board and buy himself a little bit of time? Oh, he's going to go digging for it.
Yeah, so he probably needs exactly temporary lockdown. Bad news is that removes the authority of the consoles, so opens the door for Percy to...
oh, yeah, then basically anything in his deck is Rockface Village.
Right, yeah, any haste creature, any burst lightning.
Ugh.
Wow.
Holy smokes. Percy Fang picking up game 1 here. On the play, which he needed. No, was he on the play or the draw?
He was on
He
the
was
draw.
on the draw.
Yeah, so...
That's even bigger.
So, you know, Chris Patello, he's got to be shaking his head like, wow, I was on the play with authority of the consoles, and maybe not a perfect draw, but a pretty functional draw. I had authority, I had a follow-up removal spell, I had Beza, and I still lost that one. So what do I want to go better next time? He does have a pretty good sideboard, you know, additional... Well, that's actually the 4th copy of Beza. Additional removal spells, change the equation is an upgrade to his existing permission spells, and of course, you know, what to answer the question of what could be different in the future games, could just be that Percy's draw is a little bit weaker. You know, mentioned when Percy faced Izzet in the semifinals that the gap between the poor draws and the really strong draws in mono red can feel quite dramatic, and certainly I would describe what Percy had in game 1 as one of the strong draws.
Yeah, he certainly had the nuts there because he just never ran out of things to do. And, you know, when your opponent's gaining life and finding so many cards, I mean, Chris looked at a good chunk of the top of his deck there, but still couldn't find a way to answer Percy's board, so... Game 1, done and dusted. Can you do that one more time, Percy? Sun, spine, links. Sun, spine, links.
Yeah, Chris does have basic lands, but he has 20 non-basics as well, plus
Owie.
the can't gain life clause, quite meaningful against Azorius.
Because, yeah, plenty of things in Chris's list gain him life. We have Beza, the Bounding Spring. We've got Authority of the Consoles, an extra copy of each in the sideboard too. Oh no, both authorities are in the main deck. Sheesh.
All right, so I'm thinking Beza, 2 change the equation, 1 Elspeth's Might. No More Lies, probably a fine option, especially when you're going first. Probably looking at those 5 and then just trimming some of your clunky stuff. 2 copies of Jace the Perfected Mind. Those are coming right out.
Yeah.
Overlord of the Mistmoors is an interesting one because I think it's definitely worse than Beza for the same mana cost.
Yeah.
But, you know, still a totally passable card that can get you on the board and help you close the game when you're ready.
Do you think the Regent's staying?
I don't think he can cut all of the Regents. If you wanted to tell me, okay, I'm going to trim down from 3 down to 2 just for mana curve reasons, be a little bit leaner, I could believe it. But I think that's probably a card that he's going to want to keep in some numbers. I'd probably be more looking at some of the clunky permission spells, like upgrading my 3 steps ahead and my negates to No More Lies and change the equation.
Yeah. Change the equation, answering pretty much all of Percy's deck. And he'll be hoping to find some of that, as well as ways to just clear that battlefield. Friends, if you have enjoyed the coverage this weekend, help us give a big shout out and a thank you to our sponsors, Beckett and Dragon Shield. If you want to get your cards graded, you can send them to Beckett, get them in a fancy slab, give them a nice rating, and show it off. Be proud of it. Stick it on your mantle. Dragon Shield, protect your decks, and sleeve up your cards in some of the best in the business. So big thank you to our sponsors, and a big thank you to everyone at home for joining us. It's been an absolute blast this weekend. Standard is so good right now. Meticulous Archive will surveil a card to the top here for Chris Botello, and we are underway, game 2. Meow.
Looks familiar.
It comes in tap, but that's just because he just skipped the move to attack step.
That's the good kind of coming in
Yeah!
tapped.
Coming in, swinging. Love it. Turn 2. In with the Swift Spear once again, taking little chips out of Chris Botello's life total here. Second main phase, Manifold Mouse gets to resolve. All right, Chris. Are we going to play land go or... Hey, nice, okay. Found it this time around. Temporary Lockdown takes the threats off the board.
One key difference between Mono Red and, say, Izzet or Gruul is Mono Red will not be removing the temporary lockdown from the battlefield, so you can kind of consider those cards permanently exiled.
Yeah.
Unless, for some reason, Chris wants to bounce his own temporary lockdown.
Why would he do that? Self-sabotage. Screaming Nemesis hits the board here for Percy, so finding more threats, and it's going to be enough to cost that Day of Judgment. So get that off the board, says Chris Botello.
The board sweepers that Chris was
missing.
dying for in game 1, now he has 2.
Sir, slow down. Whew. You got another answer for this guy? You're going to need it, Chris.
Wow, I love this.
Yes, I love to see it.
So it's basically Burst Lightning you.
Yeah.
In the sense of trading in 1 card for 2 damage, but that emblem sticks around permanently, especially in a post-sideboard game that is brutal against Chris and really changes his prospects of being able to go long against the red deck.
Yeah, be aware of Screaming Nemesis and Open Mana, because post-combat, once they've done damage, they're going to try and smack this guy to get that emblem on you, or just kill you with Witchstalker Frenzy or the same, or similar. This time around, though, Chris has an answer and the ability to deal with the second copy. He's down to 10. He's not gaining any more life this turn.
Yeah, that Screaming Nemesis should just be destroyed, not exiled. Not that it really matters.
Yeah, no graveyard shenanigans from Percy. Oh boy, creature land as well. Heartfire Hero getting targeted. It's going to be so big next turn. Good lord, Percy's doing an excellent job of proving. Just, we can just hit your mouse. Just how good this deck is when it draws like this.
We can talk a bit about the card Get Lost, which Chris Botello has 4 copies. It's sort of the perfect card, exactly what Azorius needs in those high-resource long games where it's like, okay, you know, I have 8 lands on the battlefield, I stock up, I find my efficient, unconditional answer to anything. But in a game like this, where Chris hasn't actually made a card advantage play, things are running on a little bit tighter margins, Percy's getting to use the maps for full value, it can be somewhat painful to have to answer a Screaming Nemesis and actually leave behind 2 pieces of cardboard for your opponent to make use of.
Well said. Beza hits the board. It's just a 4/5 that has no friends and a treasure attached to it. Oh, good grief.
So now that Heartfire here is just larger than Beza.
Oh boy, Lithomantic Barrage as well. Here we go, in for 5.
Take 5.
Oof.
Now, if that Heartfire hero dies ever in the game, Chris Botello dies as well. There's no life gain. Remember, there's an emblem.
Does he have it? He has it! Witch Stalker Frenzy targeting the mouse. 1 attacker. It is 1 cheaper, so it's 3 mana. Smack your own mouse. 5 damage to Chris Botello, and that is it. The hand extended. Percy Fang making it look easy, and that is our champion. That was sick.
Yeah, that was great. I mean, I really enjoyed those games because both players got to put up a fight. I mean, it's not like Chris Botello was defenseless. He had multiple interactive pieces in both games.
Yeah.
But Percy just, he overcame them, plain and simple. It was not enough to keep the mono-red player from dealing 20 damage. Couple cool techie plays. I really loved Burst Lightning on my own Screaming Nemesis when you're tapped out to, set myself up that I can go a little bit longer with you. Turns out Percy was able to, keep it short, but he was ready. He was ready to neutralize a lot of Chris's weapons if things went longer.
That was so sick. I absolutely love it. This deck is so much fun to play. So if you don't want to utilize too much brain power going into your next event, don't play the Azorius control deck. Play this one. Yeah, it takes a lot to master it, but gosh. It's so fun.
Yeah. Finish your matches in time.
Yes.
Get a couple freebies here and there. And then settle in for those really tricky games. Like we did see Percy play on camera where, hey, these plays are not obvious. You have to settle in and focus and make those really important pivotal turns in the game count.
Yeah. And, I love that this list differed from the stock mono red that we've seen. Using those Magebane Lizards, we didn't even see it once in this. I mean, it was over so quickly, we didn't get to see all that much, to be honest. But so many cool little iterations, and I'm very interested to see what from the new set will be included in these archetypes. And yeah, it's all uphill from here, I'd say. Well, downhill, I don't know. Whatever the good thing is, because yeah, Standard is great right now.
Standard is great right now. I had a lot of fun.
This has been a super cool weekend indeed, friends. We are going to get an interview with Percy very shortly, so just give us a few minutes to get him over here, to pry him from his supporters' grasps, I should say. And just want to say a big thank you once again to everyone who's watched, to the coverage team, for everyone behind the scenes. You guys are great, so thank you for an awesome weekend. And big thank you to our sponsors once again as well, Dragon Shield and Beckett. Couldn't be possible without you. And also kudos to everyone who makes it out to these events. They are some of the best that I personally have attended. They just run well. There's a great support, a great showing of people. There's awesome artists to go and see. I mean, even as the venue was packing up, there were still people in line to get signatures for the artists. So yeah, it's been a phenomenal weekend. Any highlights for you, Reed?
I really enjoyed this. Every Magic tournament is different. Every format's different. Every set of cards you can play with brings a little bit of a new challenge. For this one, there was a clear storyline, right? Everyone knew Izzet Prowess was going to be popular, successful, deck to beat. And that's fine. That's cool because it's a very defined problem that the players have to solve with creative deck building and tight gameplay.
Yep.
So it turned out the way things played out is a great deck, right? It had a positive day 2 conversion rate. It had sort of proportional representation throughout the event, even into our top 8, 3 out of 8. But it's not dominant. It can be beaten, and the players who were successful, we saw a number of different approaches to beating Izzet that all showed promise.
Yeah.
Everything ranging from Percy's mono-red deck all the way to the other end of the spectrum, Chris Botello's super controlling Azorius deck with those hateful white enchantments. So I just love that about Magic, when you can really sink your teeth in and say, okay, this is the problem I have to solve. Let's see if I can do it.
Absolutely, and all the problems presenting themselves in Standard are super solvable, so keep brewing, keep playing. There's something that you will enjoy out there to deal with the big bads in the room. And I've just gotten confirmation as well that because Percy qualified for Worlds already. Julian Corfine's going to Worlds.
That is big news. That's a really, really special thing
awesome.
for Julian. So huge congratulations.
Goes from a feels bad, ah, damn it, so close, to a holy beep. So congratulations, Julian. Looking forward to seeing you competing at Magic's biggest stage. Ooh, I got goosebumps for you, friend. That's so sweet. So we are almost ready to rock and roll. We've got Percy Fong sitting with Corbin Hosler. As soon as they are ready, we'll toss it over. And yeah, I guess any final thoughts, Reed?
Well, let me ask you, what was your deck of the tournament? You said when I asked you yesterday that you would have played Is It?
Yeah.
With
I lied.
The benefit of hindsight, what would you go with?
Mono red aggro.
You said I didn't know there was something faster than Is It. I didn't know that was an option.
Again, though, Mono red just quietly putting out results, and then, hello, I've won the whole thing.
Yeah, other than a couple of brews that were played by individual players and hit just right, Gavin's Orzhov Demon's deck, Chris's second place Azorius Control. I think of any archetype played by a large number of players, it seemed to me that Mono Red was the most successful, 2 in the top 8 with even a small representation at the start of day 1, taking the trophy, of course. We'll have to get the official numbers, in the post-tournament debrief, but that was my instinct from my seat, was that Mono Red was one of the more successful archetypes.
Love to see it. I mean, there was also the cool Jund deck and the Pirate deck, and yeah, y'all brought some spice this weekend, so thank you for giving us a good show as well, because sometimes it can get a little dreary in the booth if too many control decks are out there going to time, so we appreciate you. All right, it looks like Corbin is ready to rock and roll. Not yet, I lied. So we're going to sit here and tell you, chat, you look great today, by the way, and you're cool and nice, and you should subscribe because that's also cool and nice.
Yeah, I think you covered it really well, Ailey, thanking, everyone who worked to sort of host this event and make it special, but also thank you to the players who participated, and of course you at home for tuning in. Your interest and your passion is the reason that this is all possible, so we appreciate that as well.
Exactly. We are now ready to chat to our winner, so I'm going to toss it over to Corbin Hosler, who has Percy Fong, ready to tell us all about his win.
Hello and welcome back into the sideboard one final time this weekend. I'm Corbin Hosler and I'm here with our winner of the regional championship at SCG on Hartford. Well, congratulations on the win. Here's the trophy. Congrats.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, we watched you all throughout the weekend just burn through people with Mono Red. And I know obviously you talked about in the top 8, before the top 8, about how you chose it for a very specific reason. So you want to dig into that? What was the appeal to Mono Red this weekend for you?
I feel like I have a good matchup against the Is It deck, and I've played the deck a lot online, so I have a lot of practice with it, and that's why I felt comfortable playing.
Yeah, for people who don't know, you actually finished second in an arena championship earlier this year with a red deck as well.
Yes.
And basically ran it back, here, and were able to improve on that finish. So how was it on the weekend for you? You came in expecting a lot of Is It. You found a lot of Is It. How did you feel about your matchup?
Felt good.
Yeah, well, it seemed like you were able to just go faster than them in a lot of the games, and just kind of, when they are able to deal with your early game, have some of that reach Mono Red offers.
Yes, and also the Magebane Lizard locks them out of a lot of board states.
Yeah, that was a big sideboard card we saw this weekend, was the Magebane Lizard. I think in one deck we even saw Sheltered by Ghosts get put on it. But even in all the red decks, just coming in out of the sideboard, it seemed like a big one. How you shouted out, I mean, how clutch was it in terms of swinging some of those matchups?
So a lot of the games I won, if I'm ahead, I drop that. They can't deal with it, they can't race it, and they're locked out of the game, basically.
Yeah, and of course it's got the toughness that makes it difficult for some things to deal with. So, all right, well, it seemed like a great run for Mono Red. I know you wanted to shout out a couple people who helped you get here. You said you recently came back to Magic?
Yeah. First tournament back was the qualifier weekend for the Arena Championship. I played Quinn's Mono Red list from Worlds last year. And then after the Arena Champs, my friend Dylan introduced me to Quinn, and I worked with Quinn and a group of other players on the Mono Red deck, and we iterated and talked about the deck. So
yeah.
Shout out to them. Julian from back home, he lent me the cards because I took some time off. I don't own cards.
Yeah.
And the Seed Core squad that I'm hanging out with, shout out to them as well.
All right, well, that's great. And team effort, we're glad to see you here. Great tournament. Congratulations. And let's hop back into the booth before we get out of here at SCG Con Hartford.
Thank you so much, Corbin. Congratulations once again to Percy. It's great to hear stories about, yeah, I just came back into Magic. I didn't have the cards. My friends lent them to me, and we made a list, and oops, I'm the champion. Twice, almost.
I really enjoyed that interview from Percy. Like, a lot of humility in sort of crediting his network of support, giving him the resources. But, of course, I hope he gives himself some credit, too, because executing on that, even with the nice supporting network, still takes quite a lot of skill and focus. Huge props to him. Highlighting the Magebane Lizard as his main innovation, and of course, like, sort of preying on the popular Izzet deck along the way. So, yeah, just a nice, concise story of his tournament, a deserving champion. I love to see it.
Yeah, and also super cool that being qualified twice gets one other person into Worlds here this weekend. So once again, congratulations to all of our players who've made it into the Pro Tour, who've made it into World Championship. We're going to see you at the Pro Tour, hopefully also then at the World Championship coming up soon.
That remains to be seen. I gotta put up a run like our players did today if I want to join them. But
I have faith.
I'll be trying.
I have faith. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure hanging out with you in the booth this weekend. Hopefully
Likewise.
we can do it again sometime soon. Thank you again to everyone at home and to our sponsors. We'll see you all at SCG Con in Indianapolis. So until then, bye-bye.